The ayes have it.
Clause 15.
Honorable members, I propose the question. Honorable Ngusia, and who is the other honorable member who is consulting in loud tones just next to the chair, to the table? Take your seats. Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 15 be part of the bill. There is an amendment, so move the amendment.
I beg to move that clause 15 to be amended. This will be replacing the expression of the word cabinet secretary with the term council.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 15 be amended as proposed. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 15 be amended as proposed. As many of the parents say aye. As many of the contrary parents say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 15 be part of the bill as amended. As many of the parents say aye. As many of the contrary parents say nay. The ayes have it.
Clauses 16, 17, 18, and 19.
Honorable members, I propose that clauses 16, 17, 18, and 19 be part of the bill. Honorable members, I now put the question that clauses 16, 17, 18, and 19 be part of the bill. As many of the parents say aye.
Aye.
As many of the contrary parents say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable members, before I proceed with the bill, I want to recognize the presence of students from Koitaburot Comprehensive School in Sigawet, Koin constituency of Kericho, and students from Athi St. Michael Academy, Juja, Kiambu County, who are in the public gallery. Tell them, welcome to Parliament, National Assembly. This is where affairs of this country for the welfare of society and just government of the people are determined. And I will ask the Honorable Kalasinga to say a word of encouragement to the students who are in the public gallery. Call on, Honorable. Can you give the mic to Honorable Kalasinga? MP for Kabuchai. MP for Kabuchai. This side. Yes, behind. That one is not working, so come forward. Yes.
Okay.
Proceed and give a
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportune moment to welcome the students to this very honorable house. This is a house where laws governing this country are made. This is a place where you can find honorable members sitting and discussing issues. Some of the students benefit from CDF bursaries. This is where we decide how to assist them. I only want to tell them, Mr. Speaker, that while in schools, may they maintain decorum. We spend CDF money to build schools and classes and dormitories. We spend a lot of money for taxpayers' money. We don't want them to burn those buildings. So, Mr. Speaker, that the advice I can throw to them, and thank you for welcoming him back, Mr. Speaker, after leaving this house unceremoniously. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, the Honorable Mary Ann Keitani. There has to be a role for there's a gender balance in this house.
Of course.
Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I would wish to welcome the students who have come in to see the proceedings of Parliament. And as you've heard, it's a house of records. It's a house where laws are made, the laws governing this country. It's also a place where we oversight what the executive does. We want to tell the students, today we are here, tomorrow you may be right now you're up there, tomorrow you may be down here making the same laws and making sure the country works. We want to wish you all the best. Work smart, work very hard in school, because the future is yours. I thank you, Honorable Speaker, and welcome them to Parliament.
Excellent. Now we're proceeding on with the bill.
New Part 1, a proposal to insert a heading immediately before Clause 1.
I'll call the mover, Honorable Mulkhair.
I beg to move that the bill be amended by inserting the following heading immediately before Clause 1.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that the bill be amended by inserting the following heading immediately before Clause 1, Part 1 preliminary. Now, honorable members, I now put the question that the bill be amended by inserting the following heading immediately before Clause 1, Part 1 preliminary. Will as many of the opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clauses 5A, 5B, 5C, 5D, 5E, 5F, 5G, 5H, 5J, 5K, 5L, 5M, 5N, 5O, 5P, and 5Q.
The honorable members, mover.
Honorable,
Move second reading.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that new clauses 5A, 5B, 5C, 5D, 5E, 5F, 5G, 5H, 5J, 5K, 5L, 5M, 5N, 5O, 5P, and 5Q be now read a second time.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that clauses 5A, 5B, 5C, 5D, 5E, 5F, 5G, 5H, 5J, 5K, 5L, 5M, 5N, 5O, 5P, and 5Q be now read a second time. Honorable members, I now put the question that clauses. Honorable Kaitari, you want to say something? Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. This particular bill and these particular clauses creating this council is a very noble idea. It's a very good idea on sign language, and it's going to help a lot of our people who actually are not able to use voice as we are doing right now to be able to communicate with the public. And a lot of what they do has not been regulated before, yet they require that service. I think this particular bill has come not just at the right time. It could have come sooner, but this is the best time, and we want to thank the sponsors, Honorable Umu and Honorable Milio Diambo, for thinking about this particular bill and bringing it to Parliament. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, I now put the question that clauses, new clauses 5A, 5B, 5C, 5D, 5E, 5F, 5G, 5H, 5J, 5K, 5L, 5M, 5N, 5O, 5P, and 5Q be now read a second time. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now propose the question that new clauses 5A, 5B, 5C, 5D, 5E, 5F, 5G, 5H, 5J, 5K, 5L, 5M, 5N, 5O, 5P, and 5Q be part of the bill. I now put the question. The new clauses 5A, 5B, 5C, 5D, 5E, 5F, 5G, 5H, 5J, 5K, 5L, 5M, 5N, 5O, 5P, and 5Q be part of the bill. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New Part 3, a proposal to insert the following heading before Clause 6. Part 3, access and non-discrimination.
Honorable Mulher.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that the bill be amended by inserting the following heading immediately before Clause 6, Part 3, access and non-discrimination.
I now propose a question that the bill be amended by inserting the following headings immediately before Clause 6, Part 3, access and non-discrimination. Anybody? Honorable members, I now put the question that the bill be amended by inserting the following heading immediately before Clause 6, Part 3, access and non-discrimination. Does the member of opinion say aye? Aye. Does the member of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. What's your point of order?
Just to request the honorable member who is making the proposed amendments that for purposes of the record and for enriching the lawmaking process, if she could highlight at least in one line the reason why she would like to make those amendments so that this is able to speak to the public and those also who wish to support. Thank you. Did you get my question? Because she's
I get it. I'm just wondering at what opportune time did you do it? Because this is a house of rules. You should have raised that earlier.
I wanted to catch your eye, Speaker,
But you
and
didn't.
I also didn't want to interrupt her. I just really so that she may enrich the process with at least a little line to explain the
Okay,
justification.
fair enough for us not to be seen to be floating the rules. In the subsequent amendment, you give us an input on exactly how the honorable member wants, or rather how the nation has to be informed on those changes, so that you highlight, you expound, you express more, you demonstrate. Let's not just look technical and say A, B, and the rest, and Kenyans will not be able to understand that. But that's in the subsequent one.
New Clause 8A.
Honorable members, honorable member, the mover, move close.
Honorable Chair, I
clause
beg to move that the new clauses 8A and 8B be now read a second time.
Order 8A first.
8.
Move 8A first.
Oh, apologies.
New clause 8A.
I beg to move that the new clause 8A be now read a second time.
Honorable members, the honorable member, explain exactly why you want it to be. And in
Thank you,
addition to
Chair.
that, also you expound on the
previous
amendment
clause.
that you made previously, which Honorable Aluoch sought from you for the benefit of Kenyans and members of parliament here.
Thank you, Chair. I also want.
Okay, proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I want to let Honorable Cheng know that I'm still learning the ropes and that this is the first time I'm actually moving
Yes.
a bill with amendments. Of course, I've had my other contributions, so it's good that he encourages
At the
me
stage
to.
where she is now, Honorable Aluoch, you can also assist in.
So, but to speak to the previous amendments, Honorable Chair, as we are aware, we have so many deaf and users of the sign language. This particular bill being a language bill and not a disability bill, that the previous amendment would be able to assist deaf users follow. Yes, the initial amendment that I moved will be able to assist deaf learners in the classroom have comfortable sessions while they are going through their education. As we are currently aware, we have access to education up to the primary level, but we are still struggling at the tertiary level. The bill will be able to ensure that children are taught sign language from the minute they enter the classroom. Kenya recognizing sign language as one of its official languages, just like we teach Swahili and English in the classrooms. Many deaf learners are not able to integrate into society. So that initial amendment will be ensuring that children are able to learn sign language from the minute they join their education up until their completion. That way we are able to eliminate the barriers of communication, because if you look at students in universities, we rarely see deaf learners going through courses like medicine or studying teaching. They are confined currently to just ECD classes, which is offered by the Kenya Institute of Special Education. This particular amendment will be forcing public institutions to provide interpreters at all levels, in the courtrooms, at police stations, especially because we still have cases of gender-based violence even affecting ladies who are deaf. We still have deaf people who are not able to speak to their medical officers at the hospitals. We still have deaf students who are dropping out of school up until immediately they finish their high school. This particular amendment that I moved will be forcing the government to ensure they provide interpreters for the deaf people, whether they're in public spaces or the classrooms. Thank you, Speaker.
The Honorable Alwach, followed by my Honorable Mili, I'm coming to you. You are a co-sponsor for this bill. Where have you been?
Yes, and Honorable Speaker, I've been stepping in for Millie to really encourage Umi. And also she's doing very well.
Alwach, give me a moment. Let me propose the question first, and then you then debate. Honorable members, I propose the question that new clause 8A be now read a second time. Proceed, Honorable Alwach.
Yes, I was just stepping into...
Next to you. The mic is next to you.
I was just stepping in to further encourage the Honorable Member, and I was stepping in for Honorable Millie. Honorable Millie is doing a very good job at mentoring the young legislators. And so just to encourage Honorable Umi, that at a time like this, you merely just say one line to support. And I'm happy, Speaker, Chair, you did not interrupt, but one line in 30 seconds just to say the justification would suffice. But she's doing a very good job under the mentorship of Millie. I support the amendment.
The Honorable Marianne Keitani, followed by the Honorable Ndikiri, and then we come to the gracious Lady Mabona.
Thank you, thank you. I did not remember Honorable Millie asking Honorable Watch to become the...
No, he was very clear that he's a mentor for Honorable Umi.
No. The part of being a mentor is correct, but as to whether he was holding brief for Honorable Millie, that I do not remember Honorable Millie giving any motion to say on what will be holding brief. However, Honorable Chair, the particular clause on the media services is a very good clause that has come to help, especially the people who use sign language, because many media stations are not able, or when they are broadcasting their programs, they don't give the opportunity those people who use sign language to be able to follow the proceedings. This particular clause will make it mandatory for any media station that when they are running their programs to be able to also insert areas where the media or the people who are using sign language can then be able to follow proceedings. This is a very good move, and I support. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
The Honorable Ndikiri.
Thank you. First, let me congratulate the mover of this bill. Mr. Chair, it is not only the media where we need sign interpreters. Even us here, when we are speaking to the community, we need to have somebody here in our screen who is transmitting and trying to interpret what the proceedings of Parliament are. Mr. Chairman, we are also good as members of Parliament because we hold public meetings and public participation, but rarely do we have sign interpreters. This motion and this bill is coming the end time. And we need to make it, because we will pass it, But we have to implement and ensure that the regulations that we shall put in place, they take cognizance of the fact that we have a growing population of Kenyans who can be categorized as deaf. And the most unfortunate thing is we don't even have the statistics, but it will be amazing to note that we have a high population of deaf in this country. And they should not be left behind by all standards. So the mover, congratulations. This is very important. The forgotten people are now being considered in our new government. I thank you.
Do you wish to be informed by the Honorable, is that Otene Amolo?
Yes, my senior brother,
Yes.
he can.
Yeah. What's your
Thank you.
information?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the Honorable Ndikiri is my twin. You can even see from our hair. But I wanted to inform the Honorable Ndikiri so that the nation does not actually think that this parliament is not sensitive, and I'll be supporting the amendment. But whenever the parliamentary broadcast the proceedings in parliament, there is always an interpreter on the screen. So at least that we've taken care of. Secondly, during meetings, and we started this with the public participation bill, that actually also focuses on interpretation for those who are unable, to discern what is being said. Even during the sessions on public participation, in all the sessions that this parliament undertook nationally, and I was part of the team, we had at least sign language interpreters. So I wanted to say I agree with Honorable Ndikiri, but the situation is not so bad. As a National Assembly, at least we are trying. Thank you.
The Honorable Ndikiri?
Yes, I quite agree, but the only problem that I have, Mr. Chair, is that we don't know the magnitude of the people who are deaf in this country. I think that is very important to note, because we might assume there are few, but we need somebody to focus and give us the collective statistics, even determine per region, to know the magnitude of the people that we are talking through the sign interpretation. I thank you, my twin, for that.
Okay.
But I think the most important thing also is the research so that we can know how many Kenyans are deaf that requires this kind of service. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Honorable Mabona, and then I come to the, yes, Millie Mabona. Honorable Millie Mabona,
Yes.
sign language is not one of the official languages in the parliament until such time that there's a legislation. It
Mr.
is.
Speaker,
Indeed, I'm reminded it is actually. Yes, proceed now.
it is actually a language.
Okay,
The
fair
only
enough.
challenge, Mr. Speaker, is you can see that there is no member who is following me. Because no member, only, what did I say?
What's
if you
your
are
point of
following
order,
me?
Honorable Alwaj?
What did I say? I
Alwaj?
said 3 things and you don't know.
Order,
You are
Honorable.
just trying to guess.
Order, Honorable Alwaj, what's your point of order?
I rarely interrupt my whip, but the standing orders require that when you start in a certain language,
You finish
must
with that
conclude.
language.
So may the Honorable Millie Odhiambo conclude in the manner in which she began. Now this being an official language, please proceed in the manner you
Honorable
started.
Millie Mabona, you,
Mr. Speaker, I've actually communicated, but it doesn't do, you can see.
none of
Mr.
us
Speaker,
knows.
I will go and request that you protect me under standing order number 1, which allows you to enable me to speak in a different language, because the rest of the members will not understand what I'm saying. Mr. Speaker, I just actually wanted to communicate what this amendment is about. But before I communicate that, I want to just thank Honorable Umi for this bill. She's doing an excellent work for a person who is in parliament for the very first time. She's actually done some of us very proud. What we don't know is she's actually been given an opportunity to present even in international fora with even former president of Liberia, Helen Sharif Johnson, in a panel where I was supposed to be. I stepped down for her. And she's done us very proud. And I want to say that she's doing very, very well. Mr. Speaker, you were asking where I was. And my apologies have come late as a co-sponsor. She's a primary sponsor of this bill. Mr. Speaker, as you do realize, yesterday we are here with the fisheries bill until very, very late.
Yes, you're right.
And I was moving very many amendments, and my brother is here.
Yeah.
I think he has a bit more stamina than me.
Very
I'm more
right.
of a night owl, so that is my apologies. That's the reason I come.
Okay.
But I just want to say, Mr. Speaker, that what I've actually shown here proves this bill, as Umi says correctly, is not a disability bill. It's a mainstreaming bill. It's an empowerment bill. What it seeks to do is the way all of us here speak Swahili and we speak English. We must also speak sign language. I am in the process of learning, and what I just did, which they didn't understand, was to say hello, how are you, thank you. That's the farthest I can go right now. I can't go beyond that. But all of us must be able to know sign language, not only person with disability. Then it becomes a disability bill. I'll finish, Mr. Speaker, by giving an example that one time I was invited by persons with hearing disability to train them on advocacy for legislation when they were coming up with a bill for persons with disability. And because I didn't understand issues of disability then, I decided to go a day in earlier to understand. And when I went, because there were actually people with sight disability. And when I went in, I asked for documents, and I was given Braille, because I didn't have any other document. And I understood what it meant to be disabled. Because in my ability, I was actually the disabled one, because I couldn't read Braille. And it just occurred to me how unfair we are to persons who are differently abled. And it behoves us, as members of parliament, to ensure we mainstream sign language from childhood to university, so that it's not just people who are not who are struggling with the disability that have. I thank you, Honorable Anthony, and my good friend, Honorable Keitany, for holding the fort for me while I was away. I support.
The Honorable Deputy Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I want to, before I declare my unwavering support for these two clauses on telecommunication and media services, that this is very important, very, very important that people of sign language also enjoy evenings with family. You know, many times when the family sits to watch TV, to do many other things, the person who is hard of hearing, is deaf, just looks at other people and says, so what are they saying? But if we introduce programs where we can have closed captioning for the deaf people in sign language, then actually they become part of family. And I think that's a very important thing, Honorable Chair. Chair, I would like to say this in support of what Honorable Millie Mabona has said. We owe it to certain individuals in this country, especially the development of what we call the Kenyan Sign Language. You know, there's a gentleman I met when I was still at university called Okach, and he left this country, went to South Africa, because Kenya at that time never had this kind of development. But he worked so hard to introduce Kenya's, you know, there's sign language and there's Kenya Sign Language. And Okach did a lot of the work. And when he left it to a gentleman called Dr. Jeffwa Mweri, who is at the University of Nairobi, and they set up that center. And I want to really congratulate them for that job. Today, I think this is the happiest moment. If Okach is watching from South Africa, and Dr. Jeffwa Mweri from the University of Nairobi is watching, and the people that work together, and the many young people have put their minds and thoughts and energy to develop Kenyan Sign Language, I think this is a proud moment for them. And we have a duty as Parliament to recognize them and to support them and to ensure we birth a bill on the Kenya Sign Language. Therefore, I want to support the clauses, and also want to congratulate the young lady, Omulher, for the effort in putting this bill together. And actually, I can see she's struggling, but she's learning, and she's learning very fast. So let's move on. Let's get a bill on the Kenya Sign Language end today. Tomorrow, the president assents it, and we move on as a country. And this is a milestone in the development of languages in this country.
Justice Kemei wants also to weigh in on this. Give him the mic.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, for the opportunity you've given me. First and foremost, Honorable Chair, I want to appreciate the great role the Honorable Millie Odhiambo is doing in mentoring young parliamentarians in this country. Secondly, Honorable Chair, I wish to welcome students from my constituency, from Koitabu Road Comprehensive School. Honorable Speaker, I was in that area yesterday doing public participation as is required of the Constitution. Koitabu Road Comprehensive School is a school which is among the top performers in that area of my constituency. They know the names I'll mention. Yesterday, I was in Kapchebwai, I was in Cheptililik, I was also in Chiramor, I was in Kamasega doing public participation. And Mr. Speaker, I appreciate that this is a learning process for them. Let them learn. One day, one time, they'll also be members of parliament and they'll do the legislative work which we do at the moment. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
I now put the question, honorable members, that the new clause 8A be now read a second time. Will everyone appear and say aye? Will everyone contrappear and say nay? The ayes have it. I now propose the question that clause 8A, new clause 8A be part of the bill. I now put the question that new clause 8A be part of the bill. As many have to appear and say aye. As many have to contrappear and say nay. The ayes have it.
New clause 8B.
The honorable mover.
Thank you, Chair. I beg to move that clause 8B be now read a second time. This clause will be supporting the media services and providing interpretation for the deaf and blind.
Honorable members, I propose the question that the new clause 8B be now read a second time. Yes. You're just after the member of parliament behind you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I rise to actually support this particular amendment in support of telecommunication service providers. Honorable Chair, like has been said by many of my colleagues who've spoken before me, I think this is a very progressive bill, and I have lived through the times that the people who are living with special needs, those ones who cannot hear and those ones who cannot see. I must admit here, Honorable Speaker, that I was part of a mess that happened in the County Assembly of Nandi from the year 2017 to the year 2022, where there was a member who was blind. And that particular member, Honorable Speaker, did not get a braille machine until we left the County Assembly of Nandi. Honorable Speaker, it always reminds me how careless we have been in regards to looking at the issues that are affecting people or persons living with disability. We have been so insensitive that we have had to actually put it and prescribe it in law, so that then we must be forced to pay attention. And this particular Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair, I also went to a function that had a sign language interpreter. So the sign language interpreter was seated down where everyone could be able to see them. But Honorable Chair, the most interesting part was we could only see that person when seated here, but the person sitting behind was supposed to see it from the screen. It was not cast on the screen. And I think this is very progressive, Honorable Chair, that it will require everyone to be able to do this in terms of telecommunication. That if there is a projector, that person should be able to appear right there. And I do support this particular amendment, Honorable Speaker, Chair, so that you can be able to pay attention to the persons living with, differently.
The Deputy Majority Leader.
Probably I need to get some clarification because you are making law for posterity, Winnie, Millie, and Umi. I look at 8B, Honorable Chair, 8B, telecommunication service providers shall make their services accessible to the deaf, hard of hearing, and deaf-blind community through establishment and provision of relay services, including text relay, video relay, that is on telecommunication, captioned telephone relay, and communication facilitators for the deaf, hard of hearing. Now, I want to understand deaf-blind community through establishment and provision, and this is telecommunication, meaning telephony. So I would be interested to understand this more so that we know how practical is it within the current Kenyan context of telephony and telecommunication.
Can you enrich on that? Can you explain? And I must admit that we're all lost on this.
Thank you, Chair. And if you look at the current telco providers that we have in the country, it includes Safaricom, Airtel, and Telcom services. Most of the time, they offer discounted prices to the people who use telephone communication. So those are the hearing community. But what happens with the deaf community is that they use video conferencing, especially on their mobile phones. This particular clause will force these telco providers to not just provide discounted services, but also allow them to use their video telephone conferencing at a cheaper price, because what happens is that anytime a deaf person goes on a video call with another deaf person, immediately their data or their mobile subscription depletes. This is because they are not in the provisions of these particular providers, or when these services were being offered, they were not considered. So this particular clause will be going directly to these telco providers, and I think the Communication Authority will be mandated to review their policy on this. Thank you.
For the interest of the Chair, it says deaf-blind. Deaf-blind basically means somebody who is deaf and at the same time blind. How does this telecommunication technology support somebody who is deaf-blind to communicate? Just, Mary, are you in a position, Mary, to explain that? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, actually the questions that we're asking here shows the problem that we are facing.
Big problem.
Yes, as a country. Yes. Because there are other countries that are able to provide gadgets like that. But because we have not invested in this sector, we are asking how. I don't think it's really up to us, even for the House, to consider how. Because with the technology, you can. You can, and you...
we shall be enriched at the appropriate time when we have the technology in place. That's what you mean.
What we're saying is, in America, for instance, they have that technology. Okay. Why can't we provide so that we invest in providing that technology?
To allow somebody who's deaf-blind to communicate. Yes,
because the idea is to make it easy. Excellent. I was actually asking one of my friends that the sister lives in a different state. They live in the US. She faced a lot of challenges when she was here in Kenya. But when she went to the US, I told her, so how do you communicate with Grace? And she says, because in the US, the gadgets are provided, so she can call us. So why can't we provide that so that we enable them to communicate the way those other people do? And I think that's what we put here. Yes.
Madam Beatrice, you...
Oh, okay, we are making general statements, but you see...
maybe after Beatrice, allow Beatrice to weigh in, and then you have an opportunity. Majority Leader, just allow Beatrice, and then you'll have a shot at it. Yeah.
Honorable Chair.
You'll have a bite at it. Yeah.
I want to support this telecommunication service to be provided, and for the deaf, the blind, and even this one called deaf-blind. Honorable Chair, we went for public participation on appeal on environment. And the greatest complaint that we had is that they cannot read the bill, those who are blind, because they don't see, and there's no service that is providing them to have the bill, the braillers are not there, and all that. So if there's a way we can have this telecommunication service to help them, even have maybe in a way to have the bills and anything else that goes with it, especially in public participation, it will be very easy and for us, Honorable Chair. And then, and as I say this, Honorable Chair, we are mourning one of the greatest PWD, a blind man called Raymond Cheruyot, who was very, very instrumental in matters concerning constitution, matters concerning the church and all that. So as this one comes forth, let's remember people who are able differently so that they can also feel part of the part of Kenya in the best way possible. And finally, I want to join my colleague in welcoming the students and the pupils of Koitabrod Community Comprehensive School, which is a school in Soin sub-county. It is a school where they are doing well. It is a place where sugarcane is grown, and these students, I want to tell them that you can make it be in this parliament. They have been seeing Honorable Chair, the likes of Millie Odhiambo, but now they are on TV, but today they have seen her, the same with Cynthia, and even the Deputy Majority, even yourself, they have been saying that we see them on TV, so today they have seen you, and I wish them well. And I pray that next time they will be in this parliament as woman rep, as MP, and all that. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Honorable members, do you wish to weigh on this before I put the question?
I would like to say something on
Yes.
this. You know, we are making law for posterity,
Yes.
Honorable Chair, and it's very important that we choose words very
Yes.
well. And the reason why we come to this committee of the whole is to comb through words and to come from word to sentence to clause. And I think this one of 8B, we need to be careful what we do. You see, 8A, I have no issues with it. 8A, because 8A is about television, media, and all that, okay? And it is easier to achieve and very practical. And actually, this country already is there. When you watch news, there'll be a sub-caption there where somebody is interpreting and all that, yeah? Even sometimes at presidential functions, we see that. But when you come to 8B, and I want us to be very careful, we are saying telecommunication service providers. Telecommunication, this is telephone, this is Airtel, this is Safaricom, this is Telcom, okay? We are telling them, shall, and I want you to mark the word shall, make their services accessible. Accessible, the word accessible, to the deaf, hard of hearing, and deaf-blind community through establishment and provision of relay services, including text relay, video relay. But you see, if you look at the use of the word shall, already when we pass this law, telecommunication services will be bound to provide that, which I have no problem with. But are we providing a transitional clause so that if Owen Bayer today wants to apply for a license to provide telephony services, can I be denied that license on the basis of I am not able to do it based on available technology, the availability of technology at this moment? My suggestion is that we reward this clause and that a further amendment be made on this clause so that we do not pass a binding, and really you're aware about this. Or what we do, we pass, but this one, we what do you call when you defer a clause, what do you call it? We recommit this. We recommit this clause for the purposes of relooking at it and the consequences on the economy on this matter. I thank you.
Yes, Honorable Mabona.
Thank you. I hear Honorable Bayer very well. But I just want to, for information, I was actually telling him here that when I was in the civil society, there was no provision for by any media house for interpretation, what you now see. And the argument was around costs. And as the credo, we took Nation. They were not very happy with us, not because they are the ones who are discriminating, but we just had to use one media house. And we took them to court, and the matter is still pending, I think, either in the Court of Appeal or the Supreme Court. And it's of course now overtaken by event because the Nation now provides for interpretation. They have people who are able to help, you know. But at that point, the issue was costs. A Nation has been able to do it. It has not dented them. So it also creates jobs for interpreters. But what we need, and I think one thing that is very clear, even when you provide this, I'm sure there's a clause on regulations. And so by the time you are doing regulations, it also provides time for transition. But if it's a big issue, we could also still provide for a transition period for up to 1 year. So I think I would advise that we can provide for a transition period for 1 year to enable telecommunications, do that. Look at the telecommunications that we are talking about, Safaricom, Airtel, and the rest. Their profits is always declared. They make a lot of money, and I just want to thank them. They do a lot of CSR. But this is not even an issue of CSR. This is beyond CSR. This is enabling human beings to be human, like everybody else. So it's not even an issue of CSR. So with the same capacity they have for CSR, they can still input money into this. So maybe we can put a transitional period for 1 year. So I would agree with you, we can recommit to give us, if we had the time, the drafters who are here could maybe assist in doing just something either on a transition for that 1 year to enable the telecommunication agencies to be able to prepare for that.
In any case, anything that is noble. I mean, I'm also a member of parliament for a constituency called the DAP. And I remember when we brought up the issue of smoking, and we said we're going to stop smoking in public places. And it was, people could not fathom how much time Kenyans need to be able to get into that habit. And quite a substantial part of our population used to smoke. But today we are a model in the world, because this is one country right now where over 80–90% of our population do not smoke. Big majority. Then there was the issue of what you call the plastics. And we are a leader in the world when it comes to the banning of the plastics. And at the time, everybody. So it's incremental, and it's good to go for the best practices and get the best legislation. And the technicalities of how to achieve that will be, yes, Honorable Faisal. Same way you never left me. Listen, the same way, the same way you didn't give solution for smoking for black people, same way you didn't give any solution for yes, Namwar.
Thank you, Chair. I thought you were confusing me for Faisal.
Yeah, Faisal is behind you, and the two of you look very alike. I don't know who is. He has rubbed onto you some of his. Okay, proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Now, I want to thank Millie and Umul for this. Chair, my contribution will go into the need for leave no one behind. Chair, I think the community, the deaf, the blind, and the deaf-blind community is important in our community. And we may not want, or we may not seek to have legislative frameworks that can leave them behind. And so, when we are discussing this, anything, maybe my chief whip is not maybe consuming the word shall that is being used in that amendment. But what I will request from him is, this is a very important community, and I will want to give you an example. I have a friend who has an ALS condition. He cannot speak. All we are seeing is movements of his eyes. The family tried to bring him a computer for him to type using his eyes, and we were communicating before the condition became intense. And if that was possible, that he could use his eyesight to speak to us, to type letters on the computer, and we were able to get the communication, then even this other technology for the deaf-blind is possible. If it is possible in America, it is also possible here in Kenya. Thank you.
Fair enough. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 8B be now read a second time. Will as many of the parents say aye? With the man of the contrary opinion saying aye? The ayes have it. Honorable members, I now propose the question that the new clause 8B be part of the bill. There being no interest, I now put the question that new clause 8B be part of the bill. With the man of the contrary opinion say aye? With the man of the contrary opinion say nay? Proceed. The ayes have it. I don't know why I forgot to say the ayes have it, yes.
New clause 9A, 9B, 9C, 9D, 9E, 9F, 9G, 9H, 9I, and 9J.
Honorable Mover, move the second reading for the clauses that were just
Honorable
read
Chair,
out by the clerk.
I beg to move that new clauses 9A, 9B, 9C, 9D, 9E, 9F, 9G, 9H, 9I, and now 9J be now read a second time. Honorable Chair, this regulation is to create the Kenya Sign Language Council, which will be able to provide regulation for interpreters and erase the quacks in the market. Thank you.
Honorable members, I now propose that new clauses 9A, 9B, 9C, 9D, 9E, 9F, 9G, 9H, 9I, 9J be now read a second time. I'm looking for somebody who has not had a bite. Okay, the Honorable Rikiri, but before you take the floor, I want to recognize in the public gallery a school called Crossroad Star Academy from Dagoretti North, Nairobi. I'm welcome you to the National Assembly. This is the house of laws for the welfare of society and the just government of the people of the Republic of Kenya. So I welcome you. I also welcome, because I want to welcome you both, in the Speaker's Gallery, students from Amaya High School in Tiati, Baringo. Welcome, welcome. You are the future leaders. And sometimes the future is not too far off. It can be just a matter of years. So I will ask the Honorable Namwar to give words of wisdom, words of encouragement to the students who are in both the public and the Speaker's Gallery.
Chairman, I want to thank you so much for welcoming, and I want to join you. Chair, I want to take specific welcome note to the students from Tiati. I am from Turkana County, and they are from Baringo. You know what has been happening between the Pokots and the Turkana in terms of banditry and cattle rustling. And therefore, Chair, mine is to wish them well as they learn, but to avoid any kind of leadership, any kind of aspirations that will deny them an opportunity to learn and to prosper. And even to Chan, to avoid any kind of retrogressive practices like banditry. Thank you, Chair. And we will be able to be ambassadors of peace and prosperity in the two communities. Thank you, Chair.
The Honorable Rachel Nyamai, who is a member of the Speaker's panel, give a word of encouragement to the girls and the boys you see on both sides. Dr. Rachel Nyamai,
Thank you.
Three-term member of parliament. She's been here for 3 consecutive times. And there she is, an iron lady here. So give words of encouragement to the students.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for those kind words. I would like to also welcome the students who have come from so far away, seated in the public and also in the Speaker's Gallery this morning. I would like to tell them that the sky is the limit. You have the advantage of being young. You have the advantage of having a country that is getting organized by His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto. You have a country that has roads, that has electricity, that School books are being bought. So you do not have an excuse not to succeed. So I would like to encourage you that you can be what you want to be. It doesn't matter what kind of a family you come from. Welcome to the National Assembly and continue listening to the proceedings of the House. Thank you, Speaker.
The Honorable Wamboka and the Honorable MP for Kapuchai. Honorable Ndikiri, continue. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've just been consulting the clerks, and I've also consulted the mover that as we do the recommittal on the matter of what the Deputy Majority Leader has brought up, I am of the strong opinion, Mr. Chair, that part of the responsibility of the Council is to call out the research to know the numbers that we are dealing with people who require these services that we are delivering today. Mr. Speaker, if we are able to establish an approximation which cannot be done by guesswork.
Honorable Ndikiri,
yeah,
we are past that. We have already moved from there. We are now in new 9, new 9A, 9B, 9C, 9D, 9E, 9F, 9G, 9H, 9I, and 9J. 9J. So go through those ones and raise issues on those ones. What you're talking about, we are past it now. Okay, Honorable, yes, Honorable Oluoch.
Chair, as I support this proposed amendment, especially the part where regulations would be required to come into place, I want to encourage the core sponsors to move with speed so that we can wind up or iron out some of the issues that were raised by the majority whip and some of the emerging technological issues. I sit in the Committee of Delegated Legislation, and I would be happy that these regulations are brought post haste so that you can be able to put in place mechanisms for affecting this bill and act. I support.
Honourable members, for the benefit of everybody, we are now deliberating on the registration of sign language interpreters. Yes. And that goes from 9A all the way to 9J. So please, let's be relevant, according to the order paper. Yes, the Honourable...
I would like to first speak on the new part 4, which has the clauses 9, all the clauses in 9.
Yes.
And Honourable Chair, if you look at these clauses, they talk about registration of sign language interpreters, and they give us qualifications, application registration, register, certification of registration, effect of registration, and many things, practicing certificate and all that. But good drafting, and probably Oluoch and Millie, because registration of interpreters, if you read the first clause there, is about a function of the council. And it says, Kenya Sign Language Interpretation Services shall apply for the registration to the council in the prescribed manner.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. So this is a function of the council, which should have come under 5C, where you are talking about functions of the council. And then it would have been neater if now these provisions, because you say in the prescribed manner, the prescribed manner here should have been a schedule. So all this information now becomes Schedule A or Schedule B or whatever schedule. Or they can be relegated to a regulation instead of putting all these things into the main body of the bill. It is my suggestion, and if I know Ochieng is a lawyer, I know Millie is a lawyer and a good drafter, I think neatly we would have just created a schedule on what it requires for you to be registered as an interpreter, the qualification, and all those kind of things, and just allowed and removed the whole of Part 9 and allowed this to be a function of the council. And you put it under probably 5C K or 5CA, and then we would have a neater bill. I think we need to reorganize this bill for purposes of a good law. I would like to hear from the lawyers and the drafters that are in the House. I am happy to be guided. I am happy to be guided.
This is a Senate bill. Yes, proceed.
What I wanted to ask the member is, are you then proposing that you recommit? Because I would have expected that you say that you're coming up with an amendment proposing that this be dropped and it be recommitted, where now you put a text for this to go to a schedule and some to go to regulations. That's why I spoke to the question of regulations when I contributed. Maybe you will help the member by saying that I am putting a text for recommittal, that this be taken to the schedule.
Yeah, I'll give you the mic, but two things here. It is the registration and regulation of the interpreters themselves. The rules to be set on how the interpreters have to operate. So yes, yes.
The mic. I am happy to be guided. I am happy to be guided on this. But I would like that we move an amendment, a further amendment to this. And if the drafters are here could give me a text, I would move an amendment or to recommit that we put the registration of interpreters as one, because it's one of the functions of the council. So it becomes a function of council. Then we do a schedule on what are the requirements because I can see registration, you see, the registration, all these kind, qualifications, application for registration, all these details can just be put together into a schedule. I don't know, I need probably to consult, but I would like to move that amendment so that we make progress. I don't know what the other be guided.
Yes, Ngusia.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And to add my point on what Owen Byers proposed, I think it's very important to enumerate this function the way he has ordered, and I'm just starting to support what he has said. I think it will reorganize the whole clause, Chair, so I support.
Yes, Ndikiri.
And Mr. Chair, before you load me down, because before you load that, we have already passed that clause, because one great function that we can really build on today's council as a function is on research. As I stand here, the brother that I follow who is retired the other day is a sign expert. He retired as a deputy teacher of Kaga School for the Deaf. And he tells me through a text that we have a problem in the country because we don't know the kind of population that we are talking to or which we need to provide the service. And that's why I was trying to have an understanding, and I've spoken to Mary and Umi, that, and they referred me to the drafters, that the function of research can be inbuilt as the function of the council. And that's exactly what the deputy majority leader is trying to say, that we can really commit that clause so that we bring in that very important function of the council. And I totally agree with the deputy majority leader. It is a very important thing that we can do. But again, remember you are making this law for posterity. We don't have to go back again and be asked the question by telecommunication services providers, what are we dealing with? Mr. Chair, I think it's good because we are agreeing this is a very important bill. The voices that we have brought in, and I thank Mary is here and my senior Oluochi are here, that we don't omit some functions which we feel are very important.
Yes, Millie.
Thank you. I'd want to request the deputy majority leader to listen to this. Mr. Speaker, I've heard what he's saying, but he's speaking to the issue of legislative elegance, not substance. And you are also speaking to legislative drafting style, philosophy, or preference. If you look at the Constitution of Kenya, there was a very big debate. There are people who are minimalists who prefer that we just put the principles and the values. But because of the history of what we've gone through in Kenya and what we know of Kenya, when we push things to regulations, they never come as you actually intended. So they are usually compromised. And so for me, it's not defective. If you look at even the National Land Commission and other bodies, the drafting is similar. In fact, I want to thank Honorable Rachel Nyamai for reminding me. It's very similar. So it's really not defective. Yeah, it doesn't harm the bill. Of course, the traditional legislative style that we are used to is more the minimalist, where you go for principle and put things in regulations or in a schedule. But as I had indicated, the challenge you face with that, especially when you are talking about marginalized and minority groups, people don't understand their issues. So when you leave to regulations, you find a person who doesn't understand, and they don't have the advantage of us debating here, representing the entire country, debating here. You'll have 5 people with biases doing their own thing, which will be totally different from what we intend. So I would want to encourage you that and even though I hear you very well, that we allow it to go as it is. It's not fatal. It's not defective.
The Honorable Mabona,
Yeah.
I'll give an opportunity also to our friend, our learned friend Olwoch. But before that, Mele Mabona, when you read the section 9, A, B, C, D, all the way I, it's not just registration. Probably the title here should have been part 4, registration and regulation, because the bulk of it is regulation. That you can do this, you can't do this, you can do this, you can't do this. It's not just, registration is a very straightforward thing. You have qualifications, the registering body itself, and the manner of registration. But here, it says a person who meets the requirements under this may apply. No, you see, you go on, and then it tells, as a person shall not provide. So it's regulations, it's the registration and regulation. But anyway, I would want to listen to Olwoch and then come back to you. Yes, this is the thing, but would you want to do the amendments now, or you want to pass it and then you come back for amendments?
That one, sorry, Chair, that's very simple. Doing further amendment by the mover, you just say that part 4 be further amended by providing in the title registration and regulation of sign language interpreters.
Yes.
And then we only provide that in writing and sign. Umi provide in writing and we sign. So I would,
Yes.
I can, as a co-sponsor, I can do that. That we move in the title of part 4 be further amended by providing registration and regulation of sign language interpreters.
I think that more or less satisfies your concerns. You raised a very pertinent thing,
Yes.
and I think it satisfies that.
Now, I think I want to, Millie Mabona is my senior in this house. And sometimes when she speaks, I listen. And I would like to, acknowledge her efficacy in law and that. So I would like to say probably we adopt that.
Yes.
For now, and I also take advice from Olwoch. We can actually adopt it. But I still have my own misgivings. But for the purposes of the law, let's proceed. Let's proceed. But I would like also to recommit the one HB. I would like to recommit. I don't know whether you allow me at this level, whether legislatively. Later we will recommit 8B.
Yes, Honorable Olwoch.
Chair.
For 8B, Yeah. I do understand the transition that you mentioned, but what we're saying is that there is no, you see, the progressive, incremental manner in which law itself it comes into force is usually an administrative thing. For example, we have had the 2/3 thing in our constitution. And this constitution says shall. Shall means we must have it. But it's such an impossible thing that it takes time for these things to be actualized. You see what I mean? So I think, in my opinion, we live. Okay. Yes, Olochi.
I'm persuaded by what Honorable Millie has said,
yes.
for one other reason, that, and I'll give an example. I've moved an amendment for the Basic Education Act for alternative provisions of basic education schools in informal settlements. And this category have perpetually been discriminated because they were operating under some regulations, which under legal notice were never put into place. The effect of that was that there was no budgeting, no capitation, no CAC teachers. So it is possible that on an affirmative action like this, you have a very good bill, relegate the issues to regulations, which will never be implemented.
Yes.
So I'm persuaded that we let even the overprescription, so long as it is not defective in drafting,
okay.
we go by Millie's. I propose.
Which I put. Yeah, would you want to, yes.
Thank you very much, Chairman.
This is going to the committee.
Chair, I would like to agree with the. I first of all thank the majority leader because he has agreed that we proceed the way the Honorable Millie Odhiambo is suggesting, Odhiambo Mabona. Chair, it's better to over-legislate than to under-legislate.
Absolutely.
And especially on this matter that concerns the deaf and the blind. I think we would rather do the best that we can so that they are able to benefit from information sharing in this country. And Honorable Speaker, I've just looked at the whole write-up, and it concerns continuous learning, how much these people should be paid, how the register should be maintained, even the mannerisms. Honorable Chair, you remember there is a girl, a very pretty girl, who tried to interpret for us, or rather for the people who could not, for the deaf, in an event that was political. And the way she was swinging and like dancing, she was doing it in a way that you think that this should have been done earlier. Because I believe that this act, if this bill becomes an act, then it will prescribe how you do it. Because I think there is a way that you can try to do it and then you distract the people, such that instead of focusing on the message, they focus on you. So, Honorable Chair, I would like to say that this is too important to be left in the regulations. Let it be in the law, the way it is in the National Land Commission Act, the way it is in the one for engineers, it is also in the Act. So it is better we overdo than we underdo. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable members, I now put the question that new clauses 9A, 9B, 9C, 9D, 9E, 9F, 9G, 9H, 9I, and 9J be read a second time. Honorable members, I now put the question that new clauses 9A, 9B, 9C, 9D, 9F, 9E, 9F, 9G, 9H, 9I, and 9J be read a second time. Will as many as opinions say aye? Aye. Will as many as contrary opinions say nay? The ayes have it. I now propose the question that new clauses 9A, 9B, 9C, 9D, 9E, 9F, 9G, 9H, 9I, and 9J be part of the bill. Without this amendment, yeah. Honorable members, I now put the question that the new clauses 9A, 9B, 9C, 9D, 9E, 9F, 9G, 9H, 9I, and 9J be part of the bill. Will as many have said that question? Will as many have to say aye? Will as many of the contrary say nay? The ayes have it.
New Part 4.
How do we get this? No. Honorable Member Millie, can you move the amendment? The title, which you have already, has been approved, yeah. Which is registration and regulation.
Which part is it again?
Just the title. Be amended. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that the amendment of the new Part 4 be further amended by providing that by deleting it and replacing with the title, by deleting and replacing with the registration and regulation of sign language interpreters.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that the title be amended by deleting the current one and inserting, what is it? Registration and regulation of sign language interpreters. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 4, part 4, be amended, the title of part 4 be amended to read the registration and regulation of sign language interpreters. Will as many of the opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 16A, new clause 16B, new clause 16C, new clause 16D, and new clause 16E.
The movers, any of you can move the justification of the new clauses for the second reading.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that new clauses 16A, 16B, 16C, 16D, and 16E be now read a second time. This is to justify the sources of funds for the council.
Honorable members, I propose the question that new clauses 16A, 16B, 16C, 16D, and 16E be now read a second time. Honorable members, I now put the question that new clauses 16A, 16B, 16C, 16D, and 16E be now read a second time. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, I propose the question that new clauses 16A, 16B, 16C, 16D, and 16E be part of the bill. Honorable members, I now put the question that new clauses 16A, 16B, 16C, 16D, and 16E be part of the bill. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New Part 6, a proposal to insert the following heading immediately before clause 17, Part 6, miscellaneous provisions.
Mover. Give her the mic. Give the honorable member the mic.
I beg to move that the bill be amended by inserting the following heading immediately before clause 17, part 6, miscellaneous provisions.
I now propose the question that the bill be amended by inserting the following heading immediately before clause 17, part 4, miscellaneous provisions. I now put the question that the bill be amended by inserting the following heading immediately before clause 17, part 6, miscellaneous provisions. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New schedule.
Mover, second reading for the new schedule. Where's the new schedule?
Honorable Chair, I propose that the new schedule be part of the bill.
No, be read a second time.
I propose that the new schedule be read a second time.
Okay, give the justification. Give the justification, Khair, why it should be read a second time, the new schedule. Why did you change it? Where's the new schedule?
The new schedule gives us provisions for the conduct of business and the affairs of the council. It wasn't considered in the initial.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that the new schedule be read a second time. Honorable members, I now put the question that the new schedule be read a second time. With the men of the opinion say aye?
Aye.
With the men of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, I propose that the new schedule be part of the bill. Anybody who wants to contribute? Honorable members, I now put the... You want to contribute? Honorable members, I now put the question that the new schedule be part of the bill. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
Honorable members, I propose that clause 2 be part of the bill. Amendment by somebody has an amendment. Khair. For clause 2. You have an amendment. You have a proposed amendment. A insertion of expression in the opening statement immediately after the word acts and all those. You don't have that material with you. You did ask for an amendment.
Clause 2. I beg to move that the clause be amended as it appears on the order paper.
Huh?
Is it?
We're waiting for the justification. Honorable Khair, have you got the order paper where you have the clause 2? You did seek an amendment for that and you gave the justification. You said insertion of an expression in the opening statement immediately after the word act, deletion and substitution, therefore the definition of the term cabinet secretary, deletion and substitution, therefore the definition of the term council, insertion of a new definition.
Yes.
Do you have it?
Yes, I do.
Give the justification for that.
I beg to move that the clause 2 be amended as it appears in the order paper. This is to justify and provide a definition of the term as used in the bill. The term and to give clarity.
I now propose that clause 2 be amended as it appears in the order paper. Yes.
Chair, I'm looking at the definition of the word cabinet secretary in the bill, the original bill. Cabinet secretary means the cabinet secretary responsible for matters relating to education. The new definition is we are substituting that with means the cabinet secretary for the time being responsible for matters relating to the persons with disabilities. Now,
Yes.
This is where we need to find a balance. This is about sign language. It's about language. Okay.
So what did you agree?
Here, language is a subject matter within the purview of education. Although this education relates to the education of people with disability. But then the new definition we are giving for cabinet secretary is cabinet secretary for the time being responsible for matters relating to persons with disabilities. Now,
Which cabinet secretary?
we need to understand whether this is a bat, whether the bat is an animal or is a bird. And this is where we mess this bill. This is where we mess this, because currently we have a bill on disability. We have a bill on disability.
Under which ministry?
Which is actually under the ministry of those that are in charge of disability.
Which is which ministry?
Ministry that currently in charge of disability.
Is it gender?
Gender and social protection. And that bill has provisions for sign language. For sign language. It has provisions for sign language. And when we bring in the issue of changing it from education to the ministry now under disability, whether we are doing either an over legislation or we are putting it in the wrong hands, in the wrong place. Because can the minister, for the time being in charge of disabilities,
Gender and social protection.
Yes, do things in the Ministry of Education.
Social protection.
So I would have loved to see the committee report. And I would have also loved to see, were there any amendments from the committee? What did the committee say? Because this now, if you look at this bill and you look at the amendments that are here that my lady Omolher is pursuing, this bill completely obliterates this bill, makes it completely different from this bill. And this is a Senate bill. This is a Senate bill. Having come from Senate to here, we gain concurrence, we pass. Of course, we are making amendments, which is our duty and our job. But these amendments are actually more than the contents of the bill. And I am afraid, I am very afraid, are we doing the right thing? The
question is it more appropriate to the Minister of Gender and Social Services or in education?
The thing is that we leave it under education. We do not change to ministry in charge of
Isn't education, Minister of Education already has hands full?
This is about language.
In other words, it's also disability.
Yes.
It's also disability.
It transcends many things. You guys, we need to recommit the whole of this bill so that it is relooked at.
Honorable Mele, from where I sit as a member of parliament for the DAB, I think the Minister of Education already has got his hands full. And the Minister of Gender and Social, what do you call safety or whatever, social protection. This is a societal matter, and I think it wouldn't be in the best interest of the people who are affected for this to be lumped with the Minister of Education, which is already a very big thing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, actually listening to Honorable Mzuri, not Honorable Mbaya, I'd want to say that I actually hear him, that we are talking about the issue of sign language. And as a language, it needs to have home in education. Because what we want is we want students taught from childhood to different levels. Where will that budget be situated? Will it be in education? Will it be in gender? When we situate it in gender, it becomes a disability issue. So it's actually a difficult thing. If we actually, the easier thing, it should be actually in two ministries. But the Ministry of Gender is already dealing with other components of disability. Social protection is dealing with issues of other aspects of disability. But because we want it to be revolutionary, to show that what we want is actually sign language as a language, it would be better if it's situated in education. So I would want to agree with the majority leader that perhaps Honorable Umi can drop cabinet secretary for
You just drop the amendment, that's all.
No, it's
It's
just
already
because
there in
there are
education.
several. There are several, so she'll just drop the one on cabinet secretary.
Yes.
Yeah. But again, sometimes the proof of the pudding is in the eating. We have had situations where we have situated something in one ministry, and because it's experimental, it has not worked. Let's give it 3 years, 4 years under education.
Yeah.
If it's not working, Parliament is still here. We can still bring an amendment and put it in the proper, it's sort of like the way our women representatives have had a challenge with the issue of sanitary towels. Do we situate it in gender? Do we situate it in education? Because it's a cross-cutting issue. We want the girls to receive the pads, yet it's also a gender issue. So let's give it. I agree with the majority leader that we could try out education, and then later, if it doesn't work, we bring it back to
So you
social.
move an amendment right now of dropping.
Yes, I would request my sister, Honorable Umi,
Yes.
to consider, to not recommit, because she's moving,
Yes.
she just drops. Yeah, she just drops.
Honorable Alwach.
Chair, it will be entirely on the discretion of the two co-sponsors to drop or not to drop. But my view is that sign language, which is the basis of this bill, is cross-cutting. It is an education matter, mainly affecting persons in school, but remember also it affects people in workplace. We were just speaking about how we communicate in Parliament here. We were talking about how telecommunications stakeholders need to be able to ensure that people who are deaf and blind are able, and these deaf and blind people, they are not just in education. The practitioners and users of this bill, when implemented, by far supersede the confines of education. So my view is, if I were Umi, I would locate it in both. I would allow it to be under gender protection without necessarily removing it from education. Education would still be able to budget from it because the bill provides for obligations for persons who would be affected by this bill. But that is up to the mover and the sponsors.
The mover, Omulher.
Chair, I would be happy to drop the clause on cabinet so that we're able to leave it in education. I believe it's best if this particular bill stays in the Ministry of Education because we are looking at it from the argument of being a language bill and not a disability issue. If we confuse it with the Social Protection Ministry, then it will bring an overlap with the PWD Act that we just passed recently. So my request is that it remains in the Ministry of Education.
So you're dropping your proposed amendment for B.
For B, yes.
For B of clause 2, part B, yeah?
Yes.
No, only on the cabinet.
Clause
Only on the
2B.
cabinet secretary,
Only on the
yes.
cabinet secretary.
This
Okay,
is clause
fair
2,
enough.
clause 2B, yes.
Okay. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 2B be amended, be further amended as proposed by the Honorable Mover. Will as many as parents say aye? Aye. Will as many contrary parents say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, I now propose the question that clause. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 2 as amended, be part of the bill. Will as many of the parents say aye? Aye. Will as many of the contrary parents say nay? The ayes have it.
Title.
Honorable members, I now propose the question the honorable members, I now propose the question that the title be the title of the bill. Honorable members, I now put the question that the title be the title of the bill. As many of the parents say aye, as many of the contrary parents say nay, the ayes have it.
Clause 1.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. The mover to move reporting. The honorable mover to move reporting. Do you have a form which is going to assist you in?
Before we go into reporting,
Yes.
can I? Okay, I'll do the committee. Okay, thank you.
Yes, proceed.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Kenya Sign Language Bill, Senate Bill number 9 of 2023, and its approval thereof with amendments.
Honorable members, I now put the question, which is that the committee do report to the House its considerations of the Kenya Sign Language Bill, Senate Bill number 9 of 2023, and its approval thereof with amendments. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Call the speaker.
Honorable members, Madam Speaker.
Chairperson.
Madam Speaker, I beg to report to the committee of the whole House to consider the Kenya Sign Language Bill, Senate Bill number 9.
Wait until you get the mic, please.
Where is the mic? It's here.
Wait until you get the mic.
I have it.
Proceed.
Honorable Madam Speaker, I beg to report that the committee of the House has considered the Kenya Sign Language Bill, Senate Bill number 9 of 2023, and approved the same with amendments.
Point of order.
Mover of the motion, Muher, Honorable Muher.
Mover of the bill to move agreement. Khair.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. I also request Honorable Irene Mayaka to second the motion for agreement with the report of the committee of the whole House.
Honorable Irene Mayaka.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I second.
Thank you, honorable members. I now propose the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Yes, Majority Leader, Honorable Baya.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the House be amended by inserting the word subject to recommittal of the following clauses, Honorable Speaker. That we commit the new Part 2, new Clause 8B, new Clause 16, new Part 4, new Schedule, new Clause 2C. And those parts, Speaker. And also I would like to request the Honorable Ndikiri to second the motion. New Part 2, new Clause 8B, new Clause 16, new Part 4, new Schedule, new Clause 2C. And I would like to say that I have looked at the committee report. That's my justification. I have looked at the committee report, which I'm holding here. And I'm looking at the new amendments, especially the new parts that have been included, the new clauses that have been put into this. It totally changes the bill. And because it totally changes the bill, we have a duty as a parliament, when we have almost 80% of the bill having changed without even public participation on the same, we risk ridicule out there in court or any other place. But we need to relook at it. And because we have an opportunity, it is a Senate bill, we have an opportunity to sit down, relook at all these things, and realign them. Because if you look at this committee report, which Umulher sits in that committee, and where I sit, and I have looked at it, and I have seen that the committee itself has a lot of issues with the bill. And you can see that the committee report has things that are important we need to input. So I request that we agree but let me be seconded. Sir,
I would like to give a chance to seconder first.
Yeah.
Member for Vuri.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I totally agree with the observation of the mover of the amendment. I second.
Honorable members, before anything else, I would like to propose the question, which is that the House to agree with the committee in the said report, subject to recommittal of the following clauses: new part 2, new clause 8b, new clause 16, new part 4, new schedule, new clause 2c. I can now encourage the point of order. I start with the leader, Honorable Millie Odhiambo Mabona.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I want to just tell the majority leader that what he is doing is not in good faith. We have been consulting back and forth and agreeing. We have actually we had agreed to recommit one clause 8b. Instead, he is actually coming up with the recommittals without even consultation. It's not in good faith. That is not actually how people operate in this House. But over and above that, Madam Speaker, you keep referring to a committee report saying the committee didn't agree. We know how people legislate in this House. We were doing the Fisheries Amendment Bill yesterday. The committee has its own amendments. If the committee didn't agree, where is the committee? Let's start from there. We don't even know which committee. Is it the committee for education or is it the one for social protection? Which one is it? Where are the amendments? You cannot have members sitting here from morning. Some of us were actually rushing through traffic, listening online. We hardly slept. We have come in the morning to do our work. The committee is not here. And then you are telling us that you are disagreeing because the committee disagreed. Where is the committee? I would want to encourage members to disagree with your recommittals. It's in very bad faith. Chair, it is in very bad faith. Let members reject. And in any event, this is not fatal. You have agreed, there were two bills. One was sponsored by Crystal Asige and one by Umi. And I advised them that merge the bills so that you have one bill. So yes, it's emanated from Senate, but it's the same bill that Umi did. So it's not just a Senate bill, so that we cloud members because some people don't like Senate. Me, I love Senate and I love National Assembly because we all do legislation. So let us not cloud members. Honorable member, I would urge you, we still have mediation. If I were you, please correct what you have done and let us go to mediation for some of those issues when we have consulted. But this bill has been here for a long time. Where's the committee? Where are the amendments? It's not in good faith. It's not.
Leader, you have made your point. Yeah. No, you have a fresh point of order. You have a fresh. Yes. Go ahead, Wakil.
Honorable Speaker, and I want Honorable Bayer to listen. When you raise, I want Honorable Bayer to listen because he may need to respond. Honorable Speaker.
I'm not talking to the Honorable Bayer. You are addressing the House, so just continue.
Thank you. Speaker, when a member raises a question that the bill raises amendments that fundamentally change the character of the bill. That needs to be raised, not at the committal stage when we have already called for the reporting. He needed to have raised a question for a determination, a substantive determination by the Speaker that this bill cannot proceed in the third reading because it raises fundamental changes that would change the character. So I think raising it at this point, I agree, is in bad faith. And secondly, Honorable Millie has said it is open to mediation. If we have done things that the Senate disagrees with, that is the reason why we have mediation. I would like to urge you to drop your recommittals and allow us to conclude this bill.
Can I, Majority Leader, can you allow me to just give a few, then I come to you? Oh, you want to drop? Oh. Let me give a chance to the Honorable Rahim Dawood, member for Imenti North. Don't be too harsh to the Majority Leader.
No, thank you, thank you. Madam Speaker, the majority has mentioned that the Senate has given what the bill was, we have changed it, but that is what happens because even my bill, which was here, went to the Senate. When it was amended, it was brought here. It's now in mediation. So what is the big deal about it? And the changes which the majority is saying, I do not think we need to take that into account. We go to mediation and sort it out. But being afraid that Senate will, what has Senate done and we change it, it doesn't make any sense to me. So majority withdraw.
The Honorable Irene Mayaka. The Honorable Majority Leader. The Honorable Owen Bayer.
I want to say this, and I want to take you. I like Millie Odhiambo. If she had not been married by now, probably I would be. I like her. I like her. I like her very much.
For sure something is out of order. The Honorable Farah Maalim. The Honorable Farah Maalim. Order, CNN, order. Order, CNN. No, take your seat. The Honorable Farah is on his feet and he's on a point of order. Proceed. And he's your senior. 5 terms in this house is not a joke, CNN.
Honorable Speaker, you notice he is resorting to going into the emotional and sentimental, what do you call, other side things. And giving an impression that if you come along with me, I want to go and, he doesn't, does he know whether Millie is available is or not? So Honorable Oyambaya, just drop your recommittals and amendments. Drop the amendments and we proceed. If you love us so much, drop the amendments.
The Honorable CNN, before we go back to the Honorable Bayer.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to ask whether it is good to sexually harass Millie. The remarks made by Owen Bayer, you are sexually harassing Mrs. Millie, and I think he needs to withdraw them immediately. They are not parliamentary.
The Honorable Millie, you have been mentioned too many times. Not to
Thank
say
you,
a word.
thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the honorable members who are standing with me in supporting me when Honorable Bayer is saying that if I was not yet married. And I know it is in goodwill, and I know Mr. Mabona is watching. Yes. But Mr. Speaker, when you reach the age where I am, when I'm seeing 60 yonder, it is approaching. Yeah? If a man actually looks at you and thinks you are very beautiful, it is encouraging. So don't be too hard on him. It's a very encouraging thing. Being in menopause is not an easy thing. He will not marry me, but he's encouraging me. He's not sexually harassing me, he's encouraging me. So, because it's on a light note, he's not harassing me. If it was on a serious note, he would have seen me fire, see fire. He would have got fire, see fire.
Yes. So, honorable members, canter and banter is allowed in this house. I believe that the Honorable Bayer was just bringing some life into this debate. And now I can now seriously give you an opportunity. And interestingly, Millie doesn't mind. Millie doesn't mind what you said. And Millie, I must tell you that you look so good. Honorable Millie Odhiambo Mabona. You look good. You don't even look anything close to 60. So you are doing good.
be on record that I would like to drop the recommittal so that we make progress. I also want to tell Millie, you know, petty jealousies from Farah, from CNN, will not discourage me. Will not discourage petty jealousies. So we would like to drop the commitment because I am encouraged by the fact that this will go into mediation. And therefore, at mediation, we'll find a balance so that we pass good law. I think I come from the perspective that I would like us to pass good law. And I do not want us to go into mediation where we have too much to mediate. I think we need to have parameters of mediation that are, slim. But having said all that, I would like the attention of the... Yes, she's being guided. She's being guided. I would like to withdraw and drop the commitments. Thank you very much.
Well, honorable members, you know it's not easy to legislate, and especially by young members like the Honorable Umher, and also with the support of our senior member, the Honorable Mili. So, honorable members, bearing in mind that the majority leader has dropped the recommittal, I now put the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Kenya Sign Language Bill, Senate number 9 of 2023, be now read a third time. I also request Honorable Dawood to second.
Honorable Dawood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I congratulate Honorable Umulkhair for taking this step, being a first-term member and a nominated member. I think she has done very well for where she's come with this Senate. She has assisted in moving this bill. And Madam Speaker, it's very important for us to set up this sign language bill because a lot of people suffer out there without a lot of things being done. So with this bill, I hope we can institutionalize the council, sign language council, so that we can go forward giving the PWDs their due. Thank you, and I second.
Thank you. Honorable members, I now propose the question, which is that the sign language, I'll take that again. I now propose the question, which is that the Kenya Sign Language Bill, Senate Bill number 9 of 2023, be now read a third time. Will as many as... I can see many people want to comment. Let me start with the Honorable Mayaka.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I just wanted to add my voice to this particular very important piece of legislation. But first of all, congratulate my fellow nominated Member of Parliament, Honorable Umi, for the fantastic job. I was following while she was actually going through the third reading with the help of our mentor, the Honorable Millie Mabona. Congratulations for this piece of legislation because the Kenya Sign Language is one of those things that has really been used. We see it on TV, we see it in public functions, we see various members of public who have gone through the lessons who actually do this very noble job, but they've never had a situation where they have a professional association with the kind of work that they do. And so for this particular bill, and even the fact that it will now even encourage and have even more Kenyans actually take interest in studying this particular course of being Kenya Sign Language professionals, and also just to encourage and have accessibility for the deaf people in our community to be able to have access to this so that they can be more prosperous and they can be more productive in the society. So, Honorable Speaker, once again, congratulations to Honorable Umi and Honorable Millie Mabona, and I support this bill. I thank you.
The Honorable Faramali.
Honorable Madam Speaker, I want to join my colleagues, and I want to commend the movers of this very, very good, well thought out bill. For the longest, people with many forms of disability in our country have not had the nation and Kenyans thinking about their welfare. 80% of the buildings in the country right now are not disability friendly. You can go to other parts of the world and you find that almost 100% is disability friendly. And I'm talking about public buildings. So this is going to go a long way, a very long way, in making sure that that very powerful sector of our society that has had the misfortune of living with some of these disabilities will be taken care of by the rest of us. So I congratulate the movers. I also congratulate the majority leader here who has added a lot of value into the bill. And I also encourage the Minister of Education in this case to create a specific dedicated department that has got its own separate vote that will be working on people with disability. And as Millie puts it, let us have a sign language interpreter every function there is. Any public function. If it's Madaraka Day, we have to have a sign language. If it's any national day, and in addition to it, as Parliament ourselves, let's lead the nation in that accommodation. I think even in our parliamentary proceedings, it would have been very good for somebody, the picture of somebody who is telling what Millie Odhiambo is saying. And people who cannot hear can watch exactly the proceedings and how you're talking out there. It's no longer like when me and I were in Parliament, more than a decade ago, and all the proceedings in Parliament used to be in the newspaper. So people who cannot hear would read the newspaper and see what she has said, because there was a whole caption on Parliament. It used to say, "Yesterday in Parliament." We don't have that these days. So it's important also for them to listen to parliamentarians as they deliberate on matters of national interest. So you can have somebody in our own national television here, the parliamentary press itself. You have somebody who is there and who is translating our contributions in sign language. So I think House, National Assembly, Senate, Parliament has to lead in this process. And let me tell you one thing. This might look like a very ambitious bill. This country is known for having extremely ambitious bills. We had the ban on smoking in public places. And everybody was wondering, how is it going to be enforced? And then I think over 90% of Kenyans don't smoke now. This is a country where you enjoy sitting in public places without having to worry about somebody smoking next to you. And then came the issue of the plastic bags. And when it came to the smoking, I remember Charity Ngili was in Parliament with her. Did such a fantastic job as a minister for health that time. And today we can boast as a country. You go to other countries and you find it difficult even to walk in their streets because everybody's smoking. And I'm talking about some of them which are first world. Here we are leaders in that side. I mean, in that particular.
I know you are very passionate on this subject. But
yes,
you know
yes.
It is
Now let me just finish. Let me just finish.
Please limit your debate.
Yes, yes. I'm limiting it. Issue of that, even the constitution that says that we have to have a certain gender balance in our constitution, in the representations in Parliament, it's somewhere. We might not get it, but it is a good move in a sense, because we're able to bring in the other gender into the mainstream. That's why Emilia Mabona is doing what she's doing right now. The technicalities and the way to go about it, whether to constitutionalize it or not, is up for debate. But to have more women in Parliament is quite a very good thing. So thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank the movers and everybody else who has contributed on this bill.
Thank you. We also thank you. You have also done a very good job as the chair in the third reading. The Honorable Millie, do you have an intervention or you have dropped?
No.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just wanted to take this opportunity to congratulate Honorable Umi and Honorable Asige, who are the principal sponsors, and then, of course, Honorable Kamar, who was also a secondary sponsor in the Senate. It's a good bill, and it also shows that we are concerned and care for our people with who are I don't want to say disabled, but are differently abled. Madam Speaker, I have listened to what the majority leader has said, and me, I take my word seriously. We are going to meet after this, together with the sponsors, and find a way so that, because it's actually, I do understand even from where the primary sponsors are coming from, that on the one hand, we are focusing on the issue of language, but on the other, when you are dealing with the issue of sign language, it's very easy to cut across other areas. So we look at how we can actually harmonize, either through mediation, and even if mediation doesn't work, you know our standing orders gives us room for bringing back this bill and amending, including an overhaul within 6 months. Or with the special leave of the House, we can actually bring it before 6 months, but so long as we are agreed. So I think it's something that we can do and give the House a way forward so that we don't let our people with disabilities struggle and suffer because of our own defect. Otherwise, I congratulate Tumi. This was really wonderful, and keep it up. You make us proud. I've seen the young women who have come in this House, this 13th Parliament, who are nominated, are doing exceptionally well. And I want to say that I'm very proud. I'm very proud of you. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Baya.
I want to take this opportunity to thank Umi and Asige and all those people that have put together this bill. And I want to echo one of the things that Honorable Millie has said. You see, in this chamber, the younger legislators need to learn from veterans like Farah, like Umi, who has, there's no bill probably in this House that hasn't had the input of Millie Odhiambo. And legislation, being in Parliament is not just about representation and talking. We have a fundamental duty, legislation. And I want to say congratulations to Umi for actually taking that bit, that you can actually come with a bill, legislate, and move it forward and allow it to pass. I'm afraid sometimes that as we progress, the numbers of younger people who have come get diminished as we move to third reading. People love second reading. But when it comes to third reading, it's the old guys, myself, Millie, Farah, probably Muli, and young legislator like Mayaka, yes. Rindikiri is an old hag, doing very well. Actually, he sits here throughout third reading. And I think this is something that we need to teach young legislators. Let's stay in this House. Let's make laws. Let's put our brains into it. Let's have a bill having 120 amendments because everybody's thinking different so that we can enrich the legislation that is coming in. But I want to thank the ladies. I don't want to call them women, the ladies. I want to thank the ladies. The men have disappeared, but the ladies have stayed. So I want to ask the men, and I think I would need to call a men's conference. I need to call a men's conference. I know that we cannot allow this parliament to be taken over by brilliant minds that we have from the women. Men have bigger minds, brilliant minds. And they need to come bring them here so that we can input in the legislation of this country. I congratulate and say I support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to take this opportunity to thank the members who have come out to support this particular bill. I also want to appreciate the Kenya National Association for the Deaf for also taking part in the drafting and their contribution to this bill. my colleague, Senator Crystal Asige, who has been very supportive at the Senate, especially during the contributions and the passing of the bill, together with Senator Kamar. I also want to appreciate the stakeholders who took part in supporting this particular bill. Mr. Speaker, one of the dreams I had when I was nominated to this House is to bring a bill on Kenya Sign Language. I used to lobby the members of parliament between 2018 up until 2022 without knowing I would ever have a chance to sit in this House. And I had sent this draft to so many members at that time. And I'm grateful to Allah because He gave me the opportunity to serve in this House and to see how far this bill has come. It's a passion project for me. It is a challenge that I've experienced firsthand because I deal with many, gone through the stages it has gone to, and we are here today. Mr. Speaker, I want to also inform the House that Kenya as a country will be among the 5 countries to have passed this bill. Other countries in Africa are yet to reach where we are today. South Africa recently passed Kenya Sign Language as part of its official language, Mr. Speaker. But Kenya in the 2010 Constitution recognized sign language as an official language. Today, the United Kingdom, New Zealand, and Kenya among the countries that will be having this bill if we pass this bill. So I urge the members, even as we go towards the end, please come out to support this bill because we will not only be supporting the deaf people in our community, but we will be putting this country on the map as among the countries that are the most progressive in deaf and disability issues.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Rindikiri, and then we will put Rindikiri
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
and Dr. Kasika.
I really would like to take this opportunity to thank the movers and the support system led by our senior, Mary Mabona. Mr. Speaker, as I stand here, I am the patron of the PWDs in Meru County, and I'm very proud to be part of this family. Mr. Speaker, this Friday, I'll be joining the teachers with disability of Meru County as they celebrate their formation of their association. Mr. Speaker, the immediate brother I follow is just retired, as I said earlier. He was a teacher at Kaga School of the Deaf from North Imenti. Mheshimiwa Laim knows him, and is very passionate on the ability of our people with special needs to communicate. So this bill has come in handy. Mr. Speaker, myself and the majority leader, we were not really trying to push for this amendment for the sake of it. We were looking for a law of posterity. And Aria conveyed a message here that we need to hand part of the functions of the council as research because they are handling other factors, because we don't know the potential of these people who require the services of interpretation. All in all, Mr. Speaker, I want to say this. There's always a step forward that set the pace for the future. And I want to thank the movers because this being the initial step that we are taking towards ensuring that we have a formal recognition of the importance of the sign language and the people we are talking to. I really would like to take the exceptional congratulatory note to the committee, to the people involved in this, and we hope as we move forward, we will be able to iron out the small issues that has come up. We look forward that the Senate will also relook at it, and we really build this so that we don't find ourselves back here trying to bring those amendments. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the mover. Thank you.
Honorable members, I now put the question. which is that the Kenya Sign Language Bill, Senate Bill number 9 of 2023, be now read a third time. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
An act of parliament to give, a bill for an act of parliament to give effect to Article 7.3b of the Constitution on the promotion and development of the use of Kenya Sign Language, to give effect to Article 54(1)(d), to provide for the inclusion of sign language in education curriculum, to provide for the use of sign language in legal proceedings, and for connected purposes.
Next order.
Order number 9, the Penal Code Amendment, Bill, National Assembly Bill number 53 of 2024, second reading, resumption of debate.
Anthony Ulwach, this was your own bill? Eh? Yes, the sponsor, yes. But I'm looking at any interest. Emilio Diambo is. Oh. Honorable members also are interested in contributing on this bill, which is the Penal Code Bill, Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill of, I don't see any names in here. Yeah,
Thank you.
Emilio Diambo, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I do support the proposed amendment to the Penal Code by Honorable Anthony Oluoch. And Mr. Speaker, in supporting, I want to just say I'm very proud of Honorable Anthony. I've known Anthony for a long time, a very good friend of my brother Dan Harrison. They were in school together, they've studied law together. And when they were studying their law, they used to use my notes. So it's not only the women who have benefited. Sometimes it's good to show off. He even used to sleep at my place when they were studying. So I'm very proud that he's very focused at doing a very, very good job. And Mr. Speaker, one of the challenges that we have faced in dealing with the issue of suicide as a country is the fact that we criminalize the act of suicide, which is actually a disease. Mr. Speaker, it's also similar to how we deal with alcoholism or addiction, that you find somebody sitting down and trying to lecture a person who is an alcoholic about dealing with, being more responsible, Mr. Speaker. It's like telling a person who has cancer, you are giving them a lecture about how they should make sure they are well. A lot of people who commit suicide, not a lot, many actually, almost all, Mr. Speaker, from medical evidence, are people who are sick mentally. They are facing mental challenges, and what they need is support, not criminalization. And what we need is perhaps that they get mental support, Mr. Speaker. We should treat this as a medical condition. Mr. Speaker, when I lost my mother, which was very unexpected because I spoke to her in the night, and she died suddenly in the morning. One of those days, Mr. Speaker, I went through such a dark place that I actually told somebody that I understand how people talk about having mental challenges. And I told somebody that for the first time I understood the book of Psalms 23, where they say, though I walk through the shadow of the valley of death. And Mr. Speaker, when I lost my mom, I walked in the valley of the shadow of death. And I understood how people can get extremely depressed. And Mr. Speaker, this is one instance. Can you imagine there's a person who has lost their mother, who has lost a child, who who has lost a sibling, who has lost a spouse. Mr. Speaker, what do you think that person is going through? And then we are talking also even of the country right now. Mr. Speaker, there are many times you find a person who has a degree, who has a master's, and is serving as a watchman. There's nothing wrong with being a watchman, just that they are not paid very well. I know a lot of us Kenyans who live here, many people serve as security, but they are paid fairly well. But in Kenya, when you're employed as a watchman and you have a degree and a master's, Mr. Speaker, that can take somebody into depression. And you have situations where you see a mother and has her children, and she doesn't know what the children are going to eat. Maybe they have gone without food for days, Mr. Speaker. Now, when you find such a mother attempts to commit suicide, instead of seeking to help her, we criminalize and commit them to court. Mr. Speaker, I know that there are people who have been concerned that this goes against Islamic teaching and Christian teaching, because Islamic teaching and Christian teaching goes against taking of life. But a sick person is not a person who is knowledgeable. Even in Christianity, if you look at the book of Joshua and the book of Judges, there were cities that were set aside for people who had not intentionally committed murder as cities of refuge. Meaning there are people who by accident would commit murder. And a person who is mentally sick is one of those people. They don't have the mens rea, which also in law we recognize. Mens rea is the guilty mind. So when you have a sick person and we want to say that we need to criminalize them or punish them, I believe in Christianity, it doesn't go against Christian teaching to help that person. In Christianity, there was a city of refuge for such a person. And our city of refuge in modern times is actually psychiatrists and other professionals that can help. And I know that to a large degree, the Islamic faith is very similar to the Christian faith. The only departure, of course, is that in the Christianity, we say you don't go to God except through Jesus Christ. And in Islam, Jesus is seen as a prophet. But fundamentally, most of the things that we say we believe in are very similar. And so I'm sure if there is a city of refuge in Christianity, I suspect there must be a city of refuge even in Islam. And because there's that city of refuge, let us look at people who are depressed, who need help. We give them refuge that was given in the book of Joshua, that is given in the book of Judges, through medical intervention, not through punishment. And I therefore fully support the proposed amendment by Honorable Anthony Olwach. And I want to encourage that maybe the challenge that we are facing as a country is how expensive the facilities for mental wellness are. I think I shared here in the house on the floor, I think 2 weeks ago, that I have a nephew who has challenges, mental challenges. And Mr. Speaker, every time he's admitted in hospital for less than a month, it's 1 million Kenya shillings. Mr. Speaker, how many people can afford 1 million Kenya shillings? We make this a very expensive affair. And then the facilities that are government-oriented are also stigmatized, that you can only be taken to Mathare, and Mathare is seen as a very stigmatizing institution. We need to provide institutions which are maybe called wellness or some other fancy name, so that when people go there, we don't stigmatize. The same way, if I have malaria, I'm not stigmatized for having malaria. A person who also has mental health should not be stigmatized for having mental health, Mr. Speaker. I support.
John.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity for me to also contribute on this amendment to the Penal Code. Mr. Speaker, I must confess that as a member of the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, when this amendment was submitted to us, I was thoroughly opposed to it, because I thought it was a vicious attack on Article 26 of our Constitution that guarantees the right to life.
That article guarantees the right to life, and I thought by enacting the amendment, we will be technically and from a bystander's view, be legalizing suicide. But after the appearance of the Honorable Member from Madare, the Honorable Watch, and the other stakeholders, I met my Damascus moment, and I thought this is something which we need to support. Honorable Speaker, this clause has been in our penal code since 1930. It has served its purpose, and I tend to think we need to carry out a cleanup of the entire penal code so that we can remove some of these old clauses that really do not tally with the times. Honorable Speaker, a person who attempts to commit suicide is literally a mental patient within the definition of Section 2 of our Mental Health Act. This is a person who is going through difficult moments. This is a person who is suffering depression. This is a person who is suffering trauma. And I have looked at the intendment of this bill, and basically what it seeks is basically to acknowledge that individuals who attempt to take suicide are very often struggling with many health challenges, trauma, depression, and severe emotional distress. Do we need to literally punish up this person by penal sanctions, by, committing him to prison, or having him to pay a fine after taking him through a rigorous trial process? I do not think so, Honorable Speaker. And I will tend to think that at this particular moment in time, and has been rightly pointed out by the previous contributor to this particular motion that was ably moved by the Honorable Watch, this is a person who requires help. This is not a person who requires to be punished. This is a person who requires assistance. This is a person who requires empathy and not punishment. And therefore, it is critically important that we pass this particular amendment so that we can really be able to look into the circumstances that actually make this person to be depressed and think of taking away his life, his or her life, which is deemed sacred. Honorable Speaker, in the course of our engagements with the stakeholders, Honorable Speaker, we were informed that this matter has also been taken to court, and the courts have had to pronounce themselves on it. Honorable Speaker, in the High Court Constitutional Petition number E045 of 2022, that was taken by the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights and two others for the Attorney General, the High Court considered this provision in the statute, and the High Court held that persons who attempt suicide are deemed to be suffering from a mental illness and lacked the necessary intention to commit the crime of attempted suicide. And said these are persons who are suffering a mental illness, and therefore that provision in the in the Penal Code, Section 226, is unconstitutional. So as we speak here, as we debate on this floor of the House, the judiciary of the Republic of Kenya, which also exercises delegated power of the people of Kenya, has pronounced itself on this particular provision and has held that this provision is unconstitutional. So what do we have to do as a House? We have also to align our statutes, because we are the law-making institution. We must align our laws with the Constitution and what the judiciary has proclaimed. Equally, Honorable Speaker, I asked myself, what was troubling me is that if we remove these particular provisions, then what happens? What happens to these people who are suffering a lot of trauma? What happens to them? Honorable Speaker, I found solace in Article 43 of our Constitution that guarantees everybody, every Kenyan, good mental health and good health. So as a country, we need to work up on provisions to ensure that people who are suffering trauma, depression, and illnesses are taken care of. Honorable Speaker, I looked at the Mental Health Act, and Honorable Speaker, I found a provision in the Mental Health Act, and specifically Section 2, that can take charge of this particular provision. That act indicates a person with a mental illness to include a person diagnosed by a qualified mental health practitioner, which means we need actually to work up on our mental health facilities and to ensure that decriminalization turns to meaningful protection and care of people who have mental health. Section 2C of the Mental Act is very specific. County governments and national governments are obligated to develop the necessary physical and technological infrastructure for the care, rehabilitation, and provision of health services. So what are we saying here, Honorable Speaker? We need, as a House, and the county governments equally, need to make serious provision for rehabilitation of people who are depressed, people who are suffering mental illness. So they are part and parcel of this particular society. So, Honorable Speaker, I support this particular bill and urge that we pass it. But we need to move a step higher to ensure that in each of our 47 counties, we have places for rehabilitation, counseling, for people who have, depression, trauma, because people don't invite depression to themselves. They don't invite trauma to themselves. And these are our people, our Kenyans. And as I always point out, we live for the welfare of society and the just government of the people. So as a House, we need to allocate more resources towards the rehabilitation of people who are suffering mental health. And we ensure that almost all our health facilities have provisions to take charge of people who are suffering mental illness. With those remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support and thank the Honorable Member for Madare for bringing up this particular bill. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. I'll be very brief, not to repeat what my colleagues have said. But from the onset, let me begin by saying I'm supporting these proposed amendments of the Penal Code by Honorable Anton, a member for Madare, who has been my good friend. And also, I've interacted with him in many social settings, and he has been really championing on this proposed amendment, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, people who go through many disorders like mood disorders, anxiety disorders, personality disorder, or psychotic disorders, sometimes they can contemplate to commit suicide. And it is not their wish to take their lives. And that is why I am saying we don't need actually to criminalize the act. We need to come up with a solution of supporting them, and also looking at these people, we give them refuge through medical intervention. And it is very important, once we experience this kind of people, we give support rather than subjecting them to prisons and, of course, criminalizing them, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, some of these circumstances that lead a person to contemplate committing suicide is the issue of long-term isolation, prolonged work stress, which we usually go through. Even I'm sure some of our members of parliament here, they are very stressed when they are going through, when they are waiting for the next elections. And many of them actually can go through hormonal fluctuations and trauma and stress. And that is why we are saying they might even end up contemplating committing suicide. And Mr. Speaker, instead of doing this, let us build in each county at least a facility for mental challenges so that we can handle many of these. Our society, if you walk in every town in your constituency, you will see these people going through these challenges, and I think it is high time we support these amendments for the sake, and even we will align it in our constitution so that we don't really heavily punish people who are innocent, Mr. Speaker. And without laboring too much on this, I fully support, congratulate Anton Oluoch for these wonderful amendments, and I fully support, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Ndikiri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand here to to support this amendment on the penal code brought by our senior Honorable Oluoch. Mr. Speaker, suicide is becoming a killer factor in this country. I will specifically point out in my constituency, Mr. Speaker, we have seen a wave of suicide, particularly among the male people and the youth. And it's across the country. Why? Because of the environment that majority of these people are operating from. Statistically, Mr. Speaker, you notice that it has confirmed the cases where there are family conflicts are forcing some people to commit suicide. Mr. Speaker, the increasing influence of the peers and consumption of illicit substances, not by choice, but being forced by circumstances. Majority of these people are committing suicide. Mr. Speaker, you'll find that even the situation that we are observing in our learning institutions, Mr. Speaker, there is always something related that forces people to commit suicide and trying to also to kill other people. Mr. Speaker, I think it's that time we start dealing with preventive mechanisms of that forces people to commit suicide. I agree, Mr. Speaker, scientifically, there are some proven cases that if you have a lineage of people in your family of committing suicide, there's a possibility that somebody else within that family will commit suicide. But if it is a known case, then there could be a mechanism put in place so that when it happens or they attempt to do so, it is known that they are doing this because of natural inherited situations. But these people are not criminals. By your standards, people who commit suicide, they are not criminals. So subjecting them to severe penalties on like those other people who are committing crime is not a good thing. And I think the penal code that we are operating with is an old one, just like it has been pointed out. I think we need to move away from that and start now dealing with a situation where these people will be given other form of rehabilitation. Because I'm sure, and I have seen these cases, suicidal cases, people coming up and repenting as to why they did that. And when somebody has done that, then we should not be condemned. So what I'm saying is this, Mr. Speaker. These are our brothers, these are our sisters. And some of them can be rehabilitated. And that's why we are saying that we need working rehabilitation centers equipped with adequate medical facilities that will get these people back to us. Number two, Mr. Speaker, I think we need also to ensure that we have various programs, particularly focusing on our youth, the boy-child initiatives, so that they will be able not to take an option of life, taking their lives, and they go to another level of confidence building. Because majority of these people who commit suicide, there is a certain level of inferiority, which has been perpetuated by various factors. So, Mr. Speaker, this amendment comes handy, and I want to thank Oluoch. Oluoch comes from Madale, and that's why we have Madale Medical Hospital. I think because of the experiences that has gone through, because he is the one. So he has a lot of experience, and that experience, I think, has caused him to really to come up with this in an induced development that has caused Honorable Oluoch to come up with this amendment, and we really support. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a nice bill, and we really need to really encourage it. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honorable member for Nyando.
I thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And on the same breath, allow me to support this bill as advanced by my brother, Honorable Anthony Oluoch. Honorable Speaker, this bill is timely. Timely to the effect that we have so many people languishing either in jails or subjected to very punitive measures by our courts of law as a result of this Section 266 of our Penal Code, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, for one to have attempted suicide, it must be having a very direct link with a mental disposition. Honorable Speaker, life is sacrosanct. And to the level that somebody as pure as life is and of great value, to have thought through to take that life out of his body, there must be something tragically wrong. Honorable Speaker, it is therefore most important that we treat this, any suicidal attempt, as an affront to not just our lives, but a mental issue that calls for greater introspection that would lead into medical attention, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, coming at a time when organizations that have been consistently drawing a lot of their funding from the United States are now cutting back because the government of America is not willing to fund even on psychotherapy issues of people undergoing medical psychosocial issues, Honorable Speaker. Is therefore something that we must collectively as a House truly relook into, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, once these people will be subjected to psychosocial and psychotherapy medication, Honorable Speaker, you may realize at the end of the day that indeed issues that probably propelled one to think along the lines of suicide, Honorable Speaker, are not as so stringent as to warrant death. If people who have mental issues can be taken to hospitals such as Madari, where the where the sponsor of this bill represents, Honorable Speaker, can be taken through medication.
I want to recognize the presence of students from Kabule Sobet Primary School, Sotik Constituency, Bomet, and students from Kiserian Adventist School, Kajiado West, Kajiado. I'll come back to you. Yeah. And give an opportunity to the gracious lady here to give words of encouragement to the students from those two schools. Kapole Sobet Primary School and Kiserian Adventist School. Give them words of encouragement.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to encourage the lovely students who have visited us today. My word of encouragement to you is that first, put God first in everything that you do. Commit all your plans to Him and you will succeed. The second thing is generosity. Always share your wisdom with each other. If you're good in maths, help the person who is not good in maths. The third thing I would want to tell you is always be grateful for the opportunity. Many students would want to be in school, but they're not in school. You have been given that opportunity. Respect your parents, listen to your teachers, and above all, work very, very hard. Finally, observe something that we call growth. Every day before you sleep, ask yourself, have you learned a new thing? And if you've not learned something new, kindly make sure you open your dictionary and learn something new from that, from whatever you for that day to be marked as something new that you've learned. Finally, I would want to tell you, if you want to become a lawyer, an engineer, a pilot, whatever you want to become, start acting like them. Sleep like a lawyer, eat like a lawyer, talk like a lawyer. And my final question to you would be, Is there a lawyer who plays PlayStation the whole day? Is there a lawyer who sleeps the whole day? Is there a lawyer who watches movies the whole day? Thank you so much. God bless you, and we look forward to seeing you successful in the future. Thank you.
Daud, you want to congratulate the students? You want to contribute? In addition to that is also another school called Namgoi Mixed Day School, Chesumei, Nandi. The students are, the young men and women are in the speakers gallery. And I want the Honorable Member for West Mugirangu to say words of wisdom to these students again.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to join you and the entire House in welcoming our learners to the August House and assure them that they are at the right place and learning from the best house in the Commonwealth. And I want to add what my sister has said. When you are in school, learners, this is the time you define yourself, you define your future, and you are guarantee both yourself and the family you belong to of your career pathway. We have seen a tremendous transformation in the education system, which is now inculcating skills in you that will make you total men and total women when you start your career paths. Jitume and make sure that you excel in whatever you undertake. Please, while in school, learn from your teachers, but more importantly also learn from each other. Be your brother's keeper, be your sister's keeper. Do not do that will hurt God and the law. And in particular, I want to encourage you that you cannot resort to taking your life, because you are in the House when we are discussing an amendment that takes away the criminality from those who attempt to kill themselves. Never ever harm yourself or anybody, never harm any property in the Republic, because the law will catch up with you. We wish you all the best. Journey mercies when you go home, and the teachers who have brought our learners here, keep bringing them, and we will always encourage them to be lawyers, to be engineers, to be doctors, to be teachers, and to be speakers of the House like Honorable Farah Maalim, who has welcomed you. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chemetian, you're the only one who is in the chapters right now from Rift Valley. Two of the schools are from Rift Valley. Proceed. You're also from Rift Valley?
Yes.
Great. She has done that. She has already given her piece.
But let me just put across a word.
Not just very flowery.
Thank you.
I can see the future presidents of this country. I can see the future senators, speakers, generals, ladies who are going to become ambassadors to Saudi Arabia with hijabi. and I can see a lot of potential up there. So give them
Very
all
true.
the words of wisdom and encouragement.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I also want to say to all the students in the House today that success is very intentional. Whatever thing you put into your mind, whatever thing you wish, and everything that you do today reflects your life tomorrow. The world will not judge you because of your best grades, but they will judge you according to your attitudes and your hard work. Listen carefully to your teachers, respect your parents, and learn that the society belongs to everyone without prejudice of tribal, gender, and you will always be among the best people in this universe. Otherwise, I want to say, while you are in school, as long as you are in uniform, there will be a day that you will wake up in the morning and you will not be putting that on that uniform, because young or youthfulness is a transient. Make use of this time work so hard, and you will always be paid. And hard work always pay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Character is everything, yeah?
Character, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Now I'll call on the MP for Nyando to finish his contribution.
I thank you once again, Honorable Speaker, and on the same breath, I also want to encourage our young children to remain focused. Discipline is everything, above all, Honorable Speaker. Just their same age, there are now students who are facing murder charges, Honorable Speaker, because they lit fires into their dormitory at Utumishi Academy, Honorable Speaker. Young children, if found guilty and culpable, will stay in prison for their entire life because of a small decision, a wrong decision that they took, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, every student, those present here and those outside, before you act, think, and think deeply. Do not go by the spur of the moment, you know, what they would call the group thinking, the group mentality, but do the right thing. Honorable Speaker, taking a tangent from where I left, there are people who suffer mental illnesses and are taken to hospitals and they heal. They become normal, Honorable Speaker. A few years ago, I took one of my relatives who was suffering mental illness to Kisumu District Hospital, Honorable Speaker. And after 1 week, he had improved. He was very consistent in his behavior and became normal. And I was asking the doctors, what the problem then happens when you have many people either walking naked or are collecting garbage on the streets because of mental illnesses. And the doctor told me that because people fall ill and it takes forever to be taken to hospital, some of them are still being taken to witchcraft, Honorable Speaker. Some of them are taken to some cultish religious groupings with indoctrinated membership, Honorable Speaker. So that span of wasting time, you know, strengthens the mental disorder. And that is why then it becomes quite irreversible, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, what my brother, Honorable Watch, is coming up with is timely. We do not need to condemn these people without giving them a second chance at medical intervention, Honorable Speaker. And if that is going to happen, we are going to release many from our jails. We are going to have many who would have otherwise languished their entire life behind cells, Honorable Speaker, and give them a productive chance and produce to our society, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, I support this bill, and I hope that we will also infuse a category where these people who will be subjected to medical help will also be funded, so that you do not have somebody who wants to take out his life and is still required to go look for money to have that medical intervention, Honorable Speaker. I thank you for the opportunity.
Well, Dawood Rahim, followed by Honorable Mishimboko.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wish to support this bill by Honorable Oloj. I spoke to him earlier, saying suicide in Islam is strictly prohibited. Honorable Speaker, in Islam, Surah Al-Nisa 4:29 says that you do not take your life, because it says, and I will quote, and do not kill yourselves. That's what Surah Al-Nisa says. Allah is without doubt most merciful to you. The same is said again in Surah Al-Baqarah, where it says that your life is not for you, it is for the Lord. Mr. Speaker, suicide is not just suicide by its own. It goes, the Islamic scholars have now come up and said it is a mental health issue. And when you are not in control, because suicide, there are many factors which influence suicide, Honorable Speaker, such as biological, social, or even environmental. And depression is one of the main reasons contributing to psychiatric causes, and that 70, I think it's about 700,000 adolescents from 19 to 29 who lose their lives. Because of suicide. Mr. Speaker, the suicide rates are surprisingly higher in some of Muslim countries, like Nigeria and other few countries. They are higher than the global average. So, Mr. Speaker, mental illness like depression, anxiety, post-traumatic stress disorder are more likely to rise among people affected by conflict and displacement, limited access to water, shelter, challenges such as unemployment and immigration. Mr. Speaker, when we talk about mental illness, we should even think about people who are facing life-threatening diseases, euthanasia. I want to ask Honorable Oloch to see if we can put the definition of euthanasia or assisted dying. Because, Mr. Speaker, there are few countries who have passed the laws that allow euthanasia, which is medically certified, that people who are suffering from illnesses which they cannot be treated, and they're dying in a way which is very, very difficult for the family and for themselves. So they get medically assisted, but it is criminalized in a lot of societies. Only a few countries have approved it. But I would want Honorable Oloch to see if we can include the suicide, which he has mentioned, the legalization. We are not saying we want to encourage people to commit suicide, but we have to be ahead and support our people, because otherwise there is a lot of issues with mental health in this country, and if you're not having suicidal thoughts, I don't know what you will do, because things are tough as it is. We need to have institutions established where we can talk, because in Islam it does not allow you, but some of the countries, because of religious beliefs, people will not commit suicide because of the religious beliefs, but they suffer in silence, Mr. Speaker. And we need to get that, maybe an institute, or have mental health clinics more often, so that the people who do think about committing suicide, they will reduce. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad the bill by Honorable Oloch has been passed by the Committee of Legal. Mr. Speaker, I tried to bring my bill on penal code, change of a penal code, where I said a woman who is pregnant or has a child of less than 5 years should not go for custodial sentence. But then I was told it was discriminatory against men. When I asked, do men give birth? And there was no question that men cannot give birth, but it was dropped. But I'm glad that the Committee on Legal agreed to this one, because it goes against the tenets of the faiths which are in Kenya, the big faiths, which is the Christianity and the Muslim. But now we have to, because there is a study which has been done in Egypt. The Islamic scholars have said a person who does not have control over themselves, then it is not illegal, it's a sin, but not kufr. And the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam did not pray during his time, did not pray the janazah salat for people who had committed suicide, but he did not refuse the others not to pray for somebody who has passed away for janaza. So that means he left it that at the end of time, Allah will make the decision whether this person will be thrown into the fires of hell. So, Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I congratulate Honorable Olwoch, and I hope he can bring euthanasia as well in the bill if it is possible. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Mheshimiwa Mishimboko.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi pia niweze kumpongeza Mheshimiwa Olwoch kwa kuzungumzia mabadiliko ya mswada huu ambao kwa Kiingereza unaitwa Penal Code. Na niweze kusema mswada huu kwanza unaangalia kuweza kuhakikisha ya kwamba maamuzi.
Point of order, Konai. You want to speak on the issue? Okay. I thought you were on a point of order. Endelea Mheshimiwa Mishimboko.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Nilikuwa nafikiria atakwambia tueleze penal code kwa Kiswahili. Lakini ndio hivyo sasa akaamua yeye mwenyewe pia hajui pengine. Aendelee basi.
Niweze kusema ya kwamba kwa hakika mabadiliko haya yameenda haswa hususwa na kwa sababu ya Mahakama Kuu ilivyoamua ya kwamba kifungu 226 hakiko sawa na katiba yetu ya Kenya. Na haswa ukiangalia katika katiba yetu kuna kifungu 27, kifungu 28 ambazo vifungu hivi vyote vimezungumzia usawa na vimezungumzia kwamba mtu asiweze kudhulumiwa, kimezungumzia pia kuna haki ya binadamu. Na katiba pia imezungumzia haki ya kuishi, haki ya maisha. Na tunaona ya kwamba watu hawa ambao wanajaribu kujitoa uhai, kwanza huwa akili zao zimetoka katika kuwa akili timamu na zimeingia katika akili ambazo zimekuwa na tofauti ama zimekuwa na wasiwasi. Na ambapo iwapo mtu ambaye amekuwa na akili ambazo zimeingia tofauti na kuweza kutaka kujitoa uhai, alafu mtu yule aweze kuhukumiwa kwa miaka 2 na kupelekwa katika jela, inakuwa ni jambo gumu sana. Kwa mfano kule kwangu Likoni kulitokea kisa kama hicho. Mtu alitaka kujitoa uhai, akaweza kushikwa na akapelekwa gerezani. Lakini alipokuwa kule gerezani, kwa sababu akili zake kidogo zilikuwa zimefyatuka ama zimekuwa na itilafu, aliweza kukaa na kujiua akiwa kule gerezani. Kwa hivyo basi ni kumaanisha ya kwamba badala ya kwamba tungekuwa tumemsaidia mtu kama yule kuweza kumpatia mawaidha na kuweza kumpatia njia ambazo pengine ile misongamano ya mawazo machafu katika akili zake imeweza kupungua na akaweza kubadilisha mawazo ya kutaka kujitoa uhai, sisi tunampeleka gerezani, tunamuongezea mchanganyiko wa mawazo mengine, mawazo magumu, na anaweza kujitoa uhai. Vile pia tukiangalia katika tume yetu ambayo inasimamia haki za binadamu, wamezungumzia ya kwamba, na walikuja katika komiti kule seneti na wakazungumzia ya kwamba asilimia kubwa sana ya watu ambao wanajaribu kujitoa uhai huwa wametoka katika akili zao timamu na wameingia katika akili ambazo zimekuwa na itilafu, ndiposa wanaweza kufanya jambo kama hilo. Na wakazungumzia ya kwamba watu kama hawa, badala ya kwamba sisi tuwachukue na tuwapeleke gerezani, tunatakikana tuwapatie mambo ya kuzungumzia elimu ya kiakili na kuweza kuwapatia madawa ama tiba ambayo itawabadilisha msongamano ule wa mawazo machafu na waweze kuwa na mawazo mazuri, ndiposa waache kufanya kitendo kama kile cha kuweza kujitoa uhai. Vile tukiangalia shirika la kiulimwengu lile ambalo linaitwa WHO, shirika la kiulimwengu la kuangalia mambo ya afya, limesisitiza ya kwamba tukiweza kuwafanya hawa watu ambao wanataka kujitoa uhai kama wahalifu, inazidisha sana uwezekano wa watu wengi kutaka kujitoa uhai. Na kivyengine ni kwamba watu kama hawa tunatakikana tuwapeleke katika tiba za kuzungumzia mambo ya afya ya kiakili na kuweza pia kuwazungumzia sana na kuweza kuwanusuru katika jambo kama hili. Tukiangalia katika taifa letu la Kenya, tunaona visa hivi vimekuwa vingi sana, haswa wakati tunaona kumekuwa na mambo ya madawa ya kulevya kwa wingi sana. Tukiangalia zile tunaita, watu kule mtaani wanasema brown sugar, wengine wanakuambia ganja na miadarati mingi sana. Na baada ya kuwa na hii miadarati mingi sana, ndio tumeona visa kama hivi vimekuwa mingi. Na je, tuangalie hii miadarati, mtu anapotumia akili yake inakuwa timamu ama akili yake inakuwa na tofauti? Najibu ni kwamba akili huwa inakuwa na tofauti, na anakuwa si yule mtu wa kawaida ama ile akili yake ya kawaida. Na ndiposa anaweza
nidhamu. Mheshimiwa Mishimboko, umebakiza dakika 5 wakati hoja hii itakuwa kwenye bunge tena. Wewe uko na dakika zako 5. Honorable members, on the time being 1:01 p.m. This House stands adjourned until Wednesday, the 24th of June, which is today, the year 2026, at 2:30 p.m.
Honorable members, Mr. Speaker.
Mheshimiwa Bunge, na tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umeteua nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kosoa wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu, tunakusihi tutazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao unataka kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri hii yetu. Kwa kuomba tuteremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa, na tujalie tuyatenda kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako ziendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi hii yetu, na wale ambao haza zao umezikabidhi kwa mikononi mwetu. Amina. Sergeant at Arms, let's have the Korang bell ring for 10 minutes.
A very warm welcome to this live broadcast. A live broadcast that is coming to you from Parliament buildings of the National Assembly of Kenya. This day, Wednesday, June 17, 2026, the morning session. The prayer has already been said and the chair has been taken. However, there was a quorum hitch that necessitated the Speaker to order for the quorum bell to be rung for 10 minutes. This is in accordance with the standing order of the House, Standing Order 34-1. That requires the quorum to be at 50 members at the commencement of House business. So at the moment, that's what we are waiting for. The bell has been rung, waiting for members to walk into the chamber, members within the precincts of Parliament, to achieve that quorum for purposes of transacting House business. In the order paper this morning, part of the business that is expected is order number 8, the Finance Bill, National Assembly Bill number 26 of 2026, a bill by the Chairperson, Departmental Committee of Finance and National Planning. This bill is at the second reading stage, and the debate is expected to be resumed after interruption on Tuesday, June 16, 2026. Also on the order paper, the Kenya Revenue Authority Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 28 of 26, a bill by the Leader of Majority Party, also at the second reading stage. On order number 10, there's the Penal Code Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 53 of 2024, a bill by Honorable Anthony Oluoch MP. This is also at the second reading stage, and it's expected that the debate will be resumed on this after interruption on Wednesday, June 10th, 2026 morning sitting, with a balance of 2 hours, 43 minutes. A very warm welcome from wherever you're joining us to this live broadcast of the National Assembly proceedings this Wednesday, 17th, 2026. A broadcast that is made possible by the PBU in collaboration with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. Just taking you through what is expected on our order paper this morning sitting. At order number 11 on the order paper is a motion on sustainable management and valorization of organic waste from avocado processing. This is a motion by Honorable Mary Wamaua MP. Further also on the order paper, on order number 12, is the National Transport and Safety Authority Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 36 of 2023. This being a bill by the Honorable Didmas Barasa MP. Also on the order paper for this day is order number 13, the Employment Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 62 of 2023, at the second reading stage, also by the Honorable Didmas Barasa MP. At the moment, we are waiting for the quorum to be achieved as per the standing orders of the House.
Order, the quorum bell be stopped and
The quorum has been achieved. Allow me to hand you over
Order
to
number
the chamber.
1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader. Go ahead.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 17th June 2026, morning sitting. Reports of the Auditor General and Financial Statement for the year ended 30th June 2025, and the certificates therein in respect of: number 1, Alliance Girls High School; 2, Bulesa Day Secondary School; 3, Chelilis Girls Secondary School; 4, Lenana School; 5, Moi Forces Academy, Nairobi; 6, Nyandarua Boys High School; 7, St. Barbara Tala Girls High School; 8, St. Charles Luaga Otimong Secondary School, Busia; 9, St. Charles Luaga Secondary School, Kitui County; 10, Starehe Girls Center; 11, the Kenya High School; and 12, Wamalwa Kijana Friends Secondary School. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I lay.
Done. Go ahead.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
We have a list on the order paper, and so the first chance will go to the Honorable Ade Wario. It's in the House. Go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to provisions of Standing Order 44-2C, I rise to request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security regarding the inadequate national government administrative units in Ileret Sub-County of Northern Constituency. Honorable Speaker, Ileret Sub-County, located along the Kenya-Ethiopian border in Northern Constituency, covers an approximate area of 4,041.5 square kilometers. Despite its expansive area, the entire sub-county is administered by only one chief and an assistant chief for Ileret location, making it impractical for them to effectively coordinate government services across such a vast area. Consequently, the sub-county faces persistent cross-border security threats, weak coordination of security operations, delays in response to emergency security threats, and isolation of residents from reliable access to essential government services. Honorable Speaker, on 15th June 2023, following public participation, residents of Ileret proposed the creation of additional administrative units comprising of Telesgai Division, El Bokoch and Ilolo locations, and as well as Aibete and Omadang sub-locations. The residents expected that the new administrative units will be operationalized expeditiously so as to enhance coordination of national government response to insecurity and bring government services proximal to them. Regrettably, the Ministry of Interior and National Administration has neither gazetted nor operationalized the proposed units. This failure has deepened historical marginalization of the region and left residents exposed to insecurity and inadequate public service delivery. Honorable Speaker, it's against this background that I request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on the following. 1, reasons why Ileret Sub-County continues to operate under only one administrative location despite being gazetted as a sub-county, its vastness, geographical expanse, and persistent cross-border insecurity. 2, specific timelines within which the Minister of Interior and National Administration shall gazette and operationalize the proposed administrative units, namely Telesgai Division, El Bokoch and Ilolo locations, and Aibete and Lomadang sub-locations. And finally, urgent interventions that the Ministry has or intends to undertake to address the cross-border insecurity affecting Ileret Sub-County along the Kenya-Ethiopian border. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chairperson of that committee, the Vice Chairperson, The Honorable Whip, if you cannot whip your chairs to be in the House, who will you whip? Your chairs are persistently not in this House when the House starts. What is your job?
Honorable Speaker, in my chair's absence, I hold their brief, and they'll be adequately informed.
That is not my issue. My issue is your chairs are persistently not in the House when the House begins.
No, Honorable Speaker,
order. Honorable Mboka, order. It's not your business, it's my business. I would like to know from you why your chairs are never in the House when the House begins.
Honorable Speaker, I'll align the programs with the clerks so that they don't put their committee sittings in the morning when you have morning sittings. Because some have some small business to finish.
Yes, and I'm communicating you now that it's completely out of order for your chairs not with the House. It doesn't matter. The chairs must be in the House when the House begins every single sitting day.
I'm well guided.
I'm ordering that this question will be answered for that committee, but it will be you to ensure that it's answered properly to the member concerned.
Much obliged.
Thank you.
Obliged.
The next is the Honorable Farah Yusuf. Karoli Omondi. Absent. The Honorable Caleb Amisi. Which one are they leading and they're not in the House?
Yes, I'm here, Honorable Speaker, I'm around.
Okay, go ahead.
Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 422C, I rise to request for a statement from the Chairperson of Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence, Foreign Relations regarding the mysterious death of a Kenyan in Mozambique. Honorable Speaker, Engineer Moses Robert Magothi, a Kenyan citizen of ID number below and a passport below, migrated to the Republic of South Africa in 2005, where he subsequently became a permanent resident. While on a visit to Maputo, Mozambique, Engineer Moses Magothi tragically lost his life under unclear circumstances on 11th October 2025. The family of the deceased was in the process of making arrangements to repatriate his remains to Kenya for burial when they learned that his body had been cremated without their knowledge or consent. The cremation was allegedly facilitated by a Kenyan national identified as Mrs. Victoria Wanjiku Mraya. Despite the family's ongoing efforts to have the deceased brought back home for a dignified burial in accordance with their wishes, the circumstances surrounding the death and subsequent cremation of Engineer Magothi raises suspicion on the motive of Mrs. Mraya in facilitation of cremation of the deceased without the family's knowledge. It also raises serious concerns regarding the protection of Kenyan citizens abroad, the adequacy of consular assistance, and the procedures followed by foreign authorities before the disposal of the remains of a Kenyan national. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations on the following. 1. The circumstances surrounding the death of Engineer Moses Robert Magothi in Maputo, Mozambique on 11th October 2025, including the cause of death and the status of findings of the investigations. 2. The circumstances under which the body of late Engineer Magothi was cremated without the knowledge, consent, or authorization of his family. 3. The role, if any, played by Mrs. Victoria Wanjiku Mraya in facilitating the cremation of deceased, and whether any investigation have been initiated into her alleged involvement and motive. 4. The actions being taken to ensure that the family of the deceased is furnished with all relevant documentation and repatriation of the remains of the deceased for appropriate funeral rites and a closure. And lastly, the legal safeguards and the standard procedures, if any, applicable to processing of cases involving deaths of Kenyans abroad, repatriation of remains, and disposal of bodies outside the country, and confirmation as to whether the disposal of the body of Engineer Magothi complied with the said procedures. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Chairperson of the Committee on Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations. Order. The member for Elgeyo Marakwet, the member for Aldai, you are engaging the chair, and the chair has just been asked a question. I'm certain he didn't even hear it. I'm sure he didn't even hear it because you're engaging him so closely. Go ahead, the member is the chairperson of.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
the matter that is coming up shortly. But what is the question?
I'll let you sit down. I'll let you sit down. And as order. I'll let you sit down. And I'll request the two members near you to move to other seats, so that the member for the member for supporting can ask his question and you listen with concentration. The member for Saboti, go ahead.
I repeat?
Go ahead, yeah. I want you to repeat that question. The way you did. Yeah?
Okay.
And don't repeat the whole narrative. Just repeat what you're asking the committee to do. Yes, the Honorable Mboka.
Honorable Speaker, you know we are law-abiding members here. And as such, we respect your chair so much. We respect your position that when the Speaker speaks, this House must move. Speaker, you have given a direction just now that the chair for defense should be left alone.
Okay.
Only one person moved and the other one has not. And as such, Honorable Speaker, people are interrupting with your authority, Honorable Speaker, which we will not allow.
That member should move.
As opposition members, we will support you. We will not allow, Honorable Speaker.
That member will move her seat. That member will move her seat. Please, member for Elgeyo Marakwet, move your seat so that the chairman can listen. Now, go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I will dwell on the last part in the interest of time. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Department of Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations on the following issues. One, the circumstances surrounding the death of Engineer Moses Robert Makosi in Maputo, Mozambique, on 11th October, including the cases of deaths and the status and findings of the investigation. Secondly, the circumstances under which the body of late Engineer Makosi was cremated without the knowledge, consent, or authorization of his family. Third, the role, if any, played by Mrs. Victoria Wanjiku Mraya in facilitating the cremation of deceased, and whether any investigation have been initiated into alleged involvement and motive. Fourth, the actions being taken to ensure that the family of the deceased is furnished with all relevant documentation and repatriation of the remains of the deceased for appropriate funeral rites and closure. Lastly, the legal safeguards and standards procedures, if any, applicable to processing of cases involving deaths of Kenyans abroad, repatriation of remains and disposal of bodies outside the country, and confirmation as to whether the disposal of the body of Engineer Makosi complied with the said procedures. I thank you once again, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. The matter relates to the death of a Kenyan in Mozambique. And so, how long do you need to deal with this? It's Mozambique.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would like to give the response on Tuesday next week. That will be a quick response.
Honorable, there was Caleb Hamisi. You've heard what Chairman has said. I also advise that you just talk to him also to give him the details so that he has the full picture as the committee prepares to respond to you. Thank you. Is that in order?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Chairman is my chairman, so we'll deal as a committee. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Charles Kamuren.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to provision of Standing Order 44-2C, I raised requesting for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining regarding the devastating effects of the rising water levels in lakes Baringo and Bokoria on communities and public institutions in Baringo South constituency. Honorable Speaker, the continuous rise in water levels of lakes Baringo and Bokoria has caused the widespread destructions and displacement of communities, leading to the loss of homes, productive land, livelihoods, public infrastructure, and essential social services. The crisis disrupted learning, community vulnerability, and left residents uncertain about long-term government interventions to safeguard lives and properties. In addition to this, the destruction has caused threats, and facing several education institutions are for particularly concerned, with notable examples being Salabani, Ngambo primary schools, and Ngambo girls secondary schools, which are already submerged. Nosukuro, Kambiasamaki, Endeavors, Kokwa, Lake Bokoria, Sokotei, Loruk primary schools, and Lake Bokoria Girls Secondary School, which are on submersion, and particularly right now, Kiserian Primary School. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I requested for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry, and Mining on the following. Findings of any specific studies or assessments by the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change on the causes of the rising water levels. 2, ongoing mitigation measures for the environmental and social economic impacts on affected communities and institutions. 3, specific plans to protect, relocate, or restore schools and public facilities submerged or under immense threats. 4, budgetary resource allocation for disaster response, adaptation, and community resilient programs. 5, long-term climate adaptation and environmental management strategies to address recurrent lake expansion and prevent further loss of land, infrastructure, and livelihoods. And 6, the status of any consideration or intervention to compensate affected households and institutions for their losses. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Kamuren, which committee are you directing this question to?
Pardon?
Which committee are you directing this question to?
Environment.
Who are you in that committee?
I'm a member and I'm a vice chair.
So go there, go back to that committee yourself. I'll not ask the chair to respond. Go to that committee and raise this question there yourself and have it handled with you chairing so that this matter can be handled comprehensively. If you follow House proceedings, last week, this matter was discussed in this House comprehensively and even referred to the office of the PCS. So I want to order that you go back to your committee, follow up with your committee and the PCS office so that this question can be answered on this floor comprehensively in the next 2 weeks or at any rate the first week when you come back from recess.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for that guidance. And Honorable Speaker, you know Lake Baringo is freshwater lakes.
Correct.
Lake Bokoria is salty water lake.
Correct.
They were apart almost 38 kilometers. Right now, it is 8 kilometers.
This is very good detail.
Which is a bit challenging, and it was necessary that I read in the floor of the House for purposes of every ministry to take concern, and also for residents of Baringo South to understand, because this is a problem. It is not only for Baringo South, it's across.
Order, that is true, and that's why even knowing that your vice chair there, I still allowed you to read your statement. I didn't stop you because you need your conscience to know that you are raising an issue on the floor, but you're in a place where you can deal with this as vice chair of that committee. The honorable member for Soy.
Okay, I'm standing on a point of order, Honorable Speaker. First, I've noted that Honorable Kamuren is the vice chair of that committee. and is the one actually who is the committee are the ones who are supposed to take up the matter and give a report to this House. Why is he entertaining the House instead of entertaining the relevant officers of government in that committee? Unless he's...
Okay, order. Honorable Kamuren is not just vice chair, he's also the member for Baringo South. He's not just the vice chair of the committee, he's also the member for Baringo South, apart from being vice chair. So he's entitled to ask the question is raised on the floor, acting for the people of Baringo South. I think that ends the matter of statements. The Honorable McLap, what is...
While I agree 100% with my colleague, Honorable Kamuren, I'm also equally affected. But, Mr. Speaker, as you directed, this thing was discussed almost by the whole House, not only on Lake Baringo, but Lake Turkana, Lake Naivasha, and it was raised substantially by Honorable Wario last week. And the Speaker ruled in this House that this is a phenomenon that is a serious disaster in Kenya, and he committed to the Prime Cabinet Secretary to appear before this House and give a comprehensive statement that affects the whole country, because this is a national phenomenon in the country.
Correct. So it will be handled appropriately. The matter will be handled as directed by the Speaker, and in any case, Honorable Kamuren can raise this with the PSCS too. All members, before we proceed to the next order, let's welcome students from Lugulu Boarding Primary School, Ubuye East, Bungoma County. They are seated in the public gallery, and students also from Nairobi Muslim Academy, Langata constituency, Nairobi County, also in the public gallery. All members, we welcome students to Parliament and to follow our proceedings this morning. Go ahead. Yes, there is. So before we move to the next order, there's a response to a statement by the Committee on Energy. Is the chairperson in the House? I can see the vice chairperson in the House. And the person who asked the question is Honorable Member for North Hall, the Honorable Ade Wario, who I think is in the House too. Go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The submission by the Principal Secretary, State Department of Energy, following the letter dated 4th June 2026, reference number, the National Assembly Department for Energy requests the Principal Secretary, State Department of Energy and Petroleum to submit submission regarding development of renewable energy infrastructure in North Hall constituency, as requested by Honorable Wario, Member of Parliament for North Hall constituency. 1. The rationale for continued development of new solar mini-grid in Bubasi, Foria, Elgad, and Gas, while existing mini-grids are not regularly maintained. The answer: the government remains committed to achieving universal access to electricity through both grid extension and off-grid electricity solution. The ongoing investment in solar mini-grid in Bubasi, Foria, Elgad, and Gas under the Kenya off-grid solar access project, COSAP, is intended to extend electricity to access to unserved communities. The ministry wish to clarify that the mini-grids in Bukana and Ileret are privately owned, operated solar mini-grids with the installed capacity of 35 kilowatts and 25 kilowatts respectively. And these facilities were developed through the funding provided by the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, formerly the Department of International Development of the United Kingdom. And similarly, the Hurili Hills mini-grid is privately operated, facilitated, that was established with the support of the German Agency for international cooperation, and consequently, the operation and maintenance of these facilities do not fall directly under the mandate of the ministry. In regard to government-owned facility, the ministry through REREC has developed 26 solar mini-grids across the country, including Busela Solar Mini-Grid located in North Horr. And most of these facilities have been in operation for the last 5 years and have reached a stage where major maintenance and equipment replacement and solar rehabilitation are required to sustain reliable service delivery. The ministry acknowledged that maintenance intervention at some of these facilities have been delayed due to budgetary constraints that affected the availability of funds for routine and major maintenance work. However, the government has since allocated funding for rehabilitation and maintenance of solar mini-grids, and procurement process for maintenance work, including Basila Solar Mini-Grid, are currently underway. The new mini-grids are being implemented under COSAP, presented at different programs designed under lesson learned from earlier mini-grid deployment.
Chairperson, are you able to summarize your response?
All right. 2, clarify the reasons for non-connectivity of North Horr constituency to Lake Turkana wind power, despite proximity of the constituency to the program. To address connectivity challenges, the government has adopted a dual approach comprising target grid expansion, where technical and economical feasible and deployment of off-grid solution, such as solar mini-grid in remote settlement. The ministry remains committed to increasing electricity connectivity to North Horr through ongoing investment of mini-grids, renewable energy system, rural electricity programs, further transmit and distribute infrastructure development. And in this regard, funding of mini-grids, off-grid solar access, COSAP, in the exchanger program, the ministry is implementing solar and boreholes of borehole, installation of new mini-grids, and replacement of batteries in existing mini-grids project. No whole constituency, because Honorable Speaker, there is a table annexed to this report, and we will actually give to my colleague. I think he will read for himself. The ministry recognizes North Horr constituency in the greater northern Kenya region as a lower electricity connectivity related to other areas in the country. This partially due to grid being far and high cost of extension of main grid lines. In an order to address this, the ministry through REREC had adopted the following strategy. 1, enhance cooperation of renewable energy strategy by mapping all potential areas for installation of modern mini-grids. 2, application of affirmative action in allocation of budgets. 3, enhancing, adapting alternative energy technologies through solar or boreholes to sustainable power solution to power the projects provided a meter for domestic use. Plans which the ministry has energy to invest the tap wind and solar power potential in North Grid. The implementation of phase 1, 200 megawatts Marsabit wind power, is a project over a 5-year period, which is a key milestone outlined as follows. 2025-2026, a completion of environmental and social impact assessment, birds and birds study, free priority informed consent study to ensure regular compliance and meaningful community participation. Community land election that is being held, that has already been held, will be held on 22nd and 26th June, and securing approvals from the National Treasury and Cabinet approval for financial closure and the contractor procurement through competitive bidding. In 2026, manufacturing of project components and detailed logistic planning. 2028-2029, construction and installation of project infrastructure. And finally, KenGen remains firm, committed to delivering clean, reliable energy while ensuring tangible social impact benefit to communities, including deploying opportunity, infrastructure development, and enhance livelihood. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I submit.
Thank you. Thank you, the Honorable Rio.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as I agree with most of the responses, I really don't agree with response number 1 that mentions about the agreement between the private investor and the Minister of Energy. Because it is the responsibility of the ministry to ensure that these mini-grids works and serve the intended purpose. It has been, this mini-grids has been off for the last 3 years. And we've made several attempts to talk to the ministry and also REREC to ensure that this mini-grids really works. So I don't really agree that, because it's not really the responsibility of the community to engage with the private investor while they are not the ones who signed the agreement between
Order, members, order.
Between the ministry.
Order, we want to listen to the Honorable Rio.
Between the ministry and also the private investor. Because what the communities knows is that these mini-grids were established and were installed by the Minister of Energy, which respects the government of the Republic of Kenya.
Thank you.
But not the investor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The Honorable Ngikor. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, on the same, I am also affected on the same issue of the main grids. All the main grids in the North Rift, which were done by the Ministry of Energy through REREC, all of them, they are now stalled and none of them is working. And we fail to understand the response the committee they are giving, telling us that it is the duty of the community to alliance with the company which funded the mini grid. It is the duty of the ministry to maintain the main grid through the Kenya Power Company. So we need that response to be done clearly so that the right information can be given, so that the people of northern Kenya can get power through the main grids which were done by the Ministry of Energy through REREC. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Vice Chair of the Energy Committee, you've heard these sentiments. Please take up these matters and let them be dealt with. Speaker.
The Honorable Hassan Farah, where is he? Go and ask your question. Go and ask your question.
Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 42-2C1, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Department Committee on Administration and Internal Security regarding the disappearance of a resident of Wajir West constituency. Honorable Speaker, on 3rd June 2026, Mr. Hassan Omar Abbash Omar of ID number 34XX48, a resident of Makaror in Wajir West constituency, was reportedly abducted outside Wajir General Hospital and forced into a Toyota Land Cruiser. Registration number KBY 746G. The matter was reported at Wajir Central, abducted outside Wajir General Hospital and forced into a Toyota Land Cruiser registration number KBY 746G. The matter was reported at Wajir General Hospital Station and OB number 32/03-006-026. The disappearance of Mr. Omar has caused great distress to his family, relatives, and residents of Wajir West constituency, who remain concerned about his safety and whereabouts. Despite the matter having been reported to the police, his family is yet to receive information on the progress of investigations. Honorable Speaker, it's against this backdrop that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on the following. Number one, the circumstance surrounding the alleged abduction and disappearance of Mr. Hassan Bash Omar on 3rd June 2026 outside Wajir Central Hospital. Number two, the status of the investigation into the matter reported at Wajir Central Police Station under OB number 32/03/06/26, including suspects identified, if any, in connection with the alleged abduction. And step number three, the steps taken by the National Police Service and other relevant security agencies to establish the whereabouts of Mr. Omar and secure his safe return. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The chair of the Security Committee? Chair, who is there from the committee? You're here?
Yes.
Proceed and give an undertaking based on the urgency of this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We will give a response in 2 weeks.
You give a response in 2 weeks?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Or the first week after recess, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Farah?
Use the same opportunity to ask me to respond.
2 weeks is more or less the standard, and it's okay. Yes. Give him the mic.
Honorable Speaker, this is a matter of life and death. It can't wait for 2 weeks. I need a statement next week, or even tomorrow or the day after, because this is a matter that can be just determined by the...
Yes, committee member?
Mr. Speaker, maybe, according to the standing orders, we can give 7 days, but not tomorrow.
Okay, fair enough. You're going to give 7 days.
Thank you.
What's your point of order, Honorable Wamboka? I'm not going to...
The member of the committee should be factual. You cannot be responding and say, maybe. Are we having a response in 7 days or not, Honorable Speaker?
The chair is going to make sure that specificity itself is so when exactly are you going to have that statement?
Next week on Wednesday, Mr. Speaker.
Next week on Wednesday?
Yes, Mr.
It's so
Speaker.
directed.
On that...
Yes?
On another aspect, Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Speaker of this House directed that the Chair for Defense respond to my question that I asked more than 2 weeks ago, and it was also an urgent issue. So since he's here today, Mr. Speaker, I would wish that he responds to my question before we move on to the next
Chair for
agenda.
Defense. Chair for Defense. Honorable Koech.
Honorable Speaker, as much as she actually requests for the response, I want to say that there's a lot of frustration that my committee is receiving from the State Department of Diaspora. I've engaged them last week, this week, and generally Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And probably I will seek at this point your indulgence, Honorable Speaker, because I have been unable to reach anyone to get that response. I have been trying to call the officer who's in charge of liaison, including my clerk, and I want you to direct that actually they need to take questions from members seriously. So I seek your indulgence, Honorable Speaker, in that regard.
That's why, being a member of Parliament for Dadaab and myself, I think the system we established under this Constitution is frustration in itself. We used to have ministers in the office, in the house here, who are both legislators as well as in the executive, and when they give an undertaking and they don't, perform on that undertaking, there used to be sanctions from the chair. Now you are chairman, all you have to do is to become a conveyor belt to another department. Now, and personally, what do you think, what direction do you think the chair can give to the department? Yes, what's your issue, Madam?
Mr. Speaker, it is good to note, and the relevant ministry should actually take note that the Kenyans in diaspora remit 650 billion to the economy of this country every year. And whenever they face challenges, Mr. Speaker, outside there, it affects even their families back at home. For the case of this lady, she was killed barely 2 weeks, 6 weeks after leaving Kenya. Remember, this is somebody who the parents sold everything to have her go to Australia. And when the relevant ministry is not even is not concerned or is not taking the questions from this house seriously, Mr. Speaker, there is a problem and there is need of this house to make a decision about that Ministry of Diaspora. These are people who contribute to this economy of this country and even the employment, because in this country we understand the challenge of employment and the diaspora is helping us. The ambassadors as well are not helping us any much because most of them are aspirants and they are contestants. They linger around in Kenya doing campaigns, and whenever they are needed maybe in their country of jurisdiction, they are frustrated equally. So Mr. Speaker, there is need for this house to make a decision to compel them to be giving answers as soon as possible. For example, the member here requires an answer from the ministry, from the Committee of Internal Security within 7 days. Why don't they give also answers as soon as they are required? My question is now 3 weeks old.
Yes.
Thank you.
Point taken. Honorable member. Yes, proceed. You have the mic.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, if the chairman of the Defense and Foreign Relations Committee is facing frustrations from the ministry,
and basically,
yes,
absolutely no powers.
Correct. I am a member of the Diaspora Committee. The same frustrations we also face when we make inquiries on situations faced by Kenyans abroad. Mr. Speaker, if it pleases you, may you direct that the minister himself comes to the House to respond specifically to that question and any other issue that we have raised.
Macau is on a point of order. What's your point of order, Honorable Macau?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member is saying that he is a member of the Committee on Diaspora. Mr. Speaker, the chairman, Defense and Foreign Affairs, is a member of Kenya Kwanza. So is the member. Are they trying to tell us those ministers?
They are here in the order, Honorable Macau.
Those ministers are incompetent.
Order.
Mr. Speaker, can you order them to bring an impeachment?
Order, Honorable Macau. Order, Honorable Macau. You're out of order. You are out of order. They are here in their capacity as chairman of their respective committees, and they are members of parliament. And that's the executive. They do not run the executive from parliament here. Yes. What's your point of order, the majority whip?
Honourable Speaker, the procedure,
yes,
or the precedent that has been set in this House,
yes,
on similar matters,
yes,
where the chairs of the committees face difficulties in reaching out to the members of the executive,
yes,
they raise it above and through the House leadership. And listening to the chair of defense, he moved you to direct that the minister be compelled. That can only be done by the leadership in this floor, Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
So the right procedure, Honorable Speaker, is that the chair of the Defense Committee submits, of course, his complaints now to the House leadership, and will compel the minister to appear before this House, Honorable Speaker, to respond to such questions.
You know, the Honorable Chief Whip, I'm sure you understand the separation of power. The executive, the legislature, and the House here. Yeah, the House can sanction the legislature. The executive. Here, you can have a motion of censure on any member of the executive. But the House, I think, is not the best place to direct a minister if the minister is not here delivering or rather protecting his own ministry here when on the allotted dates. But nonetheless, I'll still go ahead and direct. Yes, what's your point of order, Honorable Koinan? Order.
This is a House of Records. And this is the first arm of government. Article 1 of the current constitution, which gladly, I was one of the participants actually in drafting this document, clearly stipulates that representation is the same as our sovereignty. Taking what the member has said into account and reading Article 125, I feel this House is being misled. My good friend, the chairman of Defense and Foreign Relations, cannot say that he doesn't have the powers. You have the powers to call anybody at will and invoke Article 125, and this is what it says. If a minister, Article 125, Mr. Speaker, Article 125 says, either House of Parliament and any of its committees has powers to summon any person to appear before it for the purpose of giving evidence or providing information. That's Article 125 of the Constitution. 2, it says, for purposes, clause 1. 1 second, Mr. Speaker.
Fair enough, Honorable Kainan.
1 second.
The chair has taken note of that. This is an allotted date for a finance bill. And it's order, Honorable Finance, please take a seat.
The last bit of this particular article is what I wanted to read. It says, for purpose of clause 1, a House of Parliament or any of its committees has the same powers as the High Court to enforce the attendance of witness and examine them on oath, affirmation, or otherwise. B, it says, to compel the production of documents. And C, to issue a commission or request and examine the same wherever they are. And so if you read that with the Powers and Privileges Act, which I was the sponsor, clearly, my good friend here, the power is in your hand. Compel, bring the information to the House.
Order, Honorable Kenan, your point is taken. Can you give a firm undertaking on when you will have that answer in the House?
Honorable Speaker, I'm not just a chairman. I lead a very powerful committee.
Yes.
I did not say that I'm frustrated to get the response.
Out of nowhere, yes. You are
it has taken a bit more of time than I expected.
Yes.
Honorable Speaker, when we finish this morning session, I will personally walk into the Ministry of Diaspora, State Department of Diaspora. I will have the response this afternoon.
Perfect. Very well undertaken. Next order, Honorable Member, order. Next order. Next order. Next order. I've directed. Wamboka, what you don't understand. Order. You have a problem because you are trying to learn the rules and the way this thing is managed without listening. And it has been responded.
Honorable Speaker,
Which your statement? Can you raise it then in the order? Not now. Order. I have called for the next order. Approach the chair and pick up another appropriate moment. Next order.
Order number 8, the Finance Bill, National Assembly Bill number 26 of 2026.
Honorable members, for your information, the primary role of a House and National Assembly is to pass government finance bills. Listen, you have to understand everything else. So when you are on the finance bill, then you make sure that you give maximum time. But the moment you're out of the finance bill, you can come back. Ours is based on the Westminster system, which is called the House of Commons. And the finance bill takes precedence over anything else and everything else, including what you are seeking right now. So let us be through with this, and then you can come and take up. Thank you. Who was on the chair? Who was on the ground?
I was.
No, Mule. Honorable Mule.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity.
to contribute to the Finance Bill 2026. Mr. Speaker, on the onset, I want to state very clearly, I oppose this bill in totality due to the following reasons in different clauses. Mr. Speaker, yesterday we were treated to a drama whereby some members wanted us to give reasons why we are opposing the bill. Mr. Speaker, I want to remind the House there are 5 important key issues to be canvassed in the finance bill. That is raising revenue, providing incentive to investors, protecting the public on harmful products, protecting investors, enforcing compliance in tax collection. The bill contains various acts which we need to deal with, and that's why I want to dwell on, Mr. Speaker. That is the Income Tax, VAT Act, Excise Duty Act, Tax Procedure Act, Miscellaneous Finance Levies, and other related acts, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to begin with, I want to dwell on the issue of income tax, Part 2, Clause 2B, expansion of definition of management of professional fee, included card-based payment. Mr. Speaker, why we are opposing to this clause, the bill proposes to expand the definition of management and professional fee in the charge fee and merchant service fee, which raises the card-based payment. On that regard, Mr. Speaker, this cost translate will go up and effectively affect the industry of tourism, hospitality, which as a country we cannot afford to raise any other taxes on it, and therefore I oppose the bill in totality. Clause, Mr. Speaker, on the same breath of income tax, Clause 3, Section 5, which restricts tax expansion on gratuity payment to employees serving for the last 3 years. Mr. Speaker, this is a dangerous clause in this bill, which will definitely, Mr. Speaker, affect any employee who is having a contract which is less than 3 years. And Mr. Speaker, disadvantaging that Kenyan to receive his benefit after this proposal. Mr. Speaker, I want to urge members in this House, we are not just dealing with a proposed finance bill, we are dealing with the life of Kenyans, and therefore, due to this clause, Mr. Speaker, we don't have any other option to support this bill but reject it unless this clause is amended. Mr. Speaker, let's proceed to Clause 7 of the same bill, which introduced withholding winning and with odd tax on winning on any rate of 20% for both resident and non-resident, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our youth in this country are engaging into different competition globally. They are engaging in different activities globally. This clause denies the young people in this country the opportunity to get what is right for them by introducing the withholding tax. So, Mr. Speaker, and I want to urge our colleagues, these are clauses which we need to reject to make sure that at least the young people in this country get their right fair share. Also, this reduces the income of the better establishment of the youth and the blue economy the Kenya Kwanza government has been talking about. I cannot understand the Kenya Kwanza government. They are saying they are pro-youth. They are saying they want to encourage the youth. They are saying that they want to make the youth of this country have money in their pocket. This clause 7, Mr. Speaker, denies the youth of this country that opportunity, and that's why I call for the rejection of the Finance Bill 2026. Mr. Speaker, Clause 16 of the same bill introduces a 60% minimum threshold of deemed dividend on undistributed profits, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the bill proposes to tighten the deemed dividend rules by requiring that at least 60% of the company undistributed profit be treated as dividend if the profits are not distributed within 12 months, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is the same government which is trying to encourage people to get into business. Yet they are introducing a clause whereby the profit of the company are being directed how they need to be distributed. This will force business to redistribute dividend against their investment policy, and dividends are retained in the business for expansion, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you have a business today and you have some profits which have not been divided within the company, that money goes back, is plowed back to the company to make sure that the company grows. Mr. Speaker, with this clause 16, we cannot afford any more at any time and any chance to support this bill, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is a change of clause 18 and 19 in the same bill. Change in due date of filing taxes. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to dwell on that. Yesterday it was talked about, and Mr. Speaker, I can assure you, the change of date of filing taxes will definitely have an effect on work on audit funds, and may result to errors whereby people will start hiding the money the same government is looking for. These are clauses which calls for me to reject the bill. Mr. Speaker, clause 22. Removal of preferable withholding tax rate for East African citizens on dividend and on dividends. Mr. Speaker, the removal of this concession will increase tax burden across border investment within East Africa region, which impacts the attractiveness of Kenyans to be a destination of investment. Mr. Speaker, as we sit here, we are complaining that Tanzania has better investment attraction. Uganda has better investment attraction. Rwanda has better attraction investment regime. Mr. Speaker, if clause 22 is implemented as it is in the bill, I can assure you we are going to lose more investors to our neighboring, and Kenya will still be a laughing stock to investors because of this clause. So, Mr. Speaker, we call for the rejection of this bill in totality, or we do amendments to them. Mr. Speaker, let me go to part 3 of the bill, which is value-added tax, Mr. Speaker. Clause 28 of the bill, extension of waiting period of VAT refunds and bad debts under Section 31 of the VAT Act. Mr. Speaker, the VAT Act currently allows taxpayers to claim refund on bad debt where the debt has remained unpaid for less than 2 years, Mr. Speaker, for supply, provide the claim with which is made within 10 years. Mr. Speaker, this will deem business funds for investment, Mr. Speaker. The same logic, Mr. Speaker, the Kenya Kwanza government sings about creating an environment, bring a clause like this, which is killing Kenyan business in Kenya today, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with clause 28 of the part 3 of the bill, we call for the rejection of Finance Bill 2026, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, under the same part 3 of VAT Act, which is clause 29, expansion of tax invoices reassurance requirement under Section 42 of the VAT Act. This section requires only VAT registered person to issue a tax invoice for purchase of the time of making taxes supply. It is also limits members. Mr. Speaker, this clause calls again us as members to reject this bill. This may be result to heavy burden on compliance on small medium enterprises, killing the same business, Mr. Speaker. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, is the issue of items being moved from zero rating to exemption, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have seen items being moved from zero rating to exemption, which has an effect on the moving of items from exemption will
The member for Kabuchai. And honorable members, anyone who has no card, please go get a card and then log in.
You are doing well.
And allow me, as the chair of this session, to follow this order in the order at which you logged in.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today is a very important day for Kenya. It is a day, Mr. Speaker, that Kenyans are alert everywhere, because what the decision we are going to make in this House, Mr. Speaker, affects their life in its entirety, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, having gone through all this bill, when I tried to align with the roadside advertisements, Mr. Speaker pronouncements by the head of state that is going to take care of people who earn 30,000 and below. 30,000 below. 1.5 million workers in this country, Mr. Speaker. Those aspirations, Mr. Speaker, is not taken care of here. I've gone through it. If this government wants to walk the talk, 1.5 million Kenyans who get 30,000 below have a dependency rate of 10 million who rely on them, Mr. Speaker. If it is not found here, this is the only tax law that comes to this House for us to pass. No one, including the minister, no one, including the director, can propose a tax law without this House passing the tax law, Mr. Speaker. So we are here, Mr. Speaker, to actually find out if it is not here, this thing must be thrown and rejected in totality. Yes. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, when you go to it,
Honorable Majimbo, order. There is a point of order.
Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, I rise on the point of order, Honorable Speaker, on matters relevance. Honorable Speaker, what we are discussing today here is the report by the Finance Committee that is already before us. We are not discussing what is not in the report by the Finance Committee, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the issues raised by the Honorable Member for Kabuchai, that pronouncements were made by His Excellency the President somewhere in the roadside, it is the responsibility of this House to legislate, Honorable Speaker. It is not the head of state to legislate, Honorable Speaker. If he made his pronouncements there, at the point we will bring them here, Honorable Speaker, we will have an opportunity. We will have an opportunity to discuss.
Take your seat.
Honorable Speaker,
take your seat.
Honorable Speaker, you will not allow head class, Honorable Speaker. This is a House of
Take your seat.
Honorable Speaker, this is a House of
Take your seat. Take your seat, Honorable Soro. Order. The Honorable Majimbo. The Honorable Jack Wamboka. This House will listen to the Honorable Majimbo in silence. Yes. The Honorable Majimbo will remain order. The Honorable Majimbo will remain relevant in his submissions to ensure, because there's no law. And you know it very well. We are not in the old constitution. We have a new constitution that give parliament powers. We don't order. We do not need the president to do anything for us to discuss any matter in this House. It belongs elsewhere, and you know that very well. So let's maintain decorum, and I expect all of us to be decorous in this morning sitting so that you can proceed with doing. Order. The Honorable Majimbo will be heard without any further point of order. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to be tempted, because I'm a very good singer. I don't want to be tempted to sing the song that Kenyans sang for Honorable Soro in Kusi Stadium, because it touches on his private part. Mr. Speaker, when we come to this bill, Mr. Speaker, exactly, Mr. Speaker, Part A, Section 1, number 169, Mr. Speaker, which touches on mitumba in Kiswahili. In English, Mr. Speaker, it is written here as worn clothings and other worn articles. Worn clothings. Mr. Speaker, this product has been moved
from zero rated to tax exempt. What does that mean, Mr. Speaker? We went to school properly. We know when you cannot claim any tax on it, then you will pass it to the consumer. That is what we mean, Mr. Speaker. The price of mitumba will increase. This House, Mr. Speaker, does not. It's reading. Mr. Speaker, we must be honest on what we are bringing here with the members of this country. Mr. Speaker, when I come to, Mr. Speaker, we are reading, Mr. Speaker, and you are seeing me referring to every clause. Mr. Speaker, when you come to the non-resident landlord, Mr. Speaker, that article here, Mr. Speaker, they say that actually the imposition of non-resident rental income tax. Mr. Speaker, you realize that here it says that actually a tax to be known as non-residential rental income tax shall be payable by that non-resident person at the rate specified in the third schedule. Mr. Speaker, when you go in the third schedule, and I've gone to the very properly here, the third schedule, Mr. Speaker, the only relative close to that is Mr. Speaker, the only clause that is close to that, Mr. Speaker, is C1. C1, Mr. Speaker. And on C1 it says, in respect of a rent premium or similar considerations for the use of occupation or removable property, 30%, Mr. Speaker, is payable. We want this committee to tell us, before the 30% that is imposing, what was that percentage before? It was 7%. Where the tenants were withholding, they are withholding the money for the purpose of KRA. It was 7%. In this document, Mr. Speaker, we imposed 30%. 30%, Mr. Speaker, means what? If you are paying rent of 10,000, Mr. Speaker, you will have to submit 3,000, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Soro, allow the Honorable Majimbo to finish his submission. You'll respond to him. You'll respond to him. Go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, I will further inject, Mr. Speaker. When I'm injecting this sense, Mr. Speaker, the whole nation is watching us. This House is making the law for posterity. We must put Kenyans in their right position. And Mr. Speaker, Kenyans are not fools. When they watch and we read here, and we say that we have not imposed any tax on mitumba, here on the floor of the House, and yes, it's put here in clause 169. Mr. Speaker, this puts us in a very awkward position. If Mr. Speaker, I heard well, the minister also reiterated that those Kenyans who earn 30% and below, 30,000 and below, 30,000 and below, they were going to be exempted from pay as you earn tax. Mr. Speaker, any law that deals with the tax must be brought here. And it must be put in here. It is nowhere. We are saying, and that's why, Mr. Speaker, we are saying, we are telling this government, Mr. Speaker, to be a one-term government. It is going to be one-term government because, Mr. Speaker, it doesn't carry the aspirations of the Kenyans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, I want to request as follows, because I know all of us are emotive. Let's just be factual. You know, I'm listening to Honorable Majimbo, and he refers to clause 169. And you know it's not there. So, order, just sit down. I will, every member in this House will have their say. In fact, I want to request the following, that because all of us want to speak, if you could limit your intervention to 5-6 minutes, I don't want to control it myself, so that every member is able to get a chance to speak. I'll be very happy. What I will not do, and I want members to be decorous, I'll not stop any member, whether they're opposing or proposing, from saying what they want to say. And that's why I want all of us to have our time and please maintain decorum. The next member on the line is Honorable Mark Mwenje.
Oh, thank you, Honorable Speaker. First of all, Honorable Speaker, I rise to raise some very serious issues against this finance bill, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, one of the issues that I have is Section 35, Honorable Speaker, of this finance bill. Honorable Speaker, this specific section imposes excise duty on cell phones, which seems to have moved from the point of importation to the point of activation. Now, Honorable Speaker, one of the issues that I have with this is that the government is not losing any money. Why are we changing from the point of importation where you pay duty on 50 cell phones, but at the point of activation when it's limited to a specific cell phone? My concern, Honorable Speaker, is with the Commissioner, because at the point of activation, then you tie this phone to a specific person, and there is a because you've not defined, and Honorable Speaker, you as me and as a lawyer and yourself, you know that if you don't provide a definition of this activation, what will be put there? What if you put in a spyware? What if at a certain point you can shut down a specific cell phone belonging to specific someone? So, Honorable Speaker, for me, this Section 35, I don't see the point to it, because to me the money is the same. So why are you changing it? Honorable Speaker, Section 45, this is on the Tax Procedures Act. Now, this one I don't want to belabor it because it was spoken about yesterday, the issue of agency notice, Honorable Speaker. And I just want, I hope the chair would be here, but the administration of fair hearing is a constitutional right. Even if you delete that provision, even if you amend it, the majority leader was here, Honorable Kaluma, they were very specific on how they think this has been abused. But it doesn't matter, it's been provided for under the Constitution. So even if you delete this provision, I can assure you somebody will go to court and this whole thing will collapse. So we might as well not play around with something that we both know is going against the Constitution, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, under Section 23, in the same act, Honorable Speaker. Now, this is on capital gains tax. Now, the threshold, whenever you have a transaction that derives value in Kenya, usually for capital gains tax is at the point of where you reach a threshold of 50%, Honorable Speaker. That is the standard within East Africa and quite a number of African countries. Now, this is lowering it, with this amendment, to almost 1%. If you look at our income tax, it provides it at about 20%. So, to me, what you will do is that you'll make all these investors who come to Kenya and at times are exempt from this capital gains tax because the value gained in Kenya does not achieve the 50% threshold, all these people are going to go to our neighbors. So who's losing? So all those investment firms in Kenya, all those law firms that are working here, all those funds that work in Kenya, the insurance companies, all those are going to start losing business right here in Kenya. Now, Mr. Speaker, one of the things that yesterday, if you'll remember, and once again, I'm happy the Honorable Ruto was here because I believe he mentioned this issue. Taxes should be predictable. That's what the chair said yesterday. And any accountant, anyone who is in the tax regime says that taxes should be predictable. It means 5-10 years. Anybody investing in Kenya should have an idea how the tax regime is going to be. Now tell me this, Honorable Speaker. 1.5% withholding tax on scrap metal, which the Honorable Mbadi, when he was highlighting the budget, mentioned right here. It's in this bill. Explain to me, Honorable Speaker, how predictable it is to impose a tax in 2024, to remove it in 2025, to bring it back in 2026. How predictable is that? In 3 years, you've changed the tax 3 times. Now, let me tell you what's going to happen. Some of these companies, Honorable Speaker, for me, I'm talking even about my constituency. One of the largest steel-making companies, Tonoka, is in my constituency. What it means is that they will have to start reducing the number of people who are working there. So it directly impacts the jobs that are there, Honorable Speaker. And I'll explain as I move forward, Honorable Speaker. Now, when it comes to raw materials, which I also used, Honorable Speaker, allow me actually to talk about coal first. We've now imposed 5% excise duty on coal, which some cement companies, some steel companies use. Now, that means, first of all, you should all know, coal is not available in Kenya. We import it. We import coal. So, In Kenya, now at the current rate, we are at 9.5%. Uganda is at 1.5%. Tanzania is at 2.5%. All these countries are importing coal. Now, when you consider what has been happening, because Honorable Speaker, coal is used as a substitute for energies. So at times, and you know the fuel prices, Honorable Speaker, some of my companies which have been using diesel, one of these companies in my constituency, when electricity was lost for 2 days, they incurred a cost of 3 million. Electricity in 2 days. Fuel, one of my companies uses fuel about 248 liters of diesel per month for fuel in transport costs. So when diesel went up by 46 shillings, that's 11,408,000 per month. Now, even if that amount has reduced, you can prorate it. You can see the amount of expenses are there. And then you increase the cost of coal as well. Honorable Speaker, on raw materials, because raw materials, this has changed, especially in steel and other sectors. So there's a levy of about 17.5%. Now allow me to stick to the steel companies, Honorable Speaker. Local billets, manufactured locally, $650. Imported billets, $490. The wire rods in Kenya, the taxes that are charged, you've seen those wire rods all around, is 47% tax in Kenya. Billets is 22%. When we go to Uganda, 1.5% Uganda, 1.5% Tanzania, 1.9% in Rwanda. So what does this mean? Honorable Speaker, it means the construction industry, everything is going to go up. So even in the affordable housing that we are talking about, by increasing these taxes, those affordable houses, the cost of constructing those very affordable houses, the prices are going to go up. Now, what does this mean, Honorable Speaker? The companies that are operating in Kenya, the cement companies, the steel companies, what they've done is that they're opening small operations across the border in Uganda and Tanzania, and the companies in Kenya stop manufacturing and become trading companies. Honorable Speaker, 25 steel milling companies from Kenya have left and have gone to Tanzania and Uganda, including one company from my constituency called EMCO, and even steel structures that have now gone to trading rather than manufacturing. These are jobs that have been lost right here in Nairobi, right here in my constituency, and it's because of some of these taxes that are coming up. So that means, Honorable Speaker, some of our companies have now become trading companies. Honorable Speaker, there is a provision for ESC carve-out goods, Honorable Speaker. This ESC carve-out is for goods that have originated within the East Africa community. By removing this specific carve-out, Honorable Speaker, we are violating the very same treaties that we have with our East African countries. So we are violating bilateral agreements that we have with the East African community. That means very soon, some of the privileges we have with trading with Uganda, Tanzania, and Rwanda, this is going to change. So why should our finance bill violate the ESC carve-out that was agreed bilaterally between all these countries, Honorable Speaker? Honorable Speaker, the issue of zero rating and exempt, we need to clarify. You know, we sit here and we say, we've exempted you from tax, we've exempted you from this, we've exempted. Honorable Speaker, we all know zero rating is better than exempt. So if some of these imported clothes, worn out clothes, we've moved them from zero rating to exempt, it means you cannot claim input VAT. And this is where the devil in the details is. That means the cost of those Mutumba clothes will go up. Finally, Honorable Speaker, when it comes to these rental houses, I'm a member of parliament from Nairobi. Embakasi West is full of rental houses, the entire constituency. Some of these people are foreigners. They are foreigners, they are non-residents, they are not here in Kenya. If you affect the cost of rental prices the way it's been discussed, it means you're increasing rents for all the people living in my constituency, Honorable Speaker. And for that reason, and many others, Honorable Speaker, dotted by the others, unfortunately, I cannot support this bill, and we'll be bringing a lot of amendments so that we can ensure we don't burden the Kenyans that are already.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, I'm happy to listen to Honorable Mwenje because he spoke about 10 minutes without attacking anybody, without going outside script,
He's done so well. If we did that, all of us, we'll have a very good debate. The Honorable Jack Wamboka, this is your chance.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to speak. But first, let me make this clear, that we will debate in the way we deem fit and necessary, as long as it conforms to the laws of this House. So nobody should lecture us, Honorable Speaker, how to align our debates, how to debate, and on that, Honorable Soro, keep quiet. Honorable Speaker, I rise to oppose the Finance Bill 2026 in its present form. And let me say from the outset what this debate, Honorable Speaker, is not about. It is not about whether the state needs money or not, Honorable Speaker. Of course it does. Roads have to be built, Honorable Speaker. Hospitals must be stocked. And do you know my pet subject of teachers? Of course, teachers have to be paid, teachers have to be hired, and police, and so forth, Honorable Speaker. My quarrel with this bill, Honorable Speaker, is how the government wants to raise the revenue, Honorable Speaker. When you read it closely, and not just in the headline rates, but in the schedules where the real work is done, this is a bill that will make life more expensive to ordinary Kenyans. And it does so quietly, Honorable Speaker. It's like cancer. It eats you quietly, but ultimately you are destined for death, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, my single biggest problem with this bill is that it hides price increases inside technical tax languages. Its favorite trick is to move essential goods from zero-rated VAT to exempt VAT. To most Kenyans, these two words sound the same. And of course, it's very mischievous, Honorable Speaker, of the government. They are not the same. And the difference is money out of pocket of the Mwananchi. Honorable Speaker, when a good is zero-rated, the seller charges no VAT and still recovers the VAT paid on inputs. So the goods are truly free of the tax. When a good is merely exempt, the seller charges no VAT but cannot recover the VAT on inputs. So that tax becomes a cost of doing business and is passed on the consumers, who are the ordinary Kenyans, Honorable Speaker, and that is what we are saying. Life becomes more expensive. The life for Kenyans this time, this period, in this government has become more unbearable. So when the bill takes medicine manufacturing inputs, animal feed inputs, solar and lithium batteries, electricity buses, and even bicycles, Honorable Speaker, who uses bicycles? Are the common Mwananchi, the small people down there. Every big person can afford a car. Honorable Speaker, clean cooking stoves and locally assembled phones and moves them from zero-rated to exempt. It is quietly pushing costs onto the consumer. The Mwananchi will not see a new line on the receipt, but they will feel it at the counter. If you tax the inputs of medicine, medicine becomes more expensive. And that is healthcare, Honorable Speaker. Every government has a responsibility to ensure that it leads a citizenry that can afford healthcare. So if medicines go up, Honorable Speaker, the cost of healthcare goes up. And that is what we are saying, that this government must be relevant to the needs, day-to-day needs of the people, and that the cost of living goes up. And Honorable Speaker, we all represent Kenyans. It does not matter whether you represent a Kenya Kwanza government, a Kenya Kwanza citizen, or a a Linda Mwananchi citizen, Honorable Speaker. A Kenyan citizen is a Kenyan citizen. Honorable Speaker, if you tax the inputs to clean energy, the family trying to leave charcoal and kerosene behind pays more. This is why I call this a cost of living bill. It does not shout. It does not raise headline VAT rate. It raises the cost of living through the back door. And honestly, Honorable Speaker, it kills slowly, but ultimately, Mwananchi goes down. I come from a sugarcane farming region, Honorable Speaker. And this now tax are applicable to sugarcane transportation. And the Honorable Meli knows this, Honorable Speaker, because at the end of the day, if this one is introduced, Honorable Speaker, the manufacturers will pass this cost to the consumer, Honorable Speaker. We are still struggling with the prices, the tonnage prices that have been lowered by this government, Honorable Speaker. Whereas cost of living is going up, the tonnage, the cost of per ton, Honorable Speaker, for sugarcane is going down. Where on earth, Honorable Speaker? Where on earth? Only an insensitive government that does not respect itself goes through these things, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, finance bill should not punish people for buying the very goods that our own national policy tells them to buy. We cannot stand in this house and speak about universal health care, food security, and a green economy, and then pass tax measures that make health, food, and clean energy more expensive. This is not a revenue policy. This is a contradiction written into law, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'm equally concerned that this bill taxes the digital economy in a way that lands hardest on small people. It pulls card payment fees, switching, clearing, and settlement system into a tax net in a way that raises the cost of electronic payment. These are not luxuries. These are the payment roads of a modern economy. The trader receiving money on a card machine, the shopkeeper, the young person paying online, the citizen paying for a government service on their phone, all of them travel these roads, Honorable Speaker. The state asks Kenyans to go digital, to formalize, to leave cash behind. It cannot in the same breath make the digital road more expensive, Honorable Speaker. Who uses this digital platform, Honorable Speaker? They are young people. These are young people who probably just sit at home, who make a living, Honorable Speaker, out of the digital platforms. Some of them work at night. So when you make it more expensive, whom are you punishing? You are punishing the very Mwananchi you promised that you will lift them from the bottom to up. And it has become now from bottom to bottom and to the bottomless bottom, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, and then there is a phone. The bill proposes a 25% excise duty on mobile phones, charged at the moment the phone is activated, Honorable Speaker. The phone is no longer a luxury in this country. And you know it. The phone may be a luxury to senior people in this country because you just need to call and receive. But for young people in this country, Honorable Speaker, the phone is a way to earn a living, Honorable Speaker. It is how a young person looks for a job, how a student learns and receives their notes, Honorable Speaker, work on their assignments, Honorable Speaker, how a farmer checks the market, how a mother sends money, how a citizen reaches e-citizen. To tax a phone at activation is to tax the very doorway into the modern economy. It will be felt by students, job seekers, borders, by small traders, and by ordinary families. If the real concern is luxury handsets, Honorable Speaker, then tax the high-end taxes, Honorable Speaker, and leave alone these young people who cannot deal with the issues. Honorable Speaker, the question before us is, in the end, Honorable Speaker, A finance bill must raise finances in a manner that does not make life unbearable. In this case, Honorable Speaker, the finance bill that we are talking about makes life too difficult for every.
All members, you agree with me that I've given 4 chances this side and interrupted. So I'll also give this side another 4 chances. Then we come back this side. And I have to be fair to the House. I must be fair to the House. And it doesn't matter what you do on that matter, because I've decided that's what we're going to do. So this side, we're going to have another 4, then 4 this side. So can I get from the list I have here, the first one on this side is Honorable Marianne Keitany.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I know they are usually used to me sitting at the front there. Today, I decided to sit next to Honorable Mukunji so that we can converse a little. Honorable Speaker, I stand to support the finance bill that is laid before us. And the first aspect I would like to bring on the finance bill is the issue of exempt and zero rating of certain items, especially the items like the locally assembled, manufactured mobile phones, electronic buses, lithium-ion batteries. The bill initially proposed that these items be moved from zero-rated to exempt, but the proposals that have been put on this bill is that these items will go back or will be reverted back to zero rating, because that proposal had been given in the Finance Act of 2023, and that therefore promotes this particular industry and ensures that these items continue to get more traction in the market, and therefore they become very affordable. The other issue I'd like to raise on this finance bill is the gratuity period that had been raised for people who are earning or who are on 3-year contracts. Initially, the bill proposed that gratuity be zero-rated for a gratuity be paid to be exempted for employees who are on gratuity or about it was open for everyone. But for now, we've said that gratuity be charged on employees who are on a 3-year contract. And this would then propose that even for those employees who are on a 1-year contract, that can be proposed in the Committee of the Whole House, that employees who are on a 1-year contract can also benefit from the gratuity. The other issue that I would like, and I like to bring out here, is the issue on the scrap metal. You know, scrap metal is an area that has been used to kill a lot of our infrastructure, mainly things to do with copper cables and those infrastructures that assist a lot in our electrification, rail. And there's a proposed a proposal of a 1.5 withholding tax on the sale of scrap metal materials. One, this is going to regularize the market so that all sales of scrap metal will then conform to what is happening in industry. But more importantly, it also secures the scrap metal.
Could we listen to the Honourable Member for Alda in reasonable silence?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The one thing that it also does is that it also ensures that the scrap metal revenue that is going to be benefited from scrap metal dealers, the income from it is going to be regularized so that every person, every sales or every business then is able to pay taxes. And one thing, Honourable Speaker, that I notice is that many people don't want Kenyans to pay taxes, but we need the taxes to be able to run this country. And therefore, proposing the 1.5% withholding tax on sale of scrap.
Order. Honourable, where's your card? Where's your card?
No.
I can't see it. Intervention in the House are not. In this House, you don't stand up and raise your hands. You put your card in. Proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. So the 1.5% on tax will also avoid and reduce revenue leakages that have been happening within the industry, because we want every Kenyan to be able to pay tax and be able to use the taxes, or the taxes be used to grow our economy and do the businesses or all those expenses that we put under the Committee of Supply, because we've already said we want to build roads and want to do many other things. The other issue, Honorable Speaker, is the issue of exemptions of many businesses that we are removing from tax zero rating to tax exempt. That basically is to help in the budgeting, so that this budget deficit that we've had.
What is order? What is out of order?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My concern, is it honorable for the honorable member of parliament to insinuate that scrap metal dealers deal in stealing copper wires and railway, whatever you are affecting the infrastructure? We have genuine traders who are conducting this business in the scrap metal business. You cannot insinuate that you are imposing a tax because those people deal in stolen goods and stolen infrastructure. It is
point of debate, in my opinion. I'm sure you got a chance to debate that particular point. Please proceed. It's a point of debate that you can debate when you get a chance to debate. Go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The issue I was dealing with is issues of vandalism that happens in that sector. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, that issue of vandalism, which we know happens in this country, I have not said the scrap metal dealers, but they deal in, most of them may deal in vandalized items. So the issue of introducing the 5% tax, 1.5% tax return will also aid in helping that particular sector become regularized. The other issue I needed to raise, Honorable Speaker, is that most of the taxes that we've now reduced from zero rating to from zero rating to tax exempt is to also ensure that the budget deficit that we see in our books is reduced, because one of the main issues that we have in terms of our budgets and in terms of debts for this country is the budget deficits that we see because of many items that are zero rated. By removing them from zero rating to tax exemption, Honorable Speaker, will allow that our budgeting become neater and our books become neater, because many times our books are looked at when we want to advance or borrow monies, and therefore that will help our tax incentives. The last issue that I'd like to raise, Honorable Speaker, is on the issue of Mitumba. I think a lot of people have, a lot of our members have talked about Mitumba, and I want to say that the proposals that are here do not plan to raise taxes on Mitumba or Mitumba clothes, as opposed to what has been put on the floor. The proposals that we have here is not to raise any Mitumba. It is an issue that was raised by the sector, the association, but the committee also proposes that sector, we don't, the Mitumba, the taxes that were supposed to be levied are not levied on the Mitumba items. So we do not expect any price increase on Mitumbas as proposed or as mentioned in the House. I thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I support.
Well said. Honorable Soro, go ahead. This time not a point of order. This time was debate.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, from the onset, I want to say that I support the report by the committee entirely. And I want to be very particular on the matters that have been raised by our colleagues. Honorable Speaker, this House has been told that the report or the proposal in the finance bill seeks to raise the tax, the tax on the 16% on Mitumba, Honorable Speaker. Far from it, Honorable Speaker, or to the contrary, is that what this particular bill seeks, Honorable Speaker, is to completely move the Mitumba to exempt status. Currently, Honorable Speaker, people pay, or those vendors that deal on Mitumba clothes, Honorable Speaker, pay 16%. But looking keenly on the first schedule and the second schedule, Honorable Speaker, and in particular, I think clause 21, that has been deleted. It's no longer there. There is nothing called increase on the percentage of Mitumba imports, Honorable Speaker. So that is one of the lies, Honorable Speaker, that this House is being told. Honorable Speaker, this House has also been told about the non-resident landlord's tax.
I need to say that again, because I've heard it and I almost believed it that there is tax increase on mitumba. Could you just please say that again?
And I really hope that the honorable members are listening. And the honorable speaker, if you can protect me from the honorable majority leader and deputy man. I don't know what the deputy minority leader is confusing the majority leader, because I think he needs some lessons. But honorable speaker, this is my point. Far from what they are telling people, honorable speaker, that there is a 16%, I mean, there is an increase in the taxation on mitumba, honorable speaker. The first schedule of this bill, honorable speaker, and the second schedule speaks to the contrary. There has been a 16% tax, honorable speaker, on the mitumba, which has been deleted, honorable speaker, under clause 21, honorable speaker, in the previous bill. So when they tell people that mitumba price will go high because of the increase of taxes and everything, that is a lie, honorable speaker. Number two, in fact, it's actually being moved to exempt status. It has been 16%. Now it's being moved from 16% to the exempt status, honorable speaker. That should be clear, and I'll challenge any person that will rise to speak, honorable speaker, to speak to the contrary with the bill, honorable speaker. That is one. Two, honorable speaker, they have told you, or they've been addressing this house, honorable speaker, saying that there is an introduction, honorable speaker, of the non-residents landlords tax, honorable speaker. What do we have currently, honorable speaker? Honorable speaker, landlords pay tax at the rate of 7.5% currently. All the landlords that own the houses, honorable speaker, pay 7.5% in terms of tax, honorable speaker. Even the non-residents, honorable speaker. Members of this house, honorable speaker, who are well schooled will tell you that you cannot tax on a single item twice, honorable speaker. What usually happens with the taxes on the landlord's income, honorable speaker? Currently, honorable speaker, landlords pay, the non-resident landlords remit their taxes through their tenants, honorable speaker. They are not residents of this country. They live, for example, in the US. They work somewhere in, in Europe. It is the responsibility of their tenants to remit that particular 7.5, honorable speaker, on behalf of the non-residents. Landlords, honorable speaker. And this should be very clear. Currently, it is at 7.5%, and all landlords pay. All of them, whether it is residents or non-residents, as it is right now. But now, the non-resident landlords, honorable speaker, remit their 7.5 through their tenants that live there. So what this bill seeks, honorable speakers, to do is to at least reduce the hassle by the tenants, honorable speaker, not to be remitting on behalf of their landlords. I mean, it is just to tell them, hey, you non-resident landlords, pay or remit your taxes directly. It does not seek to introduce a new tax. It is not new. I mean, Honorable Makali Mulu, you can inform the House honestly that you cannot tax a single item, twice. It is not practical, it's not possible. It is simply realigning the structure of payment from the tenants to the landlords, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, there is also an issue that has been raised here about the gratuities, Honorable Speaker. This bill, Honorable Speaker, seeks to exempt employment gratuities from the income tax. And Honorable Speaker, it's very particular. Provided that the service contract covers a continuous period of at least 3 years. Honorable Speaker, honestly, why do you say reject something like this? How do you tell people that you are on contract, your gratuity is is being remitted? Of course, I mean you pay income tax on your gratuity after serving 3 years. This bill seeks to exempt them from that. You are telling them we are rejecting this. Are we being fair? We are moving, Honorable Speaker, to the next step, which is the committee of the whole House, Honorable Speaker. If any member here has an issue with that particular clause, Honorable Speaker, the only thing you will have an issue with is the reduction of that 3-year period, say to 2 years or 1 year, so that even those who are within the 1-year cap can be able to benefit from this. You can't just say, we reject this. How do you just reject a proposal of such nature, Honorable Speaker, when we seek to protect those people who are on contract, Honorable Speaker, from remitting income tax? So, Honorable Speaker, there are so many things, Honorable Speaker, that I'm saying here, Honorable Speaker, that are
all lies, Honorable Speaker. What this particular bill, Honorable Speaker, is also seeking to curb lifestyle assets by imposing a 50% excise duty on the excisable value of antique, vintage, and classic vehicles that are worth above 10 million. That at least, sort your bliss. Even as you bliss around the country, sort it. So, Honorable Speaker, looking at this bill, and I invite my colleagues to read. Because what my colleagues are doing, Honorable Speaker, in this house is dancing to the tune of an old song, which is long gone. That our work is just to reject. Honorable Speaker, that is no music anymore. That is not music anymore. Introduce something new. Challenge and say, this is not workable. Let's work on this. But just saying reject, Honorable Speaker, and you are speaking to yourself. You are dancing to old music of 1980, Honorable Speaker, and nobody is listening to that guitar, Honorable Speaker. It is already long gone. This is the best proposal, Honorable Speaker. It is going to save this country. It's going to help the people, Honorable Speaker. Unless you want a tenant to remit taxes on the behalf of the non-resident, like Honorable Mbui was saying yesterday, Honorable Speaker, then, you want to continue adding the hassle by the tenants, Honorable Speaker. Let's be reasonable. It is one thing to oppose, but it's one thing also, it's another thing to be factual and place things on the table as they are, Honorable Speaker. Give us the best proposal. You are saying the gratuity should not be 3 years. Bring a proposal in the afternoon when we go for the committee of the whole house or tomorrow or whatever time that will be going, Honorable Speaker, and just say, okay, fine, reduce that income tax remittance, the exempt, from 3 years to at least 1 year contractual people, not just saying reject. With those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to support, and I know Honorable Kalasinga has learned something. At least I've read for him. Thank you very much.
Well said, the Honorable Cynthia Muge.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add my voice to this Finance Bill of 2026. And Honorable Speaker, allow me to acknowledge the committee that has been able to sit through this very important document for a good number of days and the suggestions and recommendations that they have given. Honorable Speaker, I'm happy to see that the committee actually went through most of the proposals that were brought to its attention and most of the lobby groups that were able to actually look into the matters and the issues that were raised under the Finance Bill. And they have been able to make comments in regards to the same. Honorable Speaker, I also want to acknowledge and be able to support the very progressive parts of this Finance Bill. If you have had an opportunity to look at this Finance Bill, you will realize that it has a lot of progressive parts and it also has some parts that need to be looked into. Honorable Speaker, most of the time, the parts that need to be looked into normally overshadow the parts that are really progressive as provided into this Finance Bill. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the whole agenda and the whole objective of this Finance Bill, you can be able to see that it is trying to enhance the issue of tax administration. And Honorable Speaker, if you look at the specific articles of this particular, clauses of this particular Finance Bill, you will realize, Honorable Speaker, that there are other wins for Kenyans that have been listed here. And Honorable Speaker, because I do not have the time or the luxury of time to be able to look into each of the clauses, I only want to speak to some of the issues, Honorable Speaker, that I have noted and I have been able to appreciate. Honorable Speaker, allow me to speak to the issue about the tax exemption on loans that have been taken for purposes of building houses or buying houses, Honorable Speaker. 360,000 Kenya shillings, Honorable Speaker, is not little money. It is a lot of money for someone who gets an exemption when they're trying to get a place for themselves so that they can be able to live. And you can be able to see that in Clause 10, Honorable Speaker. You also look at the introduction, Honorable Speaker, of a pre-populated tax return system. Honorable Speaker, most of the people and most of the business people that sometimes operate in these spaces, they do not have the technical know-how of what is needed of them or what they do is described as. And Honorable Speaker, this particular Finance Bill is actually introducing a pre-populated tax return system. Honorable Speaker, that will make compliance of tax returns better for the people who do business and even for the people who need to file their returns, Honorable Speaker. And that is highly appreciated from this particular Finance Bill of 2026, Honorable Speaker. That also ensures that we have efficiency and we also have reduced the tax compliance issues that we have been dealing with for a better part of our lives, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we also have a very interesting provision here. It has been able to exempt excise duty on bottled water. You know, Honorable Speaker, most of the time when you buy water, bottled water in the shop, you wonder why you have to pay that amount of money around there. And Honorable Speaker, this finance bill has been able to address that issue that most Kenyans have been raising most of the time, Honorable Speaker. Again, Honorable Speaker, if you look at Clause 3, it has spoken to the issue of exemption of gratuity payment from the people who are retiring. Honorable Speaker, a lot of years previously, people who are benefiting from gratuity have had to pay a second tax on the same. And this finance bill, Honorable Speaker, is explicitly clear that we cannot continue taxing gratuity. And Honorable Speaker, this is a plus for the people who are retiring or the people who have been rendering services in this country. They can get their gratuity without being taxed a second time. That, for me, Honorable Speaker, is a plus to the Kenyans in this country, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I have had a lot of discussion regarding to clause number 4, that is speaking to issues of introduction of non-resident rental income tax, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, if you are not a citizen of this country and you have some property, Honorable Speaker, that puts some money in your pocket, it is only fair, if you ask me, Honorable Speaker, that you also substantially and fairly contribute to tax the tax contribution in this country, Honorable Speaker, so that we are able to then broaden our tax base. And Honorable Speaker, I don't think this is something that should be questioned. You know, some people and most of the members here, Honorable Speaker, have had an opportunity to travel to other countries. When you go to those other countries, Honorable Speaker, there is a lot of restrictions as to who and who can be able to acquire property, especially the developed houses, Honorable Speaker. There's a lot of regulations in that country. And I don't think, Honorable Speaker, it hurts anyone for the people of Kenya to also be keen enough to make sure that anyone who comes here to invest and is able to enjoy anything and income that comes from the investment here also fairly contribute to the tax of this country, Honorable Speaker. And I think that is progressive, Honorable Speaker. As much as there's a lot of discussion around it, I support it and I think it's really progressive. Honorable Speaker, I have also looked at clause number 29, which is speaking to the invoices for tax purposes. Honorable Speaker, there was a provision that said you must be registered to be able to do the issues of tax remittance. Honorable Speaker, most people that actually do business that is actually supposed to be able to give to pay tax have been using the lack of registration as a reason why they cannot contribute to these taxes, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, I think this particular provision of clause 29 is helping us, Honorable Speaker, so that everyone who is actually doing business and everyone who gets something from somewhere is also able to contribute to this country, Honorable Speaker. Again, Honorable Speaker, lastly, before I sit down, I have seen under clause number 31, the VAT at 16%, the normal percentage, Honorable Speaker. This one is going to help us under the public-private partnerships. You see that this finance bill, Honorable Speaker, has been able to speak specifically on the 16% VAT for any goods or services that are being brought around here so that they can help us or they can be able to deliver a service under the private-public partnership, PPPs, Honorable Speaker. And I think, Honorable Speaker, this is helpful because we need a lot of PPPs for us to be able to implement some of the projects that we have around here. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, you know, when you're looking at tax, at the tax issues, Honorable Speaker, the government, and especially the government of Kenya Kwanza, has also made commitments previously. Part of the commitments that it's been able to make, Honorable Speaker, is about the intention to limit zero ratings of items to only items that are being exported from this country. And I think it's fair, Honorable Speaker, because as an administration, you must be able to action the words and the promises that you give to the people. So part of the promises that the Kenya Kwanza administration has given, Honorable Speaker, is to make sure that zero rating is limited to the exports. That is one, Honorable Speaker, to make sure that every person who can be able to do something and be able to export it somewhere else gets to have a tax relief. And Honorable Speaker, the discussion about what can be zero rated and what can be tax exempt is a discussion, Honorable Speaker, that I think as a country and as a people and as a leadership, we should be able to also enlighten our people so that they can have clear understanding on what is zero rating and again, Honorable Speaker, what is a tax exempt. And for this case, Honorable Speaker, I want to support that Kenya Kwanza administration is actually actioning the promises to make sure that zero rating is actually given to export products. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to say that I support the committee's report and the way it has been able to go through the proposal on the finance bill, and I support the provisions that have been given here. And the few provisions, Honorable Speaker, that we have a problem with is the reason why we are here today, so that we can sit during the committee of the whole House and be able to bring amendments that will then make those provisions a little bit more progressive than they are as we speak, Honorable Speaker. So I support the finance bill and I support the committee's report on the same. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable members, today we have students visiting us from Chambogo Secondary School, Wingi West constituency, Kitui County. We have students seated in public gallery from Jansil Junior School, Kajedo North, Kajedo County. We also have students from Al Ansaru Nursery and Primary School, Kamkunji constituency, Nairobi County. We got students in the Speaker's Gallery from Kilimani Senior School, Langata constituency, Nairobi County. They are all welcome for the proceedings this morning and to participate in what goes on, see what goes on in Parliament this morning and in the afternoon. Thank you. Next, of the last four would be the Honourable Member for Tinderet. Then we come back this side for another four.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I rise to support the finance bill. More importantly, the finance bill that went through extensive public participation, and more importantly, the report that the Finance Committee led by Honourable Kuria tabled before the House. Mr. Speaker, when the finance bill was first read in the House, it had very serious issues, which I want to tell Kenyans. The Committee on Finance went through and met Kenyans, met institutions like the Institute of Certified Public Accounts. They met manufacturers. They met individual Kenyans who raised a lot of concerns which were actually in the bill. Honorable Speaker, the committee, in its wisdom, managed to listen to the issues raised by Kenyans. And I want to tell members here that it could be improper, Chair, it would be improper to actually read the initial finance bill tabled in the House without proposals from the committee. Madam Speaker, the purpose of this finance bill actually is to actually address the issues, and the report itself to address the issues that Kenyans raised across board. The Finance Committee, led by Honorable Kuria, moved across over 13 counties. And they met, they listened, and finally tabled a report in the House. And it will be proper, Madam Speaker, to ensure that as members discuss this, we ensure that we discuss the finance bill and also discuss the reports and the proposal contained in that particular report, so that we have an informed view of what we are telling Kenyans. Certain issues that have been proposed, there are a number of amendments which we as members of the House are going to propose to ensure that we have a finance bill that is actually addresses the interest of the Kenyans. Madam Speaker, we have the issue of strengthening international compliance by aligning Kenyan tax framework with standard global practice for trusts and virtual assets. Madam Speaker, there are a lot of issues that Kenyans have raised, especially even on rental income or non-residents. The issue was that the non-resident tax on rent was actually owned the person who is paying tax. But now it is the owner of the house to do it, and it still stands at 7%. There is no much difference, and has not been raised to 30% as alleged by members from the opposite aisle. Madam Speaker, we also have the issue raised by the motor vehicle manufacturers on the electric buses and all those other issues. Zero rating it and exempting it would have given a lot of burden to Kenyans. And I want to thank the committee because they have actually zero rated it and retained the initial response from Kenyans. And I really say this because a number of members in the House are trying to incite the public that the finance bill is not listening to Kenyans. This finance bill, especially on the issue on the issue of, on the issue raised, especially the issue of batteries, solar batteries, locally assembled phones, electric vehicles, have all of them be zero rated, but they are not being exempt because we don't want to burden Kenyans anymore. And this is something that everyone needs to know that. And this is a proposal that has been placed before us. And I'm asking members from this House to support the proposals of the committee. Honorable Speaker, we have business groups. They raised alarms that reaching 60% dividend distribution. There was a proposal in the tax bill that any dividends that has been raised by companies, if there is an issue that it is not distributed well, and the monies that is remained was presumed to be profits, it will be taxed. But the committee made a very, very important decision to delete the whole of it. And I've seen members here holding on to something that has been deleted completely. I want us to know very well that the proposals that his house has made are for the Kenyans and for the good of Kenyans. And when we sit here as members of this house, we are not about to tax Kenyans on certain issues which are not there. Honorable Speaker, professional bodies raised a number of issues, and I want to say this. They strongly objected to the removal of the weekends, the public holidays, and all that on tax objections, and the committee listened to them. And those are some of the things that I want us to discuss and look into it. Madam Speaker, we have also the issue of zero rating the tax status for the green energy items, and I've said that, locally assembled vehicles, phones, and the rest. We have also the issue of adjusting the filing of deadlines to give individuals practical windows. Actually, this one was a very wise decision. It affects all of us. It affects Kenyans in every sector. And by reducing that, it does not put Kenyans on strict issue deadline, especially when you are filing your tax returns. Madam Speaker, we have also the issue of Section 29A to the Tax Procedures Act and safeguard legally requiring the Commissioner to fully disclose third-party data sources used in assessment. This one has actually been done away with. And this one was trying to invade into the privacy of members and privacy of Kenyans. And I want the members to really look at what the committee has done very well, so that as we critique and have a better finance bill for the House, we have a balanced view and tell Kenyans. It is not about this House to incite Kenyans and tell them things that are not in the finance bill, and things which have already been corrected by the committee. It has been corrected by members. Already we have proposals to make sure that what the House is going to arrive at and vote for is a finance bill that is going to spur the growth of the economy, to spur the growth of businesses, to make sure that we get the revenues which are actually within range. We are not going to have things that are out of... Lastly, Madam Speaker, we have the committee deleted the punitive proposal on mid-dispute agency notices to robustly defend taxpayers' constitutional rights to fair justice. I want the House to really have this very clearly, that the committee decided that we need to remove punitive proposals on dispute agency notices. Those ones are actually going to affect the taxpayers. And we as members of this House, we are here to defend a taxpayer, and we are also to ensure that this finance bill, which we have it here, is going to make sure that the taxpayer is going to operate in a very fair, in a very objective society, and more importantly, to make sure that this country grows into a better country. There is an issue which, Honorable Speaker, everyone has been talking about, the mitumba. And I want Kenyans to listen to me and on this particular issue. Every other time, Kenyans have been paying 16% on mitumba. But this time, it has been exempted. And that means all the mitumba traders are now going to have better profits. The fact that it was a proposal in the finance bill, the mitumba businesses came to the finance committee. They appeared. They gave the proposals, and the committee listened to them. And when they listened to them, the committee therefore made proposals that let Mitumba in this country be exempted, not to be VAT at 16%. Who is the beneficiary? It is the Kenyan, it is the taxpayer, it is the Mwananchi. And this is actually going to assist us as a country. Madam Speaker, we also have issues of the bill was trying to establish 25% excise duty on excisable value of telephones for cellular and wireless networks. This one, Honorable Speaker, the committee made proposals to ensure that we don't take the issue of excise duty further to the use of the phone. And they made proposals that this be removed. And Honorable Speaker, these are good things which the bill is trying to address. And I want members in this House to ensure that we critique and give proposals where it's due, but not actually to use it for political mileage. Madam Speaker, I think this is a very good finance bill, which we need to support as a House, and more importantly, to make it better for Kenyans and raise revenue, which is actually going to spur the development of this nation. Look at the roads, look at the housing network, and most of the things that are going on. Madam Speaker, I rise and support, and I support that we are going to bring proposals to even make this finance bill one of the best finance bills we have ever had. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very well, honorable members, there is a lot of kindly don't lift up your hands. I have you here on this screen. We have a lot of interest. If we keep it short, a lot of us can be able to speak. Honorable member for Kitui Central, Makali Mulu.
Yeah, thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also want to add my voice into this important discussion. Honorable Speaker, I've been seated here since yesterday, listening to contribution by honorable members. And Honorable Speaker, I think it's important we put a few things to perspective so that members can debate from an informed position. Honorable Speaker, this finance bill, this one, the green one, is a product of the executive. What did the executive do? They went through their own public participation, and this bill went through the cabinet. And it is after the cabinet's approval that now it found itself into this House. So what does it mean, Honorable Speaker? It means the intentions in this bill are what the executive intends to do to the Kenyans in terms of taxation, Honorable Speaker. Now, after coming to the House, Honorable Speaker, it was tabled and handed over to our Finance and Planning Committee. What did the committee do? They conducted their own public participation, and as a result of that public participation, we have a committee report. This committee report has not been adopted by this House. It is a proposal which will now be discussed when we go to the third reading of the report. So, honorable members who are telling members that the committee has changed anything here, we are here to do that as a House. So as we debate, we need to look at the intentions of the executive and the intentions of the representatives of the people who already we have a committee report which has come to us. So I want members to be free to debate the executive intentions and the intentions of the committee. Now, honorable members, this finance bill is going to amend a number of other acts of parliament, starting with the Income Act, VAT Act, Tax Procedures Act, and what it is doing, it is amending those other acts which are existing. So on the basis of that, for you to appreciate what is in this bill, you need to look at the original bills. And unless you compare the two, you are not likely to get it right. Honorable Speaker, it's important to remind the honorable members that this country has a document called Medium-Term Revenue Strategy, which provides a roadmap in terms of what we do with our revenue collection. And it's important you look at the macro environment under which we are operating. And that is the document which provides that environment. In that document, it is proposing that as we move to the future, it is important we move VAT from 16 to 14. And once you look at that document that way, then you realize that there are areas where we could have done better. And I want now to go to the document and put some comments, Honorable Speaker. Where this economy is today, Honorable Speaker, any government which cares about the economy and the growth of the economy is a government who should be thinking about putting more money into the pockets of people or allowing businesses to have more cash flow, so that on the basis of that, Honorable Speaker, then you can grow the economy. Otherwise, in a situation where you are taking more money from the pockets of the Kenyans, or you are restricting businesses in terms of cash flow, then you are not doing this country, you are doing the country a disservice. Honorable Speaker, I want to comment on a number of clauses. And for me, the punchline, Honorable Speaker, is where we are talking about putting people into the pocket, money to the people's pocket. And any proposal, Honorable Speaker, which is not putting money into the people's pocket, Honorable Speaker, then is a proposal which should actually be rejected. The first one, Honorable Speaker, when you look at the bill, Honorable Speaker, initially, people would want to claim tax refunds on bad debt after 2 years, Honorable Speaker. What has this bill proposed? It is proposing that you push that, Honorable Speaker, to now 3 years. The only reasoning behind reducing the period from 3 years to 2 years, Honorable Speaker, was to push more cash to the businesses in terms of cash flow, so that they're able to do more activities. Now, when you extend that 3 years, Honorable Speaker, automatically, Honorable Speaker, it means then business will not have enough money, and then they will have cash flow challenges. And as a result of that, Honorable Speaker, then you will be restricting the economy you want actually to grow. The second point, Honorable Speaker, which is critical. If you look at the clause talking about moving items from zero rating to tax exempt, Honorable Speaker, a number of items have been pushed under that clause, Honorable Speaker, and that is clause 31. Honorable Speaker, clause 31 of this bill lists a number of items, and I want honorable members to realize this. Anytime you move an item from zero rating to VAT exempt, when it is zero rating, it means you can claim VAT on the inputs to that item. When it is tax exempt, it means you can't claim VAT on inputs. So immediately you move it from zero rating to tax exempt, automatically then you make the item more expensive, because the earlier VAT on inputs will be pushed to the consumer, Honorable Speaker. And that's why you see the issue of Mitumba becomes very controversial. I know my colleague has said Mitumba is not being taxed. But what has happened, Honorable Speaker, we have removed Mitumba from tax exempt, but if you look at the original bill, there is a proposal to tax the income from Mitumba by 5%. Now, once you tax by 5% automatically, then the price goes up again. And these are the issues we are saying. So who is targeted when it comes to Mitumba, Honorable Speaker? The person targeted is the Kenyan who is at the lowest in terms of income bracket, Honorable Speaker. And what that does is then you make Mitumba expensive. And that was the intention of the government. So we are saying it is good that our committee has pushed out that element of profit. But yet, we are not yet there, Honorable Speaker, because, Honorable Speaker, you know, we might make our amendments here, and when they go to the side of executive, then the executive says they don't agree with us, which means you have to raise 2/3. If we don't raise 2/3, Honorable Speaker, then the bill remains as it is. And that's why we are saying, members, it is important that we realize we have to be careful, Honorable Speaker, that we are likely to see the price of Mitumba going up, depending on what the executive will do with our recommendations to change the bill. The other item, Honorable Speaker, is the item of rent, Honorable Speaker. We do agree that we have been paying rent at a uniform rate of 7.5% tax. Now, what this bill proposes is, if you are a non-resident, you will be able to pay 30% of the income which comes from that rent. The question is, I'm non-resident, but my house is in Kenya, or my mall is in Kenya. So the people using this mall or my house are Kenyans. If I've been making $1 million shillings in a month, and the cost goes by 30%, I have no choice as a business person, but I'll push some of that cost to the tenant. And that's what we are saying again, by pushing more cost to the tenant, you'll still be getting more money from the tenants. And that means you'll be making things worse instead of improving them. So, honorable members, this item, while it looks very beautiful, honorable members, it is an item which will become controversial.
Dr. Makali, there is a point of order from Honorable Ruto.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. With due respect to my senior and my good friend, Dr. Makali Mulu, who is a well-known economist, I think on this part of non-resident rental income, profit out of it. We have to agree that these two people cannot compete together, a resident and non-resident, in the sense that the profits that are generated by non-resident shall be repatriated. So the order is, he has to be, the point of order here, Madam Speaker, the point of order here, Madam Speaker, is that I want to invite my senior in that aspect, knowing that the profits that are generated here to be repatriated is going to discourage economy, and you cannot have the two together to compete together.
Order.
We must provide an avenue for the local, for the resident.
Order.
Thank you.
Honorable members, we had done very well, and we had actually done very well. Honorable Makali Mulu,
Yes.
treat that as a point of information which you had not agreed to.
Honorable Speaker.
Continue.
Honorable Speaker.
It is a point of debate. Continue with your submission.
Honorable Speaker, what I wanted to say is this. Irrespective of who owns the house or the mall, it is a Kenyan who lives there, and immediately the cost of that taxation goes up, that will be transferred to a Kenyan. That's what I was saying. The third point, Honorable Speaker, is the issue of VAT on digital services. That is, anytime you transact through your card or M-Pesa, this is supposed to be increasing, Honorable Speaker. Automatically, another good point of money being taken from people's pocket and not helping the economy in terms of growth, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, there is a very controversial matter here, Honorable Speaker, and I want members to listen to me. This matter of the Commissioner of KRA determining your tax assessment through third parties or through other information, Honorable Speaker, is a matter as a House we need to really take time and think about it. Because what it means is that they can use that data, give you a tax assessment, which might not be real, and by the time you start appealing, then a lot will have happened. And in a country where, Honorable Speaker, these things, we know what happens in this country, this is a matter we need to take that and think through. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, the issue, because I can see my time I'm getting short of time, Honorable Speaker. There is an issue of, Honorable Speaker, the issue of tax brackets. When I look at the committee report, a number of our stakeholders recommended that we review the tax brackets, and I think the whole thinking was the 30% which was promised. Honorable members, if you want to put more money to the people's pocket, and if the committee is really helping us as members of parliament, it is important we factor in new tax bracket bands so that 30,000 Kenyans who are earning less than 30,000 can pay lesser tax as it was promised by the executive. I submit, Honorable Speaker. Thank you so much.
Very well. Honorable member for Mavoko. If you're not in the House, Honorable member for Kitui Rural.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I've been seated here since yesterday. And, each side is taking...
Honorable members, order. You cannot purport to do the Speaker's job.
Yes.
At all. Honorable member for Kitui Rural, you're on the floor.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I've been seated since yesterday. But I will request members to look at the clauses critically. Being a member of Finance Committee, I know what we have done to what members feel there are clauses which are offending. But we also need to look at the clauses, two sides. One, what Mheshimiwa Makali has been talking about, the non-residents, and what Honorable Ruto has been talking about on the same. But you have to know, when you become a non-resident, if you are away for 183 days, you become a non-resident. But the issue is, if I do put up a house in Tanzania, for example, and I'm supposed to pay 30% of the income as tax, as a landlord, I have three options. One, I can bear the tax. Two, I can apportion the tax. Three, I can transfer all the tax to the tenant. But who is the tenant there? It's a Tanzanian. So in this case, the tenant is a Kenyan. So I think it's important we look at this thing, both sides, so that we reduce some of these clauses. Madam Speaker, I've been part of the process of this finance bill, but what I've realized is that nobody really, very few people are talking about the good things in this bill. Madam Speaker, Clause 3 talks about tax exemption on gratuity payments to employees who are serving more than 3 years continuously. This clause has two elements. One, it has a bad side because it disadvantages employees who are having contracts of less than 3 years, and it also has its own advantage because it encourages employers to give contracts of more than 3 years, and is an advantage to the employees because they have a longer contracts. Now they can go to the bank to borrow and invest or develop their whatever. So I want us, when we are looking at these clauses, we look at the positive and the negative side. Madam Speaker, Clause 20, it talks about exemption from tax on benefit paid due to death. For example, if somebody dies and he has a pension, he's in a pension scheme, that benefit to the dependents, to the to the beneficiaries, is being exempted by Clause 23, which is a positive thing. I mean, we need also to look at some of these things. Madam Speaker, Clause 24B is proposing to reduce corporate tax on investors, non-resident investors in petroleum sector. Madam Speaker, you know how much we have been affected by the conflict in Iran. If we encourage investors from outside to explore and refine our oil in Turkana, the crisis which this country has been facing in terms of cost of fuel will not be having it. And we are going to create jobs. Because if we have fuel, then we are going to have petrochemical industries, and we create jobs. So that's what I'm saying. When you are looking at these clauses, let's look at them negative and also positive. Madam Speaker, the issue of betting, 20% tax on betting winnings, it has negative and positive side because it is trying to deter gambling. But you see, when we are out there, the youth, they are saying this is part of their income because they are not employed. In fact, I remember in Kilifi, we were told that nyinyi waheshimiwa mmekunjwa, so you cannot do anything. But you have to know we are earning income from this. So it has its negative and the opposite side. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, on the issue of tax amnesty and what members have been saying, allowing the principal tax to be paid by that 1st of December. Now, the proposal is if you pay your tax, principal tax, by end of that 1st of December, then there's a waive for penalties and interest. And this one will ease the cost of doing business because, most of these tax issues have been in court, and therefore business can be able to do businesses. Madam Speaker, there's also a proposal to increase free threshold from $300 to $2,000 to enable the people who are coming from outside. If you are from outside and you are coming, you can now bring goods worth $2,000 without being harassed by KRA in the port. Is that a bad thing or a good thing? So, so Madam Speaker, I think it's important also. But however, there are also clauses which are offending, and as a committee, we have looked at them, and we have proposed amendment to these clauses. One of them is the proposal of 6% minimum threshold for undisputed dividends. Meaning what? Meaning, if you don't dispute your dividends, KRA will assess you and say 60% undisputed, you should distribute it. And therefore, they will tax that one. And therefore, that one is interfering. As much as KRA want to raise revenue, which is a positive thing, but it's interfering with the investment policy of a company. Because most of the companies, the small ones, want to retain dividends and reinvest so that they can expand. Madam Speaker, close to 2018, the issues of filing taxes, whereby those who have new returns, they are supposed to fill in 1 month. After the end of the financial year, they are here. And business to fill for 4 months. The good thing with this is that government will get taxes early. 2, the companies and the audit firms will be able to employ more people. Look at that. But it's also a cost to the business, because hiring people to do that, the audit firms will be overworked, and there may be issues of errors in terms of when we are doing the calculations. Clause 22 is proposing to remove preferential treatment on withholding tax for East African citizens, dividends. If you have a company here and you are from outside, then you are supposed to pay withholding tax. This one, as of course, is going to discourage investors from East Africa. 2, the East African countries can also retaliate. They can also put taxes on our companies. And Madam Speaker, I think we have the biggest investors in East Africa. They are Kenyans, so we also have to be very careful with that. Madam Speaker, on the issue of refunds, clause 28, being reduced from 2 to 3 years, and this is something which we have been debating on refunds, especially on the refunds on VAT refunds, on inputs. Most of the companies have been complaining that, these refunds, they are not coming forward very fast, and therefore, this is restraining their businesses. Clause 31 on zero rating, moving goods from zero rating to exempt. If you move goods from zero rating to exempt, you cannot claim input VAT. The issues of transport, raw materials from manufacturing of pharmaceuticals, animal feeds, transportation of sugarcane, if you take that action, it's going to affect the prices. The prices will definitely go up. Therefore, but again, you also look at, we have also been fighting what we call tax consumption. I mean, at 2024, tax consumption in this country was 510 billion shillings, which is quite a lot.
Your time is up. Member for Kegumo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to rise and initially oppose the finance bill as it is. And I think one of the things that we've had here a lot is the issue of the 30,000 that was promised by the executive. The people who want 30,000 shillings per month, who constitute about 50% of all salaried workers. And among the taxes that the finance bill deals with, and I know, is the Income Tax Act. And we've not seen that anywhere. So it's very important that we point out that of all the promises that keep being made, that is another unkept promise that was made by the executive. I'll start by the issue of tax exempt and zero rating. And a lot of people do not understand this. And a lot of our people, and I think it's very important for people to know, once you hear a tax has been moved from zero rated to exempt, it basically means that item will have 16% more because the person who's selling you the item will not be able to claim input VAT. And input VAT comes from, among other areas, power, electricity, your inputs, And so when we hear that the proposal for the finance bill is to remove that for pharmaceutical products, it basically means that our medicine, and you know, well, Madam Speaker, that SHA is not working.
What is out of order?
Medication becomes more expensive.
Hold on, Honorable Member from Kegumo.
Point of order, Speaker. We know very well the function of this House, apart from legislation, is to make laws. When the member who is on the floor alleges standing order number 83, standing order number 83, shut up. When a member alleges that promises have not been made in this finance bill, while it is the function of this House to make laws, then what are you saying? Are you saying that you are impotent in your function? So our point of order is, don't bring allegations while it is the function of this House to make laws, and that is why we are discussing about finance bill. So if you want to introduce amendments, and you support them. If you have the
Honorable Member for Soy, you have made your point, but I do not hear exactly what is out of order. Honorable Member for Kegumo.
Yes.
Did you mislead the House in the matter the member of Soy has?
I simply said that, let me tell you something, Madam Speaker. The Finance Bill deals with the Income Tax Act, Excise Duty Act, Value Added Tax Act, Tax Procedures Act, and miscellaneous amendments, plus the Stamp Duty Act. So if the executive, because this document comes from the executive, it's from the Treasury, if they really wanted to deal with the issue of the taxes, they would have brought it. They would have amended the Income Tax Act. And that's what I'm saying. So you cannot, in fact, as you correctly said, his point is pointless.
Honorable Munyoro, I'm actually engaging you because I have heard you, but I also heard the member for Soy, because then you're saying the debate we are having right now does not hold any water, because it is also in our mandate as a House. And I think that is what Honorable DK has raised. Even as you debate, do not annihilate the same House that you're serving in.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it's an issue of misunderstanding. I will bring the amendment. You support it, Honorable DK. But you can't say...
That is in order. Please continue with your submission.
Yeah, that if the
And all of you, honorable members, Honorable Amboka, you're shouting that someone is shouting. Everyone is shouting. And sometimes even the speaker is not able to hear exactly what to rule on. Can we just be having decorum? Let us hear the member for Kegumo.
Please protect me from Honorable DK. I'll appreciate. Again, a lot of English was used on this issue of funds. And I remember the CS for Treasury visiting shops in downtown Nairobi, explaining to people why they were consolidating those taxes. And I think our people are really not interested in what tax is where. What he should have explained is whether if this tax is consolidated, the fund will be cheaper or more expensive. That is the only point that Kenyans want to understand. So we've been taken round and round and round from excisable, Osoro, I'm an expert on this thing, my friend. I understand it. We've been taken round this thing, and we are being told that now it will be cheaper. But if you look at the cost of the phone, once it's at the shop, first, how will they collect the money? Because if I buy a phone right now and give it to my mom in the village, and then once she activates it, she's told she owes money, who will pay that tax? And I think it's very important we be honest with our people. All we are trying is to raise more funds by creating laws that do not
Honorable
make
member
sense.
for Kegumo.
Yes.
Order. Do you want to be informed by Honorable?
No. I don't. How can I be informed by someone with less knowledge than I have? Surely. Thank you.
Point of information. Order, members. Point of information must be accepted, and you do not have to impute improper motive on your colleague. Just refuse the information. Yes, continue. You have your right.
Yeah, and I think another issue that we've had a problem with is the tax predictability.
What is out of order, Honorable Chepkonga?
Madam Speaker.
And make it a point of order.
Madam Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 83. Madam Speaker, Article 117 of the Constitution is very clear. There is freedom of speech. You don't need to shout at anyone. You don't need to be hostile to people. You just need to be friendly. We are...
What is out of order, Honorable
Madam Speaker, I am speaking on issues of accuracy, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Munyoro is my very good friend, and he knows I'm his good friend. He knows also, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, order, Honorable Chepkonga. Do not shout across the aisle. Honorable members, you cannot, I have already said that, you cannot be shouting. But honorable members, my screen is full. So many of you want to contribute, but we keep wasting time on non-issues. Honorable members, if you rise on a point of order, make it a point of order. Yeah, Honorable Chepkonga, you've already taken 1 minute. You've not said what is out of order. Continue, Honorable Munyoro.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And please add me that time that has been taken away from my contribution. I wanted to say that we've had excise proposal of removing or changing the tax on ceramics from 50 shillings per 500 kgs to 50 shillings of the excisable value. And I think that also increases the cost of building. And I know as we continue saying that we are trying to protect the common person, we cannot obviously be taking more money from their pocket as we continue bringing new tax measures. The other thing that has brought a lot of contention here is the removal of VAT on clothing from 16% to exempt. Again, it just means that if you sell clothes, you won't be able to claim your tax. And that also means people will pay more. And this, Honorable Speaker, you remember, is we've been increasing taxes throughout this regime from when we started in 2022. And this tax predictability is where I'm going. With the scrap metal tax, we changed it in 2023. And I was privileged, I was part of the committee. We changed it in 2023, 2024. Again, we've changed it in 2026. It just means that no one can be able to predict properly, even if you are doing a business plan or you want to invest in that industry, where the tax will be next year. And again, we passed a bill here that tax should be predictable. The minimum years we should have is at least 3 years so that someone can be able to plan. And currently, if you are an investor and you come and invest in this country, it means that you'll come with a tax regime this year, invest, and then next year, before you even finish construction, it's changed, and that makes it very hard to do genuine business. Scrap metal dealers are business people. They are genuine. Someone called them thieves. They are not. They are people who actually earn an honest living. They should have a predictable tax regime. They are business. They pay taxes. We've also introduced withholding tax on dividends from
Honorable member for.
And I think, please.
Honorable member for Keses, point of information has to be accepted. Honorable Munyoro, do you want to be informed? You said point of information. Honorable Ruto. Honorable member for Keses, I am indulging you because you're the vice chair of Finance Committee. Are you on a point of order or a point of information?
Point of order.
What is out of order?
Thank you. The point of order, Madam Speaker, is under standing order number 83.
Honorable Amboka and team.
Honorable member knows very well. Is it in order for honorable member knowing that scrap metals as it is right now attracts taxes at a regime that is being prosecuted here to simplify? He knows well because the message here you want to give out to members of public is as though scrap metals are not subject to tax. Whereas it attracts taxes as it is.
You have made your point.
You should not mislead.
Honorable member for Kegumo, I would indulge you, even as you debate and all of us, that we stick to matters that you're able to substantiate.
But it's in the bill, Madam Speaker.
Yes, I am hearing you.
Yeah.
I am hearing you, but I want you to stick to matters that you can substantiate, without misleading not just the House.
How did I mislead
but
the House,
country.
Madam Speaker?
But the country. So, what Honorable Vice Chair has raised, could you respond to that?
You know, there is a proposal on inputting 5% withholding tax on dividends for EAC citizens. Is that true or not? So, what I'm saying is, Kenyans are the biggest investors in East African countries. What will happen if the countries decide to reciprocate and they give us a bigger tax? What will happen to our investors? Our banks are all over the African continent. So I think some of these tax measures have not been looked at critically so that we protect our Kenyan investors. And Madam Speaker, I think as much as we try and contribute, this interruption interferes with a thought. And I honestly respect Honorable Ruto, but you must protect other speakers from this kind of shenanigans. We are here on very serious business of rejecting...
Order, Honorable Member for Kegumo. Honorable members, even from my left, you have actually been interfering with the other members on the other side. Point of orders and Standing Order 83 are legal and allowed. Kindly complete your submission.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We've been very disciplined. And I wanted to say that we are here on very important business of discussing and making sure that as a House, we reject this punitive finance bill. We protect Kenyans from this regime that does nothing else other than trying to get money out of their pockets. We must reject. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very well. Member for Makueni, finally on my left, then we'll go to the other side.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me time to make my contribution to this very important bill that actually shapes our country. Honorable Speaker, I would first like to make two general observations. When you look at this particular finance bill, we are trying to raise the highest amount of money that we have never tried in this country. 4.8 trillion. Honorable Speaker, we are trying to raise the highest amount of money when Kenyans economically they are at the lowest. In my view, Honorable Speaker, this is a finance bill that is not informed by the context that we are operating in. It's a finance bill that is prescriptive but not proactive. So I think it is very important. Anytime we draw a finance bill, we are not trying a finance bill for Tanzania, we are doing a finance bill for Kenya, and we must be informed by prevailing economic situations and the livelihoods of our people. My second observation, Honorable Speaker, is that the entire finance bill, you realize that it is based on a capacity that we do not have on this country. When you have a finance bill that is going to have 1.1 trillion deficit, already shows you are chewing more than what we can actually consume. And generally, that is training Kenyans for no apparent reason.
What is out of order?
And
Honorable
we should
Susan
actually
Kiamba.
work.
Order, members. What is out of order? Honorable Makilap.
Yes.
Honorable Makilap. What is out of order?
Madam Speaker, I rise understanding order number 83. Is it in order for the honorable member to mislead this House that this finance bill is trying to raise 4.7 billion, Madam Speaker? That is a budget of the country. The finance bill is trying to raise 98 billion, not 4.7 billion, Madam Speaker. So she is misleading the House, Madam Speaker.
You made your point, Honorable Member for Makueni. Give member for Makueni the mic.
I think I'm very accurate, Honorable Speaker, because the money we are trying to raise in this finance bill, total cost is 4.8. No, there is the other bit, but I'm trying to divide them accordingly. Honorable Speaker, I need to be protected.
Honorable Member for Makueni, do you want to be informed by Honorable Amboka?
Of course not. Yes.
Honorable members, that shows you how you are accepting information without even hearing who the member is. Honorable Wamboka, you have the floor.
Yes, Honorable Speaker. The other side is harassing the good Honorable for nothing.
Are you informing Honorable member
I'm informing Honorable members that the member is right, because all that we are doing is geared towards financing a budget of 4.8 trillion. So the member is right, and the House is accordingly informed. Sit down and...
Order, Honorable Wamboka. Honorable Pukose, what is out of order?
You know, Honorable Speaker, when Honorable Wamboka stood, he was to inform the Honorable member for Makueni, not the House, because what he's trying to pass across, Honorable Speaker, is misinformation. This budget, this finance bill is raising 90 billion. Secondly, this finance bill is not addressing the budget deficit as put by the Honorable member for Makueni. It's not addressing the budget deficit. We are not addressing that. So, Honorable Speaker, I think it's important that when members stand to speak...
Do not debate, Honorable member for Endebess.
No, I'm just putting... I'm not debating. You know the guys...
Order, members. Order. Honorable Kibagendi, take your seat. Take your seat. Take your seat. Honorable DK, point of order.
Point of order,
Honorable Wamboka, Dindi cannot inform you. You are not on the floor. Honorable DK.
You see, Honorable Madam Speaker, it is very important that when you are debating, you give also facts. And if you are giving falsehoods, you need to substantiate.
What is out of order?
What is out of order? The member is alleging that this finance bill is raising 4.8 trillion. You know very well, even the revenue we are trying to raise in this country is around 3.6 trillion, and the others is through debt. So this finance bill is only raising 98.5 billion.
Order. Honorable members, Honorable members, I know we have very many views about so many issues, but I beg you, because there is a member on the floor, she has accepted to be informed by Honorable Wamboka, but Honorable Wamboka actually said exactly what Honorable Susan said. You actually repeated what she had said. So, Honorable members, allow me to give the member for Makueni, because she was on the floor. Honorable members, I will give Honorable member for Makueni to make her submission, considering the standing orders, Honorable member, statements of facts. Let us be careful in what you say, not to mislead not just this House, but the country. Honorable member for Makueni, make your submission.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I am very happy that you are listening to me. The way you are listening to me, it means I'm making a point. And in summary, my point, Honorable Speaker, is very simple. Any finance bill must be contextualized. And the contextualization means must be do analysis to deal with the issue in the prevailing changing economic situation. In this particular case, I'm saying we have a very ambitious finance bill that requires so much money when we are dealing with a country where the citizens are economically at their lowest. That is my very point. As for the figures, you can actually fill in the space. Honorable Speaker, to my second point, Honorable Speaker, to my second point, I said this. You know, anytime we try to raise money, even at a family level, you must look at the capacity of your people in raising, yes.
Honorable member for Makueni, by forfeiting your remaining 1 minute,
How can I have 1
you
minute?
are to be informed by member for Kiharu.
Yes, but Honorable Speaker, it's not 1 minute.
You have
I've barely
accepted
talked.
the information. Member for Kiharu.
Yes. Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for giving me a chance to put more information on what the member has stated. And first of all, want to request all members here that no one is a repository or a depository of facts in this house. We all have different views. Because as the member has put it very clearly, we have a budget of 4.8 trillion shillings. On the revenue side, there is ordinary revenue, there is A&A, there is grant, and there is, Honorable Speaker, the deficit. And it is only a deficit based on this House passing, Honorable Speaker. As we debate this finance bill, Honorable Speaker, members can actually come up with innovative ideas on how to raise more revenue, on how to raise more A&A, so that there is actually no deficit. So the entire amount we are dealing with is actually 4.8 trillion Kenya shillings, Honorable Speaker. And it is important for the members who are near me that we also respect the views of all members. Because the member from Makueni is actually making a very credible claim in this house.
Order, Dende Nyoro, you have made your point. You have made your point, and the reason I've allowed Honorable Susan to make her point is because I am inclined to let as many of you speak, because we are here for that. We are here for that debate. So, honorable members, because my screen is still full, if we agree to keep it short, so many of you will have time to speak. Member for Makueni, kindly complete your submission.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The second point is based on the VAT on digital financial platforms. That is the Fulisas and all that. You see that when we have VAT on these financial platforms, most of the poor people access money from these platforms. They are not even included in the form of banks. So raising money on this financial platform is denying our people, the very poor, access to financial services. Honorable Speaker, no country that is serious and denies money to the very poor. Bearing in mind, since the Kenya Kwanza government came into power, they did away with the Women Enterprise Fund, Youth Fund, ASLA Fund, so the local people have no money to access. Now you are adding injury by now wanting to add VAT on financial services, meaning the poor will have no access to financial services. This is seriously suffocating the economy. Honorable Speaker, I have not heard anything significantly and explicit.
Your time is up, member for Makueni. Honorable members, before I give the next person on the floor, allow me to recognize in our gallery today, Siwot girls, I think senior school, from Kuresoi South, seated in the speaker's gallery, from Nakuru County. On behalf of myself and the House, and of course your Member of Parliament, Honorable Tanui from my county, we welcome you to the House to observe the proceedings of this House. The next chance will go to the Member for Marsabit, Honorable Naomi Wako.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add my voice to this very important debate that is going on our finance bill, and again, to confirm that I support the bill. Honorable Speaker, I also want to congratulate the committee members who have given their attention to this bill and the entire process. I was going to read the report, Honorable Speaker, and what encouraged me most is the recommendation made by the committee members. Honorable Speaker, the committee members have suggested that we retain the strategic zero-rated VAT status for green energy items like locally assembled mobile phones and agricultural inputs. This will directly benefit all our business people who invest in this and who will continue investing in this and increase their businesses and their income. Again, Honorable Speaker, the committee members have also recommended that adjusting filling deadlines to give individuals a practical window of 4 months and corporate bodies 6 months to submit financial returns will be of great benefit to every citizen. Honorable Speaker, I've also looked at the bill and seen that it is caring for the citizens. The main objective of this bill, Honorable Speaker, is to generate approximately 98.9 billion in revenue collection. That will benefit each one of us, that will benefit our economy, and also bring stability. Honorable Speaker, again, the objective of this bill is to strengthen international compliance by aligning Kenya's tax framework with the standard global practices for trust and virtual assets. Honorable Speaker, Kenya is growing, and especially under the leadership of our President, who is so committed to growing this nation and to moving into first world. We have no other option, Honorable Speaker, than being bold enough to grow our economy and to also support all our business people, our citizens, so that we can all grow together. Again, Honorable Speaker, key proposals of this finance bill are as follows, and I will just pick on a few. Offering massive relief to workers by exempting employment gratuity from income tax provided to service contract covers a continuous period of at least 3 years. Honorable Speaker, many people who are working at the end of their term or their contract, they look forward to receiving their gratuity. And exempting this from income tax will give all the employees a big relief. And we will encourage Kenyans to work, and when it comes to receive their payment, then we have taken care of them because of exempting employment gratuities from income tax. That will help us to make sure that their whatever they will receive will not be interfered with. They will receive their package and they will benefit, and that will comfort them and also encourage them and motivate them. Again, Honorable Speaker, on value-added tax VAT realignment, the bill promotes green mobility, a technology by adding electric buses, bicycles, and others. This will caution Kenyans again, Honorable Speaker, because many of us will get into that and also benefit because we will be able to use less money in fueling and other things. Again, when you look at that, cautioning local industries and the health by exempting scrap metal inputs for animals' feeds and also raw material. Honorable Speaker, many of our citizens work in this area and also earn their income from this. And by cautioning local industry, we will be able to help Kenyans to support their businesses and also grow, because when they grow, the nation grows. When they grow their businesses, our economy also grows. Again, Honorable Speaker, this bill, you can clearly see from the bill that the bill is aiming to protect agricultural supply chain, and the bill introduces VAT exemption on transportation of sugarcane from farms to milling factories. Honorable Speaker, what else do our farmers need? Because we have already introduced VAT exemption, and our farmers will enjoy, you know, when they don't pay for this transportation, they will enjoy their total income, and that means their income will obviously increase. Honorable Speaker, I have also looked at the bill, and what I have observed is many Kenyans are happy with the bill because we have increased education funding. The education sector is one of the main beneficiaries. We want our education sector to be stable. We want our young people to be future leaders, and that is why our government is investing a lot in education sector. And many Kenyans are happy with what we have, with what the bill is already proposing. Again, we have increased HELP scholarship funding, and many learners, many of our students are excited about this and looking forward to benefit so that they can get what it means, so that they can educate themselves and also lead this country in future. Again, Honorable Speaker, conversion of interns, 20,000 teachers to permanent and pensionable is what has benefited many families and what many Kenyans are looking forward to. By doing that, the government has stabilized and has helped the teachers who have always been interns and who will join the interns, but at the end of the day will be put on permanent and pensionable. Again, Honorable Speaker, in this bill, we have what we call support for the elders. Almost 3.9 billion that will support our village elders. What else do we really need? And with those few remarks, I support the bill, and it is my prayer that we will all support and Kenyans will at the end of the day benefit and we will transform the country. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Member for Ugenya.
No, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this, Madam Speaker, this is not the first and the last finance bill. In fact, Madam Speaker, we have more than 60 finance acts in operation today. And that's why it's wrong to say that this finance bill is meant to raise 4.9. It's not. We got finance bills since independence. The only year we didn't have a finance bill was 2024. And so it's wrong for Honorable Ndindi to lie to us that this bill is the only one meant to raise the budget money. It is not true. It doesn't work like that. We have bills, finance acts since 1963, and all of them are resource-raising bills. We need to agree on that. Madam Speaker, number two, this bill has gone through a lot of consultations. There are things that are being said that are not true that must be debunked. Madam Speaker, on telephone purchases, we are reducing tax on telephones from 55% to 25%. Yes. We are simplifying the purchase of phones. The only thing we are saying is that we don't want circumvention. People importing phones into Uganda, into Tanzania, then getting into the country as if they are made in those countries, Madam Speaker. We must tell our people the truth. We are reducing the cost of phones, not increasing them, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in the morning I heard that we are increasing cost of medical supplies, Madam Speaker. And I want Honorable Jack Wamboka to listen to me on this matter. In this bill, we have reduced the cost of bringing in equipment for renal treatment. We are reducing the cost of items that deal with kidney treatment, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker. It's important, Madam Speaker, that we also say the truth, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this bill is not only about increasing taxes. It's about making taxation easier, making administration of taxes easier. It makes it easier to collect tax, Madam Speaker. And so we have to be clear, Madam Speaker, that as we talk about taxation, we also tell the country the truth. The Mitumba traders themselves ask for tax to be classified as exempt. They said that putting us now on zero rating doesn't help us. In fact, they said that if you put on exempt, it makes business for us easier. Indeed, Madam Speaker, there is no reason for applying VAT on Mitumba because you're not adding any tax on it. It's making collection of taxes in that regard easier. And above all, it was asked by that industry. We didn't just wake up and put it, Madam Speaker. It's very important, Madam Speaker, to note that this bill does something that needs to be done in the country. We are losing 400 billion every year on tax refunds. Some of these tax refunds, Madam Speaker, are fake tax refunds. This bill makes it easier for government to know who is applying for tax refund that is fake, which one that is right, so that we are able to put our money where our mouths are, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this bill is meant to ensure that those who are paying taxes today, especially rental income, Madam Speaker, I heard people saying that, oh, we are increasing tax on rent. It's not so. The truth is that we are making it easier for tenants whose landlords are foreigners to be able to pay taxes in this country, Madam Speaker. You can't be charging taxes on landlords that are locals, nationals, and you don't want to charge taxes on foreigners who don't live here and who we don't know where they live and who are receiving money in Uganda, Tanzania through M-Pesa. We want all that taxes to remain here, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I've heard about, my friend talk about scrap metal. Scrap metal, Madam Speaker, is a source of steel in this country. But we are saying that if you are selling scrap metal, you've picked something on the road, you are doing whatever you are doing, that will be income. There is no value added on selling a car bumper. There is no value added on selling a sufuria that is wasted. So that's why we're saying that if you sell it, it will be income. There is not VAT charge, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's important that as we do these debates, we divorce politics from it so that we ensure that Kenyans know this finance bill is the most misinformed as it were, Madam Speaker. So I need us to say that as we go forward, Madam Speaker, let us tell the truth to the Kenyans. Let us ensure that everyone knows what's going on. I heard in the morning someone saying that we are increasing tax on sugarcane transport. In this bill, we are reducing tax on sugarcane transport, not increasing it. So if a member says that we are increasing tax on importing sugar, on transporting sugarcane, it's a lie. Madam Speaker, let members of this parliament tell Kenyans the truth. In overall, Madam Speaker, this bill is better than any bill that we've had in the recent past. It makes tax admin easier. It collects what you need to collect. But above all, it responds to the needs of Kenyans, that you don't increase more taxes and make their lives more difficult. Madam Speaker, those are my remarks. I beg to support.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
What is out of order, Honorable Pukose?
Honorable Speaker, I think we've exhaustively discussed this, and may I call that the mover now be called to reply. That the mover be called to reply. Put the question. Yes.
Order. Order, members. Order, members. Shouting does not add to the debate. Honorable members, a member has risen in his place and requested the speaker to put the question that the mover be called to reply. I will put that question. That the mover be called to reply. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it. Order, members. Order, members. Order, members. Order. 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 Order, members. The question I have put is that the mover be called to reply. You cannot purport to request for division, and if you do, you know the numbers and the threshold. Order, members. The threshold is 30 members, and I do not count 30 members from where I am. I have counted. I have counted. Order, members. I have counted. Order. Order, members. Order. Order, members. Order. The numbers, you are 14 honorable members. You are 14 as it is. Order, members. That debate, that request does not get to the threshold. Mover to reply.
Thank you, Madam. I stand in. Thank you, Madam Speaker. With the debate that has been contributed by members, it is sufficient enough that this particular finance bill is seeking to address the main issues, Madam Speaker, and therefore I beg to reply.
Give me the mic. The numbers are 30, like you said. Yeah. Order, members. Honorable members, our standing orders are very clear. The rise for division was defeated because the members on their feet were 14 on a required number of 30. Honorable members, the mover has replied. I will therefore put the question. You do not need to guide the speaker. Do not throw hands to the speaker. Honorable members, I therefore put the question that the Finance Bill, National Assembly Bill number 26 of 2026, be now read a second time. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to amend the laws relating to various taxes and duties and for matters incidental thereto. A bill for an act of parliament to amend the laws relating to various taxes and duties and for matters incidental.
Honorable members, we have counted the members on their feet. It is 27. And that request is therefore declined. We have properly done that and counted myself. It was less than 30. Next order.
Order number 9, the Kenya Revenue Authority Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 28 of 2026, second reading.
Order, members. We are now on order number 9.
Well done, Madam Speaker. I think it's done.
Majority Leader. Majority Leader. Who is moving order number 9?
Order number 9, Leader. Amuka. Leader.
Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Kenya Revenue Authority Amendment Bill 2026 be now read a second time. Honorable Speaker, if you can protect me, this is a straightforward, minor legislative cleanup to our to align our tax administration laws with contemporary realities. The bill contains critical legislative updates designed to streamline the administration of revenue collection laws in our country. Honorable Speaker, the bill introduces procedural and terminology updates to reflect the current corporate governance structure of the authority. This is a non-money bill under Article 114 of the Constitution and will not require additional public funding, and it fully respects devolution as it does not affect or alter any functions of county governments. The objective of the bill, Honorable Speaker, is that the primary objective of the bill is to modernize the Kenya Revenue Authority Act by removing obsolete structural terms and also seeks to synchronize the schedule of revenue-related laws with recently enacted and repealed legislation. The bill aims to clean up legal reference to ensure absolute clarity and prevent statutory conflicts during enforcement. Honorable Speaker, the proposals is that, Honorable Speaker, clause 2 clause 2 and 3 propose deleting the term ex officio from section 7 and 8 of the Principal Act, and this deletion is necessary because the term no longer fits the current composition and structure of the board. Honorable Speaker, the section of the KRA Act establishes a crisp board composition that includes the chairperson, Commissioner General, PS Finance, Attorney General, and 6 independent members. Honorable Speaker, clause 4 updates the first schedule by replacing the outdated standards levy order of 1990 with the current 2025 order. Honorable Speaker, the bill officially deletes the reference to the old repealed sugar bill. Honorable Speaker, I urge the House to support these non-contentious amendments, Honorable Speaker, to ensure our legal books remain clean, accurate.
Order, members. Order, members.
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Osoro, hold on. Honorable Osoro, hold on. Order, members.
Let me proceed.
I know many of you really want to be thrown out of these chambers. I am not doing it. Honorable members, let us give Honorable Osoro a chance to finish up. We only have 2 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, Honorable Speaker, this meeting adjustment shifts the board's focus away from day-to-day micromanagement towards sustainable long-term oversight, performance trends, and risk management. Honorable Speaker, I urge the House to support these non-contentious amendments to ensure our legal books remain clean, accurate, and functional. I now request the Chair of Finance Committee, the Honorable Kuria Kimani, to second. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Order, members. Honorable Kimani, hold your horse. Honorable members. Order, members. Order, members. Our time for this session is up. Order. Order. Be upstanding. Honorable members, be upstanding. Honorable members, and the time being exactly 1 p.m., This House stands adjourned until Wednesday, 17th June 2026 at 2:30 p.m.